Hi, good afternoon. I would like to call to order this meeting of the San Jose City Council for the afternoon of December 3rd. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Jimenez.
Present.
Cohen.
Here.
Ortiz.
Present.
Davis.
Here.
Dwan.
Here.
Candelas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Batra.
Here.
Kamei.
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Now, if you're able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bless you. Thank you. For the month of December, the Mayor's Office will be organizing the invocations, and for our first one of the month, it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Emeritus of San Jose State University, and if I may say, local legend, Terry Christensen. For over 40 years, Terry taught local government at San Jose State University and inspired generations of students to get involved in public service. Some of our region's key policymakers have been students of his, including Supervisor Ken Yeager, State Senator Jim Bell, and Supervisor Cindy Chavez. Terry doesn't just teach the importance of getting involved in local government, he leads by example. Terry has led and been involved with a number of local campaigns, including as chair of the 1978 Measure F campaign, which led to San Jose having council elections by district and ushering in a new era of representation and accountability at City Hall. He also hosted Create TV's Valley Politics from 2015 to 2023, where he interviewed many local leaders to share their stories and perspectives on local issues. I had the honor of joining Terry for an episode or two. And if that wasn't enough, he's also an accomplished author. He's written and published several books on California politics and the importance of local politics and civic engagement, and of course, has been an advocate for many, many other things. I could go on and on about all of Terry's impact here in our wonderful city, but let me turn it over to him. Professor, thank you for doing our invocation today.
Thank you, Mayor Matt, for that long and detailed information. Introduction. As Matt said, I taught local government for over 40 years at San Jose State. He asked me to talk about public service today. I don't think I ever used that phrase in those 40 years of teaching, and yet it came across. What really worked is I was teaching local government. Hundreds of my students are engaged, many are in this room now, are engaged in many ways in local government, not because I indoctrinated them to do public service, because it was local government. They were political science students, journalism majors, and many other majors, and I required them to come to meetings like this and to other community meetings to observe local politics firsthand. And that inspired them to get engaged. What's great about local politics is it's local. You don't have to watch it on TV. You don't have to read about it in the newspaper. You can go, like all of you can go and be there. You can be part of it. You can be part of the public service that makes local government work. That exposure is what engaged them. Seeing politics firsthand, not at a distance, not reading it through the media, whatever. And because it's local, we can all be part of it. We can see what local government does, what works and what doesn't work. We can engage. We can come to city council meetings. We can run for city council. We can work in the city administration, the city staff. And that's important to remember, that there are many forms of public service. Everybody in this room is doing public service right now. Elected officials, city staff and administration, teachers, nonprofit workers, and community advocates. You're all what makes local government work through your public service, through our public service. And every form of public service, whatever it is, elected or volunteer, builds our community and makes our community better. That's what makes a community, is people being engaged, and public service is one way to be engaged. So it creates well-being in our community, but also it assists in the well-being of us as individuals by making each of us part of something greater, a community. Public service has tangible goals and outcomes, but there are intangible outcomes as well. Those are the social and psychological benefits that we gain by being part of something greater, by public service, by community involvement. And it makes us all healthier and happier when we're part of a community through public service. So thank you for your service. Thank you all for your service. And now let's serve on.
Hey. Thank you, Professor. I believe at least one of us on this day has had you as a professor. Councilor Candelas, you took his class. Oh, and Councilor Jimenez as well. Awesome. Anybody?
We both got A's in it, too.
Both got A's,
Local
I'm sure.
government.
I'm going to check the transcript later. Anybody else? Awesome. Well, thank you, Professor. We appreciate your reflection here as we kick off our meeting and the generations you've inspired through your teaching and writing. We're on to ceremonial items, and we will start with Councilmember Foley. If you would join me down at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim World AIDS Day.
Good afternoon. I'd like to invite Gabrielle Antalovich with the Billy DeFrank Center and Nicole Altamirano with SV Pride to join me. Today, I'm honored to recognize World AIDS Day in the city of San Jose. Beginning in 1988 and recognized annually on December 1st, World AIDS Day is a global event to remember those who have lost their lives to AIDS-related illnesses and to honor and support those living and affected by HIV/AIDS. World AIDS Day unites people worldwide to share support for the more than 1.2 million people living with HIV/AIDS in the United States and the approximately 40 million people living with HIV/AIDS worldwide. That is an incredible number, and in today, where we are today, that is an unacceptable number. This proclamation has deep personal meaning for me. Many of you have been here on World AIDS Day, and I tell a very similar story, and I'm going to tell it again because there's a lot of new people here, and I need to share how personal this issue is to me. 28 years ago, I was pregnant with my daughter, Caitlin. My brother, Tim, was dying from AIDS-related complications. And at that time, I really didn't know how ill he was. He lived in Portland. I lived down here. My whole family lived up there. What I didn't know that he was closer to death than he was to surviving, until my older sister called me up one day and said, "You need to come up to Portland and see him because he's not going to be around much longer." So that day, I bought my airline ticket. It was to go down on to Portland in Saturday. This was a Sunday. On Sunday, I went home. I wrote a letter to Tim to inspire him to stay alive long enough to meet his niece, my daughter, Caitlin. The next day, he didn't make it. I heard him take his last breath. And the sadness for me is that I was here in San Jose while he was in Portland with the rest of my family. I will never forget that moment of hearing him take his last breath and me not be there to hug him as he's dying. I come from a family of 6 siblings, or 5 siblings, 6 of us. Tim was the brother that I spent the most time with because he would come down and visit me every year. We had a lot of good stories, Tim and I, and in some ways, thank goodness he's not around to tell them because I'm sure he'd embellish them and exaggerate them just as he would, but that's part of his charm and his glory. I tell you that story because it personalizes why AIDS awareness is really important to me and my family, and how actually through City Council I've had this opportunity to share this story that is truly so much a part of me, and now it's a part of you. Now you understand where I come from when it relates to LGBT issues, how important they are to me. So over the last few decades, there have been many advancements in drug treatments for HIV/AIDS that have reduced the transmission and acquisition of HIV/AIDS, transforming it for many, to a manageable life condition. It makes me proud to see the remarkable progress that is made, as Tim likely could have benefited from the treatments that allowed many to see normal lifespans today. The City of San Jose recognizes the essential role of the advocates who continue to fight the HIV/AIDS epidemic, such as local organizations working to destigmatize the disease and community health care providers working to treat those in our community with grace and dignity. This past Sunday and earlier today, I partnered with SV Pride and Billy DeFrank Center to host a candlelight vigil and a flag-raising ceremony here at City Hall. We still have the quilt available, and I'd like to encourage you today to go take a look at it in the Janet Gray Hayes Rotunda. It's open till 5, and we have 4 beautiful quilts there that are memorials to the people who have passed from AIDS. These quilts are filled with touching tributes that help us remember the unique lives and stories of over 110 individuals who've lost their lives to HIV/AIDS. As we honor the 36th annual World AIDS Day today, we use this day to remember those who have been impacted by HIV/AIDS and recommit ourselves against the disease and against the stigma and discrimination that has been tied to it for far too long. With that, I'd like to invite Gabrielle Antolovich from the Billy DeFrank Center to accept this proclamation and say a few words.
Thank you, Council Member Pam Foley and the rest of the City Council and our Mayor, and also Silicon Valley Pride, Nicole Altamirano. I just want to say how important World AIDS Day really is. The epidemic started in the early 1980s, and as you know, in America, you can't visit people unless you're married to the person or our family. And we were not able to get married, and so partners and friends could not go to the hospital when our gay brothers were sick. And what happened is many of our gay brothers who were estranged from their families because they were homophobic, their last homophobic act was to take their sons back to another state and not let them say goodbye to their partners and friends. And in the 1980s, that really hurt all of us. And so that was the beginning of the burning desire for marriage equality, so that this could not happen again. And just remember, the epidemic and that tragedy was happening in the early 80s, and it's only this year with Prop 3 that California has now finally defined marriage as marriage equality. It's no longer just for a man and a woman. And that is a long time for that to happen, especially in California, but we did it. So whenever you think about the LGBTQ community, marriage equality has been a very important aspect of our desire to be with each other, because we're the only minority that is potentially rejected by our own families. And so we become each other's family, each other's siblings. And so World AIDS Day is an encapsulation of so many issues, and we are worried about what's going to happen with healthcare in the future. So just think, I am so happy that San Jose City Council supports our community, and thank you for being here to hear all of that.
Mayor, please present the proclamation.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley. Councilmember Batra, if you would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim Human Rights Day.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, they're coming. Yes. Mayor and my council colleagues and the public, I want to ask for forgiveness to start with in case this ceremony goes a little longer than 5 minutes, because I do want to give a chance to every one of my 4 guests to be able to say a few words. Good afternoon. I'm Arjun Batra, council member for District 10. From the outset of my time as a council member, one of my major goals has been to foster a diverse San Jose, where everyone can comfortably celebrate their culture, traditions, ethnicity, national origin, and abilities while respecting one another. This shared commitment to harmony and mutual respect has made our community a model of living peacefully and happily together. Today, I stand before you to recognize December 10th as Human Rights Day. Human Rights Day commemorates the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations General Assembly. The declaration was adopted on the 10th of December 1948 in response to the atrocities witnessed during the World War II. The Universal Declaration asserts recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family. Now, human rights are not a privilege given by the governments, but a birthright for all people, regardless of race, gender, age, ability, or background, calling for respect, dignity, and equality for every individual. Every person deserves the opportunity to live fully with freedom, autonomy, and inclusion in a world that embraces diversity. Hence, it is the duty of all of us to ensure that all our fellow human beings are enjoying this very privilege, or the birthright, we would call it. There are many organizations in the world who are trying to make sure that these birthrights are not usurped or not taken away from the people. Today, I have invited 4 such organizations who educate people in terms of their rights and try to protect them from being taken away from them. We have with us today Dr. Michael Dow, who is the Director of Human Rights Institute at the San Jose State University. The San Jose State University Human Rights Institute, launched in 2021 academic year, provides research and policy analysis guided by the highest standards and principles of international human rights law. San Jose State University Human Rights Institute advances and protects human rights, and we are so lucky to have them right here in our backyard, so close to the City Hall. We also have with us Alina Yin. Alina founded only in San Jose in 2019 with a mission of building a culture of civic participation for democracy to thrive. In 2024, in partnership with our very own Office of Racial and Social Equity, only in San Jose launched a first of its kind in the nation multilingual free civics masterclass. From all things disability equity. We have Michelle Mashburn. Michelle Mashburn's an activist, advocate, and community leader dedicated to disability rights. All Things Disability Equity was founded with a clear mission to advance equity for individuals with disabilities and to be a resource for the disability community. I would also like to point out today is also International Disability Rights Day, also proclaimed by the United Nations. Thank you, Michelle, for taking the time to be with us today on such an important day. From Tahir Justice Center, we have Erica Alvarez. Erica? The center is a nonprofit organization that serves women, girls, and all immigrant survivors of gender-based violence. Their mission is to create a world in which all people share equal rights and live in safety with dignity. And last not but least, I would like to thank our very own team at the Office of Racial Justice, Racial and Social Equity for all that you have done in advancing human rights here in our great city of San Jose. In recognition of Human Rights Day, we invite people from all backgrounds throughout San Jose to come together to reaffirm the sacred idea that human rights are to be universally protected and promoted. I'm going to ask Dr. Michael Dow to come in and say a few words.
Hi, everyone. Thank you to Councilmember Batra and the entire San Jose City Council for this Human Rights Day proclamation and commendation. I want to congratulate all of my partners here. As the current director of the San Jose State University Human Rights Institute, I am honored to receive this recognition on behalf of the team. As already explained, we're a team of faculty, staff, and students, and we're a public resource for the city, and we're committed to engaging and addressing the most pressing social issues in our communities through both research and practice. As part of the university, we are committed to work with all of you and work with each other to promote and protect human rights more broadly in this city and in Santa Clara County. Before we end, I personally feel the need to acknowledge important members of the San Jose State University Human Rights Institute. First is Jamal Williams, who has always been an advocate for us and has personally mentored me as I navigate this role as the director. Second, to Dr. Miranda Worthen, who has mentored me and has always been a confidant to me in my times of navigating the pressures here. And lastly, really, the accolades should go to the founding director of the San Jose State University Human Rights Institute, Dr. William Armerling. This is all because of you, and this is all because of us. So thank you so much, and thank you all of you for being here today.
Thank you, Doctor. Michelle, appreciate your few words on this occasion.
They gave me a microphone.
Oh, they gave us, all right, they took care of you even before.
Is this on? Yes, okay. Thank you to the Councilmember Batra, as well as Mayor Mahan and other council members for this Human Rights Day proclamation on behalf of all things disability equity. Disability rights are human rights, and inclusion is the responsibility of society. People with disabilities are the largest minority group that anyone can join at any point in their lifetime. All Things Disability Equity seeks to address ableism through the human rights and social models of disability, challenging bias, and systems that devalue disabled people. Violating the ADA is also a human rights violation Barring full participation of disabled people in society, access needs are human needs. Including disability in this Human Rights Day proclamation affirms the City of San Jose's commitment to disability inclusion as a human right and an issue of equity, and we thank you for that work. Together, we can dismantle systemic barriers and ensure every community member is valued and supported. Thank you for supporting this important work with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Elena Yin, CEO and founder, Only in San Jose.
Thank you, Councilmember Batra, and thank you to the entire City of San Jose staff and the Office of Racial Equity. It is really an honor to receive the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations, and for such the humble work of local community. I think now more than ever we understand that democracy extends well beyond the ballot box and is all the days in between and what we do between election days. And I am so honored to be here and to be working with the city and really working to lead the way, for City of San Jose to lead the way in building a culture of civic participation and providing resources for people to be involved in boards and commissions, whether you serve as a commissioner or you're attending a meeting. There is so much that you can do on a local level that affects the lives of everybody here. And I would not be here without my family and my friends and the extraordinary members that I get to work with. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Okay. Erica Alvarez from Tahir Justice Center.
Thank you, all of you guys, for including us today. Tahir is a national profit organization that serves immigrant survivors fleeing gender-based violence. Our interdisciplinary trauma-informed model of service combines free legal services and social services, case management with bridge-building policy advocacy, and research-based training and education. Our mission is to create a world in which all people share equal rights and live safely with dignity. Thank you for sharing in our vision and of more inclusive and safe world for all of us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all of you coming here. Mayor, time to give us the proclamation. And once again, I ask for forgiveness for taking longer than usual, 5 minutes, for this.
For a good cause. Thank you all for the work that you do in the community. Thank you. Thank you to each of our speakers on behalf of the whole council. Thanks for the work you do. Congrats on the civic, the course. Yes. Seems to be going really well. All right, guys, I think we need to move in a little and kind of shift in a little bit this way. Yeah. Wherever you want.
Thank you very much.
All right, and then Councilmember Batra, if we could bring you back down to the podium here. This is Councilmember Batra's last city council meeting, so we have a little tradition. I'd like to invite Jennifer McGuire, our city manager, and Jill Bourne, our head librarian, to come down as well. We have a special presentation for Councilmember Batra. This is a tradition where we recognize the great work of our outgoing colleagues and then make essentially a contribution in their honor to library literacy and reading programs. So Councilmember Batra, thank you for your service to the community. I'm really happy to have had the opportunity to serve alongside you. And you actually served the same district I did before becoming mayor, so I've had a kind of front row seat to the work you've been doing on behalf of the residents of District 10. And I've seen your work in many areas. I wanted to just highlight a few for the community. You worked with your colleagues on the council and staff to ensure that the Villa del Oro interim housing community will benefit the surrounding neighborhoods by reducing unmanaged encampments in South San Jose. You worked with others, including our Congress member, to break ground on the new all-inclusive playground at Almaden Lake Park that will serve thousands of children over its lifetime. You hosted numerous cleanups and dumpster days throughout the district, and it was a pleasure to join you for many of those. You've repeatedly pushed all of us for more cost-effective solutions to homelessness, including having another look at more modern approaches to congregate shelter. You've hosted multiple public safety town halls in your district jointly with Southern Division Police Captain Donahue to engage community members and increase awareness about crime prevention and neighborhood safety. And you helped move forward a number of traffic safety improvements throughout the district, including enhanced crosswalks, radar speed signs, speed humps, and sideshow deterrence. So we thank you very much for your service to the residents of District 3 and the residents of the entire city, and wish you a lot of luck in all of your future endeavors. Hope you will not be a stranger here. And just before I turn things over to you, if you'd like to say a few words, I want to invite our city manager, Jennifer McGuire, to say a little more about this tradition that we have.
Actually, I think I'll have Jill Bourne, our esteemed librarian, talk a little bit about the tradition, but I just want to thank Jill Bourne and your amazing library staff for keeping this tradition alive and donating books to the library on behalf of Councilmember Batra. And Councilmember Batra, I just want to thank you as well for your service to the city of San Jose and to all of your residents and the city at large. It's been my pleasure to serve as your city manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm Jill Bourne, City Librarian, and it is true that in San Jose, of course, we have a tradition of honoring outgoing council members by having their peers select books that are donated to the library on their behalf. And I have to say that judging by the selections, as a librarian, this is a really awesome selection of books. So your peers think the world of you, Councilmember Batra, and thank you again for your service.
You know, as my term on San Jose Council comes to an end, I find myself reflecting on the incredible journey we have shared. When I was selected to serve District 10 in January 2023, from among a pool of 24 candidates by this very council, I was humbled by the trust placed in me to advocate for communities' needs and priorities. Together, we have worked tirelessly to make our neighborhoods safer, greener, cleaner, and more vibrant. A place where families can thrive and everyone can feel proud to live, work, and raise a family. Representing District 10 has been the honor of a lifetime, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve the community I have lived are called home for 37 years. We have celebrated the outstanding contributions of neighborhoods, groups, associations, volunteers who dedicate their time and energy to our shared success. The achievements we have accomplished were made possible thanks to the dedicated efforts of our city and council staff, committed volunteers, and every community member who engaged in making District 10 safer and better. Although there is still more work to be done, together we have made significant progress on many important issues. While progress takes time, the foundations we have laid together will continue to benefit our community for years. Thank you for your trust, your support, and the opportunity to serve this vibrant, diverse, and extraordinary community and the city. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members.
All right. We are on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? Not seeing any hands. All right, we will move on to the closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have one matter to report out of closed session today, and it is authority to commence an action. The specifics will not be disclosed at this point because we do not have a complaint drafted and nothing has been filed yet. But once we get to that point, that information will be publicly available. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nora. Next is the consent calendar. Are there any items the council would like to pull from the consent calendar? Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Great, thank you. Tony, do we have comment on the
Yes.
consent calendar?
Dorothy Sloan?
So if you're, this is for the consent calendar, any of the items on consent, you're welcome to come down and have your time at the podium here.
Yeah, that's consent.
Yes,
Yeah.
all the two items should be consent, so that's great. Come on down and you should see a timer up here.
Okay. I am speaking regarding the disposition and sale of Vermont House. As a neighbor residing in the College Park neighborhood within which the Vermont House is located, I have concerns about the lack of transparency around this proposed acquisition by Santa Clara County from the city of San Jose for the purpose of converting from housing for veterans to instead using it as housing for a jail diversion program for, and this is per a direct quote from the county to ABC 7 News on August 1st, people involved in one of the collaborative courts, people with an underlying problem that leads to criminalized behavior, and people with mental illness, substance use disorders, or both. Unfortunately, in contrast to the high level of engagement and community involvement between the city and our neighborhood, when the Vermont House was initially developed for use as veterans housing, there has been a troubling lack of transparency and outreach regarding this potential transaction and its connected change in usage. The possibility of such a facility within the boundaries of our neighborhood came with little to no advance notice, transparency, or community input. A couple of underpublicized community Zoom meetings in August and September generated minimal participation and an overall lack of awareness of this issue within the neighborhood at large. Although our College Park Neighborhood Association, for which I'm the vice president, was able to have the county present at a live neighborhood meeting on September 13th, that meeting did little to allay concerns about the potential for harm to our community. The potential impacts that this change to the usage of the Vermont House would pose to the neighborhood have us as residents concerned, given that our community already experiences negative issues due to the presence of the Hotel Rose Garden as a long-standing focal point of criminal activity within College Park, and given its close proximity within our neighborhood boundaries to a preschool at Temple Emmanuel, as well as to the student population at Bellarmine College Prep.
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you.
Do we have other public comment?
That was all for consent.
Okay, thank you. All right, coming back to the council. Don't see any other hands. We have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Update on transportation items. I'm going to say a few introductory comments and then invite our state senator, Dave Cortese, to also address the council. I've had the privilege of serving as both a commissioner at MTC and on the VTA board over these past 2 years, and was recently voted to, or appointed to be vice chair of VTA for the coming year. We're coming up on some watershed moments in the transportation world as we get to the end of 2024. I wanted to provide this council with a year-end update on what is happening both regionally and locally on the transportation front. And then we're very lucky today to be joined by State Senator Dave Cortese, who is no stranger to anyone here on this dais. He's been a key partner and champion of San Jose and our region's transportation needs in the state Senate. Senator's chair of the Senate's Transportation Committee, as I'm sure you all know, and has played a very significant role both as our representative and as chair in negotiations over a potential regional transit measure and other really important issues facing our city and region relative to transportation. I know Senator Cortese will continue to be a critical ally as these issues advance to the state legislature for consideration. So I wanted to provide quick updates in two main categories. First, VTA, and then second, MTC. Just to make sure that the entire council has the same information and we're all going into the new year aligned and with a shared understanding of where our priorities are and the work we need to do with our partners at VTA, MTC, and our state representatives. Right now, the highest priority for VTA is the delivery of the second phase of the BART to Silicon Valley extension, which will be a transformative project for our city with 3 new underground stations at the 28th Street Little Portugal stop, downtown, and Diridon Station. With a historic $5.1 billion commitment from the Federal Transit Administration, we are all marching as fast as possible to secure a full funding grant agreement by the end of next year, which is a very involved process, and there's a lot of good work being done by VTA staff. There are certainly some challenges ahead. We have a significant change in the administration in Washington, of course, and a substantial funding gap of about $700 million that still needs to be filled. But I am very optimistic given the level of creativity and collaboration that I'm seeing from VTA staff, city staff, and other key partners, MTC, the state, and our partners at FTA, that we're going to close that gap and secure that FFGA. We're seeing, for example, some innovative cost reduction proposals that continue to maintain the quality of station designs, which is a priority many of us have, but thoughtfully bring down costs through creative design decisions. There's also some efforts underway currently to secure additional funding, including a potential $100 million contribution from the state's SB1 funding source. So while there are challenges, I remain optimistic that we will be able to begin the construction of BART to Silicon Valley in the coming years. On the MTC front, speaking of challenges, we're facing a really significant, what some have termed as a fiscal cliff for many of our transportation agencies in the coming years. And with federal relief funding soon set to expire, public transit agencies such as BART and Caltrain, who are critical parts of a regional transportation system that benefits our residents, are still struggling with ridership recovery, though we've had some really positive news from Caltrain recently. But these systems and others in our region will be facing a fiscal cliff in the coming years and may be forced to cut service, which would potentially initiate a very serious negative cycle of lower ridership, lower revenue, and we want to avoid that. MTC has taken a leadership role in tackling this impending crisis by seeking voter approval as early as 2026 on a region-wide revenue measure. And that's a conversation we've been having with other elected leaders and stakeholders around the region. The intent would be to provide fiscal cliff relief as well as fund regional transit transformation to increase ridership and sustain the system. Those of us here in the South Bay have been very engaged in this work and shared with the broader region that while we want to be good regional partners, we have some concerns related to the notion of a major regional measure. We've shared how starting in the 90s, VTA faced its own fiscal cliff and made the difficult decision to reduce service levels at that time. And since then, we have relied on 4 local sales tax measures to sustain our local transit system, all of which come up for renewal in the coming decades, and it's critical that we renew them to maintain our service levels. So we've made clear that we have to have control over our own destiny and maintain, first and foremost, our own funding sources and service levels here, but that there are creative ways that we can be a collaborative and helpful partner to the rest of the region as different service agencies, different transit agencies deal with their fiscal cliffs. To that effect, former Supervisor Cindy Chavez, Supervisor-elect Margaret Abe-Koga, and I, along with VTA General Manager Carolyn Gannat, have penned a letter to MTC stating that Santa Clara County would opt in to a regional measure process by conducting our own separate revenue measure with a fair and reasonable contribution to the region for transit transformation. This letter will be part of a discussion at MTC that is being convened next week on the 9th to consider recommendations for the state legislature following an extensive subcommittee process that Supervisor Chavez and I took part in, and Supervisor-elect Abe-Koga. As a revenue measure would generally need state legislative authorization, we've been engaged with various state legislators on these matters, including State Senator Wiener's office, Senator Aisha Wahhab's office, and most particularly Senator Cortese, who's been a strong advocate for our needs and interests here in the South Bay. So with that, I want to again thank Senator Cortese for the partnership, for his leadership in Sacramento, for thinking holistically about the region, but also making sure that San Jose and Santa Clara County are treated fairly, and we continue to protect mobility options and affordability for our residents who rely on them here. And of course, I'll remind folks, 80% of transit trips in our county stay in our county and serve our working families first and foremost. And we need to make sure that we keep an eye on their well-being. So Senator, I appreciate you taking the time to be here and would like to turn to you now to share the perspective from Sacramento and how you think we can work together in the coming years on these items. Thank you again for being here, Senator Cortese.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. As everyone in the room can tell, the mayor has been very well studied and very articulate on this issue, and that has not been lost on folks in Sacramento in various study group study sessions, Bay Area regional-wide stakeholders, and my colleagues on the Senate floor and I think on the Assembly floor as well. Just a very short bit of backstory or history. During the last legislative session, a bill was introduced referred to as SB 1031, which would have mandated a region-wide sales tax on every ratepayer, every sales taxpayer in the entire region, including in Santa Clara County. And by the way, if you hear me referring to us as county shorthand, it's not because I was a county supervisor. I was here at the city at one time too. But when we talk about county in the context of what's going on with this regional measure, it's because we have a 9-county region, of course, and this particular county has one transit operator, VTA, which is coterminous with our county boundaries, but that's not really the case anywhere else in the region. In fact, we have less populated counties that have as many as 8 or 9 transit operators, sort of splitting up the pie. So we have in the past, as the mayor outlined, of course, politically and otherwise, been able to take a very unified approach, not just as local government entities, the county, the city, the VTA, but also as a citizenry, as a population of residents here who have supported all of that work that has been done, including those prior sales tax measures. So lo and behold, my colleague Senator Wiener introduced a bill last year that made it all the way to the Senate floor, which means it has to move through many committees and much process to get there, which would have mandated a half-cent sales tax on everyone in the county, including us, so long as it was put on the ballot by the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. And as for those who are lost in the alphabet soup here, don't feel embarrassed about that, but the simplicity is the state of California general fund really typically does not provide transportation money. It comes from federal sources, primarily local self-help like the sales tax measures we do here, and it is distributed when it's coming through, especially through federal sources and stimulus packages and so forth, through the California Transportation Commission and the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, thus CTC, MTC, and then here to us in this county sub-region in Silicon Valley. This county, as you may know or may suspect, produces by far more sales tax than any of the other 8 counties in the region. So any mandate on this county to participate, legislatively speaking, to participate in a sales tax, as far as I'm concerned, as far as the mayor is concerned, I think the entirety of the council, would need to have return to source, right? No fair taking the largest sales tax paying population, all of these folks, here in San Jose and Santa Clara County, and shipping that money, for example, to San Francisco to support the fiscal cliff the mayor was talking about with MUNI or San Francisco's Transportation Authority or BART. That has been the perspective of this senator as chair of the Senate Transportation Committee. I think it's been the perspective of the mayor. He'll correct me if I'm wrong, but he's been working so closely with me and with county leaders and VTA leaders, including former Supervisor Chavez, on this issue, that ultimately that bill, SB 1031, in meeting that resistance, including from the largest city in the region, was pulled back. It was pulled back. And that was a huge win, I think, for all of us here. A huge win because, frankly, in the board game, if you will, in the rules and procedures of the legislature, that could have easily come back in other forms, could have come back as a budget, piece of the budget, a trailer bill, in so many other ways. But we had a commitment from Senator Wiener and his co-author, Senator Wahab, that they would withdraw it and come back next year with a new idea. Well, we're at next year. In January, yesterday, an initial raft of bills were introduced in our first day of session. We recess, we'll come back January 6th. Bills will be introduced again. In the meantime, as the mayor indicated, MTC this month will be taking up a decision as to whether or not to put forward the framework for a new bill, not SB 1031, but something with a new number, presumably a Senate bill. We understand that bill would be carried again by Senator Wiener and perhaps Senator Wahab. And there's only 2 ideas on the table with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission that will be coming up in the next few days in their public hearings. So if you're interested in this, by all means, you should be tuning in to the MTC meetings, which are fully Brown Act meetings and include full public participation, just like this city council. Idea number 1 is, I'm going to do this quickly, pardon me for that, but again would be a half-cent sales tax, but for 10 years, which is essentially a lesser term than what was proposed last year. That would yield about $560 million per year for 10 years, thus $5.6 billion over the 10-year period for transit only. Some of that money, 10%, would go for operational transformation, something that we feel is always needed in Santa Clara County, but VTA has done a pretty good job with here in our county. But this scenario, call it Scenario 1, or they call it Scenario 1A at MTC, would provide, would only be essentially legislated or mandated upon Alameda, Contra Costa, San Francisco, and San Mateo, in effect with their cooperation. And that would include an opportunity for this county, again, city, county, VTA, our people here in Santa Clara County, to opt in which would mean we would have to signal at some point in the legislative process that we want to opt in. The letter, of course, that the mayor just described indicates no thank you. We're not interested in opting in. We are interested in being good neighbors and participating in helping shore up some of the regional entities, especially those that cross over county lines. We have a vested interest here in making sure BART continues to run, for example. My message today is this, and I know, time is limited, and my presentation wasn't intended to be more than a few minutes. But my request and encouragement is this, that the city of San Jose, the county, VTA, your state Senate Transportation Chair, who of course hails from right here, and the cities of Santa Clara County, those represented by our cities association, the other 14 cities, remain steadfast in both basic solidarity and not splitting apart in terms of what we like, what we think we like, but working together as much as we can to make sure along the way, as this legislation moves forward and will likely be amended or sweetened or perhaps made worse, that we quietly, publicly as necessary, hash out any local differences that we have and present a very, very united front to the region and to the state of California. This is important for Senate leadership to hear. I know it's important for Speaker Rivas and the Assembly to see and witness and hear. It's almost as if at this point that solidarity itself, the process is the product right now, that we need to stay in process as united as we can. And again, I want to thank all of you, and to the extent that this council continues to have significant representation on VTA, with the mayor himself participating there and at MTC, it has again really made a difference in terms of the gravitas with which we're able to approach colleagues who would otherwise, especially if they're outside the region, really have no understanding or interest in what's going on. You can imagine if you were from Inland Empire or somewhere in Los Angeles representing your own area, you might not realize that taking $560 million disproportionately or more, disproportionately from Santa Clara County, up to $1 billion is what the last measure called for last year, up to $1 billion, most of which would essentially come from this county. We can see that instantly as disproportionate. But of course, if you're representing another part of California, you don't have skin in the game and you don't necessarily have a deep understanding of that. It's our job to make sure that people are clear that we don't sell out other communities when it comes to equity, parity, fairness, and local control. And we're not expecting others to do that to us as well. Lastly, as we all know, here in Santa Clara County, we've always, in our self-help manner, had a blend that has worked out over 30 years now of operating money and capital money that has allowed wonderful infrastructure to be built, including, of course, the BART extension finally making it into San Jose. The measure that's on the table right now, scenario 1A, would essentially be operating money only and is intended predominantly to go to 4 entities: BART, Caltrain, San Francisco MTA, the transformational money we talked about, AC Transit, and Samtrans. So there's not money coming this way from the measure as proposed today. Again, I would appreciate your help with this. I do think our ability to stand together, my ability to raise these issues ultimately in committee and on the floor helped slow down last year's measure, but you can tell I'm nervous about our ability to do that again without really taking on the fight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Well, thank you, Senator, for being here. We appreciate your leadership in Sacramento, and that's a word thrown around a lot, but frankly, the ability to call you any day or night and check in and know that you were advocating effectively, strongly, consistently for our city and county up in Sacramento meant a lot to me this year. I do think that thanks to your efforts and those of former Supervisor Chavez as well, we were able to avert a regional measure that I think would have, had it gone forward, likely failed, but if it passed, also come at a great cost to our city and region. So I appreciate your efforts there, and I think it's a good message as we look to the new year and figure out how to grapple with a very real problem, which is a fiscal transit cliff, but do it in a way that works for everybody and is fair to our residents and taxpayers. I also want to thank a couple of thank yous. I'll then turn to, if we have any comment cards, and then back to colleagues for questions and comments. I want to thank two of our outgoing council members have been very active on these issues, particularly Councilmember Davis, who has been a tremendous leader on VTA and is the chair of Caltrain and has deep expertise in this area. And I appreciate she's also been very much involved in these conversations and been a sounding board and been checking in along the way. And I just appreciate her efforts and advocacy. And Councilor Jimenez has served on VTA as well and been a strong advocate. At the staff level, just quickly want to thank Alejandro Lanes on my team, who's worked really closely with IGR. I see Sarah Zarate, Zane Barnes here in the room, and the whole team, including our consultants up in Sacramento, Steve Cruz, and our federal lobbyists, Leslie Polner and her team. DOT staff, John Ristow, Jessica Zank, David Tran, Ramsey Smadou have all been incredible thought partners and really helped us with making sure we're putting forward the best arguments and asking all the right questions. Grateful to them. Also want to thank MTC staff, Executive Director Andy Vermeer, and Commissioner Jim Sparing has been a very fair, collaborative convener of leaders from around the region as he led the task force, and I'm grateful to him for his efforts to get to what I think are some very reasonable recommendations. And then, of course, Carolyn Gannat and the leadership at VTA, who have been steadfast partners in this work, as has Michelle Bouchard and her team over at Caltrain. So thank you to all of our partners. The conversation is going to continue. I think to the senator's point, the process is the product for now, and we will hopefully be able to move forward revenue measures that work for everyone and are fair to our city and county. Tony, do we have comment cards, or should we? Okay.
Not for this item.
We don't have any comment cards, so what we'll do now is turn to colleagues with any questions or comments about what lies in the year ahead and some of the points the senator made. We'll start with Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Senator, for your continued advocacy. And, you know, when it comes to transportation, I know that your role as the chair of the Senate Transportation Committee, it has sway. And I know your colleagues listen to you, and we're fortunate enough to have you be our representative here in San Jose. And, you know, for example, I know a couple weeks back I reached out to your office on a Caltrans issue in Blight we were having, and sure enough, less than 3, 4, 5 days later, I see a letter from you to the director of Caltrans saying, hey, get on it. And so thank you for that. It's those kind of things that help move the needle, especially for our neighbors and our residents. So thank you for that. And so I wanted your perspective on something. So what would it mean for Santa Clara County, or for San Jose for that matter, to go at it solo in terms of our own measure in relationship to the regional needs of the valley?
Well, first of all, we've been very successful and confident that we can speak to our own electorate here, as you know, and convince them that their quality of life here from a transportation standpoint is going to improve if they work with those of us who are involved on the campaign side of putting these kinds of measures together. But I think to get to your question, we have a tremendous track record of voluntarily and agreeably stepping forward to bail out Caltrans. I was part of those negotiations twice over my career. Nobody had to run legislation to mandate that the city of San Jose, the county of Santa Clara, or its people step in and produce some of its revenue to help keep that going. It would be far-fetched to think we would ever undermine an electrified system coming into the future, well, the current Diridon station and the future hub of all transportation here in the city, which is, all of you know and I think profess, is a game changer here for the city. So that doesn't need to be mandated by the legislature. As far as BART goes, you could sort of rinse and repeat. I mean, we have an agreement with BART now, as you know, from the border in. It's run by VTA. It's VTA built that system, and it's all been negotiated not by some kind of statutory mandate, but by arm's length agreements where people like all of you had the opportunity to sit down and say, this is how much we can do, let's work it out. So we don't think there's any problem there, really. If that weren't the case, then it might be understandable for the rest of the region to call us out and say, you haven't been doing your fair share. We've been doing more than our fair share, and that's just the record. That's the record.
No, thank you. And that's also reassuring for us here on the council and on the dais, that when we go to our neighbors, when we go to our residents saying, hey, we need to fill this funding gap, or we need to do our part to make sure that we do what it takes to get us across the goal line, that others see that. And so, I mean, maybe what do you think that process could look like, or what do you think? Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear your perspective on that.
I think the letter that the mayor was alluding to is referencing actually was, you know, is with reference to the expiration of one of the sales tax measures that we depend on now in this county. There's been 3 VTA ad hoc financial stability committees since I was a council member in that number of years. As the mayor mentioned, we have dealt with our own fiscal cliffs from time to time. We will have another one if we don't extend our own sales tax in this county next time up, and that's coming up, pardon me, Mayor, I think it's 2030 is the expiration. So, yeah, so there's a limited time, as we all know, coming off a recent election, to get ready for the next cycle and get let the folks that run campaigns out there in the outside world get that going. But the last thing we need is to be competing with a regional measure that's also asking Santa Clara County voters to kick in money for 8 other counties at the same time. That could really create the kind of fiscal cliff here that we've never seen before.
Right, great. Well, no, thank you for that. I appreciate your leadership in the state level, and you know, I've been my representative for a long time, not just because you represented the best council district. His council district representative. Thank you, Senator.
You might get some debate on that point, but great questions, council member. And I might just add, I think the senator said it, but just to put a slightly finer point on it, we will need over the next decade, hopefully sooner, to be safe, to renew at least one of our current revenue measures. And I think the framework we're proposing is that when we do that, which needs to be driven by community support and what we learn from polling and surveying and community engagement, when we do that, as we do that, we are not only open, but want to work through the agreements we have in place. We already have a structure for this, which is we have agreements, VTA does, with the 2 systems of regional rail that come into our county, which are BART and Caltrain. We have existing agreements that can be updated. We can contribute more as long as it's done through a principle of fair share. So we don't need a new framework, a new vehicle for this. We need to renew our substantial measures. No one in the region subsidized transit to the level that we do. We have 4 measures that generate nearly $1 billion a year. We can't just keep adding new measures. We need to renew the existing ones. But as we do that, and as the pie grows locally, we can certainly revisit our agreements with BART and Caltrain and chip in more, as long as it's done fairly and others are doing their part. But we certainly shouldn't be raising additional local money to fill fiscal gaps for local transit agencies on the other side of the region. That simply wouldn't be fair to our voters and ratepayers. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Batra.
Thank you, Mayor, for that update. And Senator, thanks for your leadership on all aspects of this county and the city. In terms of funding is one aspect for these large regional transportation activities. The other aspect is actually managing of those larger projects, especially with respect to their level of budget, level of funding, level of scope. Is there any effort at the state level which is going to try managing these more efficiently or bringing more efficiency into the management aspect of these large multi-year projects?
It's a great question, and of course, in this regional measure that's being proposed last year and now again this year, there's been a tremendous focus on comprehensive reform. Granted, some of that is on the operations side, if not most of it, worried about efficiencies or lack thereof with transit systems that may be not doing some of the things, making some of the hard decisions that need to be made. We've all participated in some of those hard decisions here with VTA, where routes are changed and so on and so forth. On the construction side, I know that we get headlines every time we get any kind of a change or a cost overrun over time, particularly over the 30 years that BART has been on the on the table. To think that those numbers wouldn't have gone up since 2001 when I was sitting up there where you are would be an outrageous thought. We wish. How many rounds of inflation and cost increases have we had as a city, as a state, as a country since that time? So we need to expect that. But efficiency's critically important. It's absolutely important, and I will take your thought as with me back to Sacramento as we prepare bill package going forward, my own bill package, and as I work with the Senate Transportation Committee and talk about what we might be able to do to incentivize greater guardrails and efficiencies, especially on the capital side, so people know when they do put up capital that it's going to result in a legacy project actually being completed. That's what we'd all like to see, I think.
Thank you, Senator. That's excellent. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Council Member. Let me turn to Council Member Davis.
Thank you. I want to start by saying thank you, Senator Cortese, for all your work in the State Senate for our community and for your responsiveness when we reach out, and especially on this topic. I really appreciate, very grateful that you are the chair of the Transportation Committee in the Senate. And I want to thank you, Mayor, as well as former Supervisor Chavez and incoming Supervisor Abe-Koga for all the work on the regional measure and the discussion in MTC about our need as Santa Clara County to look out for our residents and their transit needs. And since we're having a discussion about it, I just want to affirm, and we've affirmed this multiple times at VTA as well, that we are committed to our regional partners, our Caltrain and BART, and doing our fair share. And we're looking at all different kinds of ways to meet those obligations and to make sure that no one actually has to go over the fiscal cliff that we're part of. I did want to ask you, Senator Cortese, about whether the issue of consolidating transit agencies is likely to come up again as it did in the fall with this in coordination with a regional measure in the state Senate.
The issue of consolidating transit operators will come up again and again and again. MTC probably doesn't get enough credit for having tried to bring leverage and suggestions and recommendations on that issue over the years, including blue ribbon commissions and committees, for example, that have studied the issue. It's very apparent when they're doling out dollars that they're not seeing the ridership, for example, in certain areas. They're not seeing efficiencies, just how long it took, for example, to get Clipper cards to be ubiquitous. In a place with the technology available as it is here, you would think that would have been done 10 or 15 or 20 years earlier than it was, like it was in other places in the country. I do think when you think about legislation, and that's where I should be speaking from, right? Just the perspective of Senate Transportation Chair, a bill that comes in with consolidation in it that's also trying to create $500 million a year in funding, $5.6 billion a year over 10 years, risks losing the $5.6 billion over 10 years over a governance fight. Every one of these operating boards has elected and appointed officials. They believe strongly in local control, like most of us do. And so you get into a governance fight that's actually much more complicated to try to resolve than the actual funding issues. And I think what happened last year was Senator Wahab started off really beating the drum for consolidation. The pro tem, our Senate pro tem, President pro tem, asked that her bill be consolidated with Senator Wiener's SB 1031. And that complicated things significantly. And later she amended a lot of that consolidation language out of her bill to try to accommodate the funding side of the bill, the success of the bill, realizing that she was, to some degree, some of the opposition she was receiving wasn't going to come off the bill. I don't want to speak for her. That seemed to be the dynamic at the time. So what I don't think you'll see happen in any way, shape, or form is the large operators like Caltrain being recommended for consolidation. And I know as part of the working group that was working on last year's bill, sometimes 6 hours a day, 2 meetings a day, we heard those kind of concerns. And we heard those kind of concerns from Caltrain leadership. Hey, when you say consolidation, that gets our attention and not in a good way. And we understand that. And I understand why anytime the legislature gets a hold of anything, there should be healthy skepticism and a sense of concern about what will finally come out of this, especially where Caltrain's had this group, not always loose-knit, but of San Francisco, San Mateo, and Santa Clara County, in essence, contributing to its Joint Powers Board. I'm sure there's always a thought in the back of somebody's mind, does somebody just finally decide to throw out our entire governance model and toss it in with something else? There's nothing specific like that kicking around the legislature, I can assure you of that. I think the focus was probably originally on the small operators, who were out there, who probably should have one VTA-like authority in an entire county and have 7 or 8 operators instead. That's not efficient, as we all know.
Yeah, I agree. I think the concern at the Caltrain board has certainly been consolidating. We had heard some chatter about, oh, well, there's low-hanging fruit in consolidating BART and Caltrain, which, by the way, are 2 completely different rail systems. So there would be really no economies of scale there at all. And it was just interesting that conversation was coming out of MTC, which, at least from my perspective as a VTA member, knowing that we are the largest sales tax provider in the Bay Area, and also knowing that if we have to give a certain amount that doesn't allow our VTA to continue its operations in the way that it does, we would have to potentially cut routes. And so looking at consolidation from a regional standpoint, where there has been discussion about, oh, we should just have one regional transit entity, that from my Caltrain perspective, that doesn't sound good, even if it's just consolidating 2 rail agencies. And from my BTA perspective, it also doesn't look good, because we're the most populous, but we're also very spread out, and there is a lot more transit, a lot more routes in San Francisco, which is only 49 square miles and much more densely populated. And it could look like, oh, well, let's just cut all the transit in Santa Clara County, and it wouldn't, it wouldn't matter. We would make money on transit if we did it in a different way regionally, but that would really disadvantage our residents, especially, and it would hit hardest at our lowest levels of income, our residents at the lowest levels of income. So I'm really concerned about that, and I just think that having any kind of language about consolidation instead of having language about coordination really does weigh down any potential legislation from moving forward or getting to an agreement that people can live with and go out to the residents and say, yes, we want you all to support this. So I just would put that out there as something that I think is really important to continue to keep separate from the discussion about the funding right now.
And let me, through the mayor, if I may, just say that the old saying is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. In pre-pandemic, the problem that Caltrain was having, that we were all concerned about, is there wasn't enough room to put your bicycle anywhere, because that's how successful Caltrain was in terms of ridership and so forth. And it served San Jose well and Santa Clara County well, and the county and the city itself has a vested interest in it. So I hear you loud and clear. As your Senate Transportation Chair and as the senator for this area, including your district, I will not be, supporting anything along those lines. And you can take that back to Caltrain, and you've done a terrific job serving there. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. Once again, thanks for all of your engagement on these issues. It's made a big difference. I'm not seeing any other hands, so Senator, I'll give you, if there's any final or any concluding thoughts you have, I'll give you one more opportunity, or just thank you. I don't know if you wanted to add anything else.
I do not at this time, but look forward to working with you closely, with you, Mayor, and with all of you individually on your concerns. We handle a lot of things that are much more local. All politics is local. I haven't forgotten that, and anything that we can do to help deliver, to respond to things that are problematic, whether it's in your district or citywide, I know you'll let me know, and I'll look forward to working with each and every one of you individually in the coming year, and for as long as they keep me there. I do want to just say congratulations to all of you who have been elected and re-elected to the council itself. So I know I think today was the day they were going to certify all the votes for folks. So not a political commentary, just a realization that this is a good time of year to be having all of that in the rearview mirror. It may be of merit at some point to get together and talk about what the special session will be taking up. And again, we don't necessarily need to do that in a council meeting, but I really want to hear what you're hearing from San Jose constituents yourselves, district-wide and citywide, in terms of concerns or lack thereof about the direction of the current administration, because it is not as clear-cut to us in Sacramento as it once was as to how we should be positioning ourselves. And I want to, first and foremost, again, to represent the people that we both represent, the people that you represent, and you're closer to them right now than I am, because I'm up there 4 days a week. So if you get inquiries from me or my office wanting your feedback on how you'd like to see the state proceed or not in terms of response going forward to fit changes at the federal level, please respond, and we will, take your thoughts very seriously and bring them again into our committee process and onto our 4 sessions. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Cortese, we really appreciate the work you do on behalf of our community up in Sacramento, and you being willing to take the time to give us a preview of the coming year and your willingness to partner so closely with the city of San Jose. Thank you for your time. All right, colleagues, we are on to our next item, which is item 3.1, report of the city manager. Don't believe.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not have a report today.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. We're on to item 3.3. This is the San Jose Animal Care and Services Audit Report. We will begin with a 10-minute, roughly, presentation led by the city auditor, Joe Royce.
Good afternoon, Joe Royce, City Auditor. I'm here with Gitanjali Mandrakar, Abele Obe, and Michelle Malari from my office to present our audit on animal care and services, addressing capacity constraints and updating shelter protocols will help improve animal outcomes. Also in the box are Matt Lesh and Kiska Eichardt from Public Works and Animal Care and Services. Opened in 2004, San Jose Animal Care and Services, or ACS, is a full-service animal shelter providing services to San Jose, Cupertino, Saratoga, and Milpitas. The shelter provides various animal-related services such as animal licensing, adoptions, stray animal intake, medical services, and field response for animal-related issues in the community. ACS's 2024-25 adopted operating budget totals $15.4 million, which supports 94 positions including veterinary staff, animal care attendants, administrative staff, and others. The overall budget and staffing has increased in recent years. ACS is operationally divided into 4 sections: medical services, shelter operations, field services, and administration. Among the 94 positions that I noted at the time of the publication of the audit, ACS had 5 vacancies. In October 2023, the City Council directed my office to conduct an audit of ACS because of community concerns about shelter operations and the high number of animals in the shelter. Audit direction included a comparison with industry standards for animal care and veterinary services, reporting of shelter data and metrics, relationships with rescue groups and volunteers, licensing, vaccinations, facility design, and services provided in neighboring jurisdictions. We had 8 findings, and the first finding is that the San Jose Animal Shelter is over capacity and needs a long-term strategy to address the demand for shelter space. We found that the on-site animal population has frequently exceeded the ACS housing capacity, which has impacted the shelter's ability to provide daily care to shelter animals as well as staff morale. Point-in-time counts in July and August showed that there were nearly 700 animals on site, while shelter capacity was roughly 500 animals. At the same time, the average length of stay for animals has increased in recent years. And due to capacity constraints, ACS has lacked space to prevent disease spread and promote animal welfare. We noted that animals have been housed in areas that were not intended for long-term housing. Also, based on ACS estimates and industry standards for time spent on daily tasks, when over capacity, care attendants would not have enough time to meet the needs of all animals in the shelter. For these reasons, the shelter should develop a multi-pronged strategy to address the supply and demand for shelter space in the context of their overall budget and staff availability. As part of this strategy, ACS should continue to expand active population management efforts, including such actions as diverting kittens from intake, increasing opportunities for adoption and rescue, and expanding spay and neuter services, among others. In this finding, we have recommendations to determine current shelter capacity and assess whether additional kennel space is required, reassess the kitten nursery to divert kittens from the shelter, and formalize pathway planning in the shelter and increase opportunities for adoptions, rescue, and spay and neuter services. The second finding is that improvements in animal care protocols and record keeping will enhance shelter operations. ACS protocols generally align with Select Association of Shelter Veterinarian, or ACS, guidelines. However, there are areas where ACS can update its internal protocols and ensure staff is appropriately trained. We found that the ACS manual is outdated and does not align with actual shelter practices or ASV guidelines, in particular around disease management and some daily care activities. Record keeping at the shelter was also not always complete, making it difficult for supervisors to assess whether animals' daily needs are being met. And lastly, updated procedures to track and access supplies can improve inventory management. So we have recommendations to update the ACS manual to reflect ASV guidelines in various operational areas within the shelter, providing ongoing training on shelter protocols, record keeping, inventory management, and defining supervisory responsibilities over shelter operations. Finding 3 is that additional disaggregation of metrics and better data management can enhance transparency of shelter operations. ACS makes a large amount of shelter data publicly available through the ACS dashboard and the city's open data portal. We found that additional disaggregation of reported outcomes and other metrics can enhance transparency and provide information about what may be driving trends in shelter outcomes. This in turn can help identify subsets of animals with longer shelter stays or lower live release rates, and help ACS management focus efforts on pathway planning for such animals. Better data management can also improve data reliability and transparency for shelter operations. In this finding, we have recommendations to provide additional disaggregated reporting on length of stay and shelter outcomes, and updating data management protocols, including assigning staff to manage data quality processes. Our 4th finding is that San Jose Animal Care and Services can enhance its engagement efforts with rescue groups to improve animal outcomes. Since fiscal year 2018-19, the number of animals rescued by rescue groups has declined by 68%. In an auditor-conducted survey of rescue groups, 40% reported having capacity constraints of their own, which may explain some of the decline. However, only 40% rated their overall experience with ACS as good or excellent, and only 44% reported having received sufficient information from ACS to make rescue decisions about animals. In this finding, we have recommendations to designate a single point of contact or contacts to coordinate with rescue groups, update communications to rescue groups to include complete and accurate information, and develop guidelines for the use of Gift and Guardian Angel Program or GAP funds. For the last item, we noted that clear guidelines would help ensure donated funds are used consistently in the future. Our 5th finding is that improvements in the volunteer program can aid in providing a coordinated approach to care at the shelter. Volunteers at ACS play a role in enhancing animal care through enrichment activities and assisting with other tasks. We found that 78% of respondents to an auditor-conducted survey reported they would recommend volunteering at ACS to a friend or family. However, current training requirements are lengthening, taking over 11 hours, but not all trainings are relevant for all volunteers. Also, the current volunteer management software does not meet ACS or its volunteers' needs, particularly around tracking hours and scheduling shifts. So we have recommendations to assess and update training requirements and make non-essential trainings optional, and consider options for alternative volunteer management software solutions. Our 6th finding is that licensing compliance and access to equity-based services can be improved. The municipal code requires that all dogs and cats be licensed after being vaccinated for rabies. The code also requires that the term of the license align with the length of the rabies certificate. However, we found that in March of 2024, almost 60% of active animal licenses exceeded the validity of the animal's rabies certificate. We also found that the process for issuing new licenses and renewals is labor-intensive and takes a significant amount of administrative staff time. Other jurisdictions provide low-cost medical services to underserved communities to encourage licensing. San Jose has not been providing these regularly. Although while ACS offers license fee exemptions to seniors, this needs to be done manually, and application forms are only available in English. So we have recommendations in this finding to consider contracting out the administration of licensing, aligning future license terms with rabies vaccination, and increasing the availability of low-cost medical services in the context of overall budget considerations. Our 7th finding is that San Jose's Animal Care and Services has begun implementing Maddie's fund recommendations, but work still remains. A 2022 consult report provided by the Maddie's Million Pet Challenge resulted in over 200 recommendations to improve shelter operations. We found that while ACS has made progress towards implementing some of the recommendations, work does still remain. However, in some cases, recommendations may be outdated or not in line with current ACS practices. We have one recommendation, that's to prioritize remaining relevant recommendations and designate an individual to monitor and track them moving forward. Our last finding is that services to contract jurisdictions may exceed those provided to San Jose residents. ACS, as I mentioned, currently provides services to Cupertino, Milpitas, and Saratoga under contracts with ACS. We found that the agreements with neighboring jurisdictions provide a higher level of service than for San Jose residents in some areas. For example, performance targets for priority 2 and 3 calls for service are higher for the contracted jurisdictions. These reflect non-emergency calls, which include animal bite reports, confined animals, investigations, and other incidents. We also noted that revenue calculations for the Cupertino and Saratoga agreements included cost elements that had not been included in the Milpitas agreement. Lastly, tracking activity and costs can ensure consistency in future agreements, ensure they reflect the level of services provided. In this finding, we have recommendations to consider aligning San Jose performance goals with contract jurisdictions and tracking activity and costs, moving forward to determine if revenues reflect levels of service provided. The report has 39 recommendations to improve services and care for animals at San Jose Animal Care and Services. As you accept the report, we're available to answer any questions, but first I'll turn it over to Matt for the administration's response. But first I'd like to thank the Animal Care and Services Division of Department of Public Works and all the volunteers, rescue groups, and staff over there that talked with us during the course of the audit.
Just waiting for the slide deck. So thank you, Joe. Thank you, auditor team. I appreciate this. I thank you, council, for the chance and direction to get this work underway. I am Matt Lesh. I'm the director of public works, and with me is Kiska Eichardt. She's the division manager for shelter operations at the Animal Care Center. There are other staff in the audience to help get us some information. I would like to thank all of the staff that supported all of the work. We've been spending a lot of hours with the auditor staff to get through this, and so I'd like to kick in here. So some of this is a summary of what Joe just said, but it kind of highlights in, because at NSC I was given direction to come back with a work plan, so some of this feeds, all these slides feed into the initial work plan that we're developing. So as noted, there's 39 recommendations from 8 audit findings in 9 audit areas. 21 we rated as green and 18 as yellow, and often people ask, why are they yellow? The only reason why any of them are yellow was in case as we go to begin them, if we notice anything we have as a gap in terms of budget, if we need to come to council and ask for funding to complete that recommendation. The auditor's office is very diligent in making sure that what means the definition of done, and so sometimes there is a bit of money that's needed for that, and the only reason why is there might be a reason for funding for some of the recommendations. All of the other recommendations we support and accept. We set 4 of them as being done by the end of March, 20 by the end of June, the majority of which be done by the end of the calendar year, and 1 done by the middle of 2026, and only because there is a potential of having an IT procurement piece of that, and those things take some time to get over the goal line. Those are all the sub-recommendations. You notice those don't add up to 39, but they are some of them have sub-recommendations. The themes we heard. The capacity for care needs to be monitored, and it is influencing animal performance. Diligence to the protocols and records will improve our performance and our transparency. Engagement efforts with rescues is impacting our outcomes. Better systems and communication can improve the volunteer program. And licensing and contract jurisdiction review can improve equity of service. One of the things I neglected to note is at NSC was the survey that Joe noted in his slides. This was, we were going to be putting out one of these ourselves at Animal Shelter was, but when Joe was going to put it out, we said, great, have them part of the audit, have it independent from us, and get some feedback from both the rescues and volunteers. So what the rescues said, about 65% of the experience said fair, good, or excellent. 62% want direct outreach from ACS staff, so about 2/3 want direct outreach. The majority don't get enough information from ACS for animal decisions, though 40% have decreased their capacity to rescue over the last 5 years. Now, this is a subset of the 104 rescues that participated with us last year. So we increased our rescue participation last year. So of that 43 respondents, that's some subset, about roughly 40% of the probably of the rescues that actually participated with us last year. What our volunteers think. About 60% thought the onboarding process time was reasonable and easy for them to do the training. About 80% felt informed about the protocols and were clear understanding of their tasks. A little more than 75% were comfortable and knew with whom to communicate, but only 53 felt recognized, and 39% received feedback. Really a chance to grow there. But yet 78% would recommend volunteering at ACS to their families and friends. We haven't been sitting idly by over the last couple of years, waiting for this report. Things have continued to improve, and we've invested in things over the last few years. For the care for the animals, we now have twice-a-day feedings, where before we were only feeding once a day. We have a foster program for dogs, cats, and underage kittens that has been reinvigorated. Vaccines upon intake, when it's safe and it's staffed. We have our vaccines for intake, which was not done before. And our dog play groups have been initiated as a real boon for our dog participants, though it is a challenge to maintain. Our systems have been invested in, dashboards for tracking shelter care, so staff can witness their work being tracked and volunteers can witness their work being tracked in terms of how we get through the shelter for the care for the animals, and we can note which things were done at what time. We have a Pet Compass website, so that easier way to search for animals for people to adopt, and a rescue page that has started and will be invested in more. We have volunteer medical and kennel observation reporting system that you'll hear a little bit more about in a bit. We've increased services in terms of staffing the overnight shift. Our emergency services collaborations with our emergency management team for the pets with their people during keeping our pets with their people during storm events. And our facilities have been improved, with cat portals allowing between the cat kennels, allowing the cats to go between cages when space allows. Kennel tops have been installed in all dog kennels to prevent them from jumping out, which causes lots of fun when the dogs get in together when they're meant to be kept apart for a bit. And dog yards and synthetic grass have been installed for some of the play groups for dogs to get out and run around. And our new foster care center to provide services and coaching and help for our foster parents. The initial work plan. So when this report is accepted by council and direction is given to us, we'll begin immediately tomorrow, and by January, all of our sub-recommendations will have a staff owner identified, and our Q1 OKRs will be drafted for my approval. Task tracking deployed and available for our staff. We'll be working with a tool to track the tasks as we go along. Scheduling and calendaring Q1 2025 stand-ups, progress reports, and planning meetings. Our Community Action Committee will identify the roster and seek commitment, schedule 2025 meetings, and draft the first agenda. By the end of each subsequent calendar quarter, we'll grade our OKRs and our progress on each one of our items, and we'll produce new quarter OKRs aligned to the requisite progress toward the recommendation goals. You'll hear updates from us and from Joe evaluating how we're performing along the way. Joe does two already produced reports, which is the open audit findings, one in March and one in September, and so he'll provide his view of our progress of our open audit. And then we'll also, assuming the blue memo gets approved, we'll be coming back to the NSC for an oral update in May. And then in December at our annual report at NSC, we'll talk some more. In the administrative response, I proposed a community action committee to focus on 4 things. The general framework I'm thinking is 7 members with at least monthly meetings, and we'll report out at the next NSC. We're not going to wait until those recommendations. If they're done, we're not going to start and only get them done in December. If they're done early, we'll get them done early. But we'll be focused on 4 recommendations. And part of this is to work with the community, work with our partners about finding ways to improve, increase the spay and neuter services for the community, communication protocol and points of contacts for inquiries, appropriate information that the rescues need. If we have 104 rescues, and if we need to have different protocols for that, you can see what some of that challenge is. How can we hit most of them, most of the time with the best information so they can make decisions? And then we will work for options for free and low-cost veterinary services for low-cost pets. Now, I'd like to address the elephant, or should I say the dog in the room. I will say this next photo, the next slide, might be upsetting to some, but this is the reality for many of our staff and our volunteers. This will only be on the screen for a little bit, so if you don't want to look at it, don't look. But if you want to, look around the kennel, look to the kennel to the side. This image has been used both in media and in sharing and communication with us. This is animal number A1350138. Not the most catchy name, so we have another one. But that animal came to us as a 4-year-old German Shepherd in August as it arrived at the shelter as a stray. It was vaccinated the next day and boosted 21 days later. It was noted that it had some challenges with the stress. And then in September 24th, a vet check was noted for diarrhea and was treated for the following week. It was neutered on November 15th and is available for adoption. Let's talk about the photo. That photo was received by us on September the 3rd by a volunteer through our kennel observation system, which didn't exist before. They didn't have a way to directly communicate with all the coordinators and all the staff. And it says, I'm going to take this dog out right now. Is there any way someone could clean this kennel while he's out in the yard, please? It's a direct email to all the supervisors, anybody who's on shift to go and clean that. Now, it came in at about 5 o'clock in the evening, the day after Labor Day. So the timeline in that room, with our systems, we can see what kind of services have been provided in that kennel room. About 8 o'clock in the morning, all the dogs were given fresh food and water. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the dogs were provided some enrichment treats, and then about a little while later, all the dogs were given food and water again. That kennel observation came in a bit later. That volunteer, I don't know which one, it could have been the one that put the report in or not, reported that a walk was done. And then a little bit after that, all of the kennels in that room were cleaned again. And so the challenge with this kennel room, is that all of the dogs have to be pulled out because of the way they're all situated. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. And so all of those dogs had to be, and this is, if you could notice, it's like 5, 6 o'clock, lots of staff changing over shifts, and our janitorial crew is not there anymore for the day. And so we need to arrange to get all the dogs pulled so staff can go in and clean them and then bring all the dogs back. And one of the reasons why the shelter population for the day is noted there, we have 170 dog kennels at the shelter. We had 258 dogs that day in the building and another 463 cats. Now, if you do the math, 765. There are other animals there, rabbits mostly, but there were 765 animals in the building for a building that was generally meant for about 465 to 475 animals. Joe noted heavily that we are over capacity. These are the challenges that we meet every day, not just our staff, our volunteers, and these are the reasons why we beg to the community and the rescues to come help us. These dogs need our help. Though a picture can say 1,000 words, I'd rather introduce you to, if Leo can bring up, this is Pumpernickel. This is the dog in the picture. Pumpernickel's had a hard time. He doesn't deal real well with the stress of the shelter, and not frequently time has challenges with the diarrhea. Leo, he's obviously been calm over here for the last couple hours while he's been waiting, but this is Leo. This is Pumpernickel, thank you. We're glad he's healthy. He's available to adopt. He's already neutered. He's already vaccinated, ready to go. So if anybody wants to adopt or rescue him, he's available today and every day. But hopefully he can go home soon. Now, we agree that we want none of these images to be experienced, those situations to be experienced by our staff or our volunteers. And we expressed all the concerns when we see these, and you could see the way we approach by systematically getting at them. We now have systems where volunteers and staff can communicate with us. We record it, we identify it, and then we try to learn and iterate and get better every single time. We appreciate Joe's attention to detail, though there are a lot of recommendations, and most people have said we don't have the gumption to get all 39 done next year. I guess I'll have to prove whether I can do it or not. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you to Joe Royce, our city auditor, and Joe, your team, for doing a very thorough audit. I want to thank my Brown Act, including Vice Mayor Kamei, Councilmember Ortiz, Councilmember Dwan. We, as I recall, put forward a memo requesting this audit last fall, based largely on our own observations, but really more than anything, the feedback and outreach from concerned community members. And I think the audit shows that we have real work to do to make sure that we're providing that level of quality care and safe, loving environment for every pet under our care at all times. What I appreciate is both the thoroughness of the audit. I think Joe and the team did a tremendous job of really deeply understanding how the center operates and highlighting very practical recommendations, a roadmap, if you will, for where we can go in the coming months and years to do better, which we need to do. Also appreciate the administration's response, and Matt and Kiska and the team taking the recommendations very seriously and outlining the beginnings of a plan. Clearly, we still need to learn more about what resources may be needed, and I have some follow-up questions. I know colleagues will, but glad to see that the administration believes that most, if not all, of these recommendations will be implementable over the coming years, because we clearly have a lot of work to do, and we'll talk about that. First, though, we're going to turn to members of the public. I want to thank all of you for being here. Because we have a full house, as I always do, for large items of significance that draw a lot of public attention and sometimes a lot of emotion, sometimes controversy, a couple of guidelines for everyone's participation here. We will limit public comment to 90 seconds per speaker. We have well over 30 cards. We will be here for public comment for well over 1 hour. You can, if you would like to participate and have not yet done so, you can fill out a comment card. They are yellow cards. That we also have them in Spanish and Vietnamese down here where you see the little plastic boxes at the base of the steps. You can fill out a comment card and drop it in the box. Tony, our city clerk, will call folks in groups, typically groups of 5. You just come down, first one down speaks, the other 4 can wait here in the reserved seats in the front row. Important for the entire audience, everybody deserves to exercise their free speech rights, which means that we need the chamber to be orderly and quiet so that we can hear the speakers and the next speaker can hear from Tony, and we do this efficiently and respectfully. Couple of guidelines related to that. One, whether you feel compelled to cheer or to boo, I would respectfully ask you to find a way to express your support. Many like jazz hands, up to you, or you can shake your head no if you don't, but cheering and booing will become disruptive and we'll have to stop the meeting. I would also remind you to respect the people around you. I see a lot of signs, which is great. They all look great where they are. Please don't hold them up and block the view of the person behind you who wants to be able to fully participate in the meeting. So the goal here is to hear from everyone, exercise everybody's free speech, and not interfere with others' ability to express themselves. So I think I've covered it. Tony, I'm going to turn it to you to manage public comment.
Yeah, I'm going to call the first 5 names. Again, as he said, first speaker to the microphone, and then the others can sit in the front row. I have Mike Wagner, Tara Sims, Nenea Parker, Kay, I think it's Bacon, but it could, stop sharing the timer for this one, and then Ginny Havens. And because your timer's not on the screen, the timer's on the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Wagner. About 2 years ago, nearly 2 years ago, in February of 2023, I was invited by the Chief of Policy for Mayor Mahan to meet with him to discuss the animal shelter. I brought a number of my animal welfare colleagues with us, and a deputy city manager sat in on this meeting, said he pledged to re-engineer the shelter. And he also boasted that there was no reason why this shelter couldn't become a model shelter. This was nearly 2 years ago. What's happened since? Well, the shelter has experienced some of the most massive cat death in the history of the shelter. In 2023, we saw 538 cats die in the care of the shelter. In 2024, we're at 317 right now. During this time, shelter participation as a percentage of rescue participation as a percentage of rescue collapsed to 6.8%. In 2024, it was 8.5%, despite the pledge by your deputy director to re-engage with rescue. That clearly didn't happen. The audit clearly shows that this management team is in over their head. They have shown that they're not even in compliance with basic ASV shelter guidelines. Speaking of compliance, turn your attention to page 53 of the audit, where your DEA registrant, your medical director, is not in compliance with DEA laws and protocols regarding the controlled substances. Also, page 24, there was no
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Tara Sims, District 10. I have a lot of issues with what you were saying in your findings. I actually had to email you directly, Matt, to be able to get somebody to respond to my volunteer application. It took me a year, and I had to email you to even get the opportunity to volunteer. Once that happened, I found out there was only one training for cats and one training for dogs every 3 months. So I can't even get in to actually volunteer to help out. You have an army of people who could help you even with paperwork, even with the rabies vaccine, let alone cleaning, socializing, doing all the things that these animals need. And for some reason, you can't get to volunteer even if you want to. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call down Rachel Ivanov.
I'm Nineveh Parker from Palo Alto.
I'm sorry, do you mind lifting the mic up a little? Thank you.
Is that better?
That's better, sorry.
I'm Nineveh Parker from Palo Alto Humane Society. We partnered with SJAX last year to offer veterinary funding assistance for rescue partners who transfer animals out of the shelter. This was an incentive to offer an enticement to transfer and build those relationships back up. Our partnership with San Jose Animal Care Services aimed to provide residual funding for any veterinary needs that these animals might require after receiving basic care from medical staff and/or the GAP funding. Over the past year, Palo Alto Humane has contributed over $20,000 in grants to facilitate medical costs for rescues taking animals from SJAX, both cats and dogs, and rabbits. However, I've observed several key issues that need to be addressed. GAP funding appears to be primarily or mostly used for basic medical protocols such as fecal testing, blood work. Unfortunately, many rescues are seeking funding for basic medical needs that should ideally be managed by the medical staff. It is my understanding that, and we all know that they are overwhelmed and understaffed, and there's insufficient manpower to deliver adequate care for all the animals in the shelter. Despite the time that has passed, animals are still not receiving proper medical care. I urge you to closely examine the reasons why.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Paula, Lynn L., and Annie.
I worked at SJAX as an RBT for 6 months, following an internship I had there while attending Carrington College. I saw many cases of neglect and patients being inadequately treated for pain, resulting in animal suffering. I wrote several emails about my concerns to the medical director and never received a response. In fact, members of management consistently left work early, allowing the workload to fall on those who were willing to stay later to tend to the animals' needs. One evening, I received an email from my supervisor which said, "Until further notice, you are no longer on the schedule." When I asked if I was fired, she said no, and when I asked why this was occurring, they had no further explanation at this time. I perceived this was because of my emails, which raised concerns about their practices. An excuse that I later heard was that I went to the rescues about Linguini, a cat that suffered severe neglect by the shelter. I had no knowledge about this cat at the time and would also question why that would be a reason to take away my livelihood. After this, I was able to get a meeting with a deputy city manager and shared my concerns about shelter management, but was never given back my hours. Make no mistake, my job performance as an RVT was never questioned until after I shared my concerns with the deputy city manager. I question why they are moving perfectly adequate RVTs when they are already understaffed. I am also not the only employee who has been asked to leave after questioning medical management.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Just a reminder, folks, I'd appreciate it if you would express your support some other way so we can hear from the next person. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mahan and City Council, for letting us speak today. My name is Kay Blom, and I live in West San Jose. The first time I came here with my rescue friends was February 7th, 2023, nearly 2 years ago. We all wanted to alert you to some problems at San Jose Animal Care Center. I think I said something like, I'm not confident the current management team has the skill or knowledge to care for the animals. I think this audit proves that. In 2 years, how many animals have suffered and passed under this management team? Today, you're going to hear more specifics of the challenges that animals are facing. But honestly, council members, it's time to fix this problem and bring in a new management team at San Jose Animal Care Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Ginny Havens. I reside in the city of Cupertino, which is also under the jurisdiction of the shelter. The animals, I think, at intake are being told if you bring in a sick animal, they're being told that medical will treat them. And I know of one situation where a friendly stray was brought in because it hadn't eaten for 3 days. Intake said that, it was on a Friday, intake said that medical would treat it. And after 3 days, the person that brought the cat in found it on the adoption site. So they came to the shelter on the Wednesday to ask if the cat was well, and since it's on the adoption site. And sure enough, then they were told, nope, the cat needed to be euthanized because the cat was too sick. So it spent an additional 5 days suffering because it had not eaten and nobody had looked at it. Also, the TNR program is limited to certain members of the community. Not everyone has access to the appointments. I was told by a staff member at the shelter that there are a limited number of people that have access to the TNR. I am a person that does TNR. I've had to go outside of our area to get appointments because I cannot get any at San Jose.
Thank you. Next speaker, also Rosario Consiglio and Rebecca Davis Matthews, come on down.
Audits and committees. How many do we need? Go see for yourself. Go tomorrow. Go someday time this week or next week. Each of you, go. We don't need to be here talking. You're going to see for yourself. I had a pre-written speech about bringing us all together, a nice speech. However, after reading the San Jose Spotlight article, I have to say this. This shelter was opened in 2004. It's been 20 years now. Our city has grown immensely, but not our shelter. San Jose Spotlight reported last year 426 animals died at the shelter and 1,072 animals were euthanized, according to the report. At its peak, the San Jose Animal Shelter had more than 900 animals, more than over double its capacity. One resident said she witnessed the dirty shelter conditions as far back as 2 years ago when visiting in hopes of adopting a dog. This scene is very depressing, and it's been like this for years, she said. The worker who came up gave her a dirty look and was told where the dog would be and go find the.
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker.
All right, here we are again. The recent audit confirmed what animal advocates have been saying for years. The shelter's leadership has failed its mission. While the high number of animals in shelters nationwide is a challenge, it's not what's crippling this shelter. The real issue is lack of skilled leaders. Shelter management chose not to follow basic ASV guidelines. They cut long-standing partnership with rescues. They failed to establish operational procedures, neglected to train staff, and fostered a toxic work environment, leading to high turnover in both operations and medical teams. They failed to manage inventory, leading to waste. They failed to oversee medical operations, even after hundreds of cats have died in their care. Meanwhile, volunteers have been driven away. For over 2 years, advocates have raised these concerns with both shelter and city management, only to be ignored, dismissed, and lied to. This pattern continues to this day, as we saw at the NSC meeting and in local news stories. Now we're being told to wait until May to evaluate progress. Progress led by the same team that has already failed, even though they have received substantial budget and headcount increase. As an animal advocate, I am outraged by the suffering of these animals. As a taxpayer, I'm appalled by the waste. My question to you is this: why are you not?
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Sasha Gaffney and Elena Gaffney, come on down.
Hello, my name is Annie, and I volunteered at shelters since I was 10 years old. We promote our city as the capital of Silicon Valley. We pride ourselves on San Jose and how much we've accomplished. Why then do we continue to put our animals and shelter workers in inhumane conditions? Our main shelter is consistently over capacity. Dogs sit in their own feces and deteriorate as volunteers scramble to simply get them out to go to the bathroom. While the care has improved, the conditions are nowhere near where they should be. I have worked with animals since I was little. I know what it feels like to leave at the end of the day heartbroken. To hold a shelter dog that I worked with and loved with their head in my lap as they go to sleep for the last time and feel like I failed them. The community has asked 4 years to go into the shortcomings at the shelter and create solutions. You now have that. You have an opening, an opportunity to look at animals getting adopted and look at the community becoming safer and know that you cared enough to make their lives better, to make the workers' lives better, to make our lives better. You can choose to not fail them. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. The audit is giving us a false narrative that there is a capacity limitation at SJAX. Per annum intake has dropped from 17,000 animals pre-pandemic to 11,000 animals per annum over the last 2 years. How can there be a capacity problem with a 35% drop in productivity? Has 1/3 of the building fallen down? How are more cages going to solve this productivity issue? There is nothing in the audit to prove that SJAX funding is not being diverted to other departments. For the 4th year in a row, Jennifer McGuire has been failing the shelter. I have a question to ask as a resident. What else is Jennifer McGuire failing to manage?
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call Mary Jane, I can't read the last name, but Mary Jane and then Cassidy. Go ahead.
My name is Rebecca Davis Matthews. I'm a resident of District 1 and co-founder of Sustain Our Shelters with Mary Jane. Any of my friends in Sustain Our Shelters will tell you I often say, when I used to work at the shelter and then blank blank, that was the most challenging job I've had as an adult and the job where I learned the most out of any job I've ever had. It was a hard job, and I know this. However, I was happy on most days to be helping animals, being involved with getting them adopted, being there when they were being returned to their owners, being part of the solution in the public spay-neuter clinic. I bragged to friends about working at a no-kill shelter. The shelter as it is now is so sad and disappointing to me compared to how it was back then. Kittens and dogs are kept in sometimes filthy back kennels for weeks or months before even being evaluated, not even spayed or neutered. Shelter staff tell finders to set stray animals loose where they found them. The spay-neuter clinic, that went away almost 5 years ago and never came back. And the live release rate, well, the shelter isn't no-kill anymore. This was only 5 years ago. We can return the shelter to its former glory. We need the city to stop ignoring the problem and making excuses and do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mary Jane Apollo. I'm here to speak on behalf of all the cat leaders. We are out in the community there a lot. You don't see us because we're out there nighttime feeding cats. I have an 80-year-old lady who feeds cats at 5 o'clock in the morning in downtown San Jose. I feed on the east side. The thing is that the explosion in the cat population because we cannot get TNR at the shelter. And people are coming and they know I feed, so they actually have taken their animals who they couldn't get to the shelter to get TNR or afford TNR from a vet. They dump them in where I feed cats. So there's been an explosion in the population for that, and because I could not get, I could trap the animals, but I could not get an appointment for TNR at the shelter. So it's been really hard for us. We have to pay for the food out of our own pockets, and it's been tough. So we would like to advocate for the availability of TNR from the shelter, and let people know that that's an available resource for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call Jennifer Flick and Levi.
Good afternoon. I'm a former cat volunteer. I used to volunteer at this shelter from 2004 till 2007. I also ran shelter cat adoptions events at Pet Store in Los Gatos at that time. Back then, the shelter was newly built. We had challenges even then. They had hot water and cold water pipes, and we had to cool water before giving it to cats. Fast forward to today. I see significant changes in our shelter animal population and practices. The shelter processes far fewer animals now than prior to COVID. Yet many animals are sick, stay in the shelter longer, or decline entry. What happens to those rejected animals? Many remain unregistered as found or told to be left where they were found. Small rescues are loaded with desperate requests from public for help. Inside the shelter, there are also deeply concerning conditions. Hundreds of animals receive minimal outdoor time, spending 6 to 9 months confined in kennels without stepping outside. Worse, 50% of shelter animals are currently not spayed and neutered. This used to happen within a week of intake in the past. The backlog leaves animals stressed, prone to behavior issues, and harder to adopt. We all recognize the economic and social challenges.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm continuing from the last one. There is less transparency about animals' medical and behavioral needs. Volunteers are prohibited from taking and sharing photos of at-risk animals on social media, a critical tool for connecting those animals with rescuers and adopters. Our rescue has rescued over 20 euthanasia animals through those posts. This is our cat, adopted in 2007. His kennel had personality descriptions posted. This helped us connect with him. Today, visitors walk through the shelter clueless. No information posted on the kennels. How are these simple things no longer existing? We've submitted a proposal to establish a public committee. It's encouraging to hear that this idea has been well received. To our council members, can you please provide clarity today? Have the scope and timelines been defined? Or when can we expect them? How will we receive the updates? To the shelter and city management, please describe the persistent roadblocks to hiring veterinarians and clinics as spay-neuter vendors. High-volume spay-neuter vets can perform 20 to 30 big animals or 50 to 60 small animal surgeries in a single day. Hundreds of shelter animals need these procedures now. This would reduce shelter stress, minimize behavioral issues, and avoid sending unaltered animals to adopters, fosters, and rescues. The city routinely hires contractors and vendors for road work and other services. Why hasn't this been done for animals? We're here for the animals. Let's act with urgency and compassion to meet their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Cassie. I'm a high school student at Yerba Buena, and I live in District 7. Today, me and many of my classmates, along with volunteers, are here to protest against the inhumane conditions at the San Jose Animal Shelter. The whole purpose of the San Jose Animal Shelter is to protect and better animals. They are literally in the business of helping animals, yet are continuously being irresponsible and doing more harm than good. Animals are dying at rapid numbers and in inhumane conditions. Their deaths are something that shouldn't be happening. Cats and dogs are dying at alarming rates at the San Jose Animal Shelter in their cages, not being euthanized. These animals are dying and having their final moments in the most horrible conditions that we can imagine, and we are trying to bring awareness to these issues. We as high school students have been able to identify these issues and are here today missing time during one of the most important years in our educational career to advocate for these animals. These animals are voiceless and need help. Please help them. You have the power to do something all of us cannot and make change happen. Listen to our voices and act upon our wishes and help the animals in the San Jose Animal Shelter, please.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call, I can't read the first name, but the last name is Brecker, Judy, Anna Spear, and Justin Smith.
Dear Mayor and Council, thank you for doing this audit. We now have documentation regarding the concerns that volunteers, rescue partners, concerned staff, and community members have been bringing to your attention for 2 years now. The audit shows blatant mismanagement and the lack of ability to execute basic shelter operations. Tracking animals, record keeping, drug management, medicating animals, foster management, the list is long. Why do you think that volunteers, rescue partners, concerned staff, and community members should trust that this management team can execute what the audit recommends? Animals are being warehoused, rescue partnerships ignored. Length of stay has increased, overall intake decreased. Live release rate has decreased. San Jose continues to bear the label of being a kill shelter, all in spite of more staff and a higher budget. Animals are suffering from lack of care. Multiple complaints have been submitted to the State Veterinary Board. Hundreds of animals have died in your care, hundreds more than in years past. So this is not normal. Volunteers, rescue partners, community members seek transparency, collaboration, and communication. Since this management team came on board 2.5 years ago, that has not happened. Volunteers are restricted where they can go. They had to sign a reworded contract that prohibits pictures and videos. No other San Jose volunteer handbook has this codicil in it, even the public library. Unfixed animals are housed near each other, which is maddening. Shelter animals are evaluated by untrained personnel and then placed on a euthanasia list. Several of this year lost their lives.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I'd like to share with the council a phrase, silence is complicity. Now I have a question for you. What would you do if I told you that right now there's a sick kitten slowly starving to death in a plastic tote bin with little holes cut in the side for air? What if I told you that there are dozens of dogs who have been locked in their kennels for days or weeks on end? What about a little bird in a cage who only gets fed when its neighbor, someone's neighbor, happens to come by and feed it? What if I told you this was all happening at one person's house? You would probably want to have them investigated, maybe arrested, and tried for animal negligence and animal cruelty. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that this is happening despite reported improvements. These are real-life examples of what is happening at the shelter as we speak. Instead of holding the people running this house accountable, this council has chosen to employ them, call them managers and directors, and pay them over $500,000 a year in salaries. Now we have 39 contributions, but make no mistakes, these are not recommendations. These are fundamental changes necessary to bring the shelter back into compliance with the law. We will be here in 6 months, and we expect there to be tangible, objective progression on these recommendations, and we expect them to be held accountable if not. So I share with you again, silence is complicity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Quinn, and I'm a resident of San Jose. I got involved with the shelter as a kitten foster and a cat volunteer with my mom. I love animals, and I have enjoyed taking care of them ever since I was a child. I was excited to be a cat and dog volunteer and able to help animals. It makes me sad to see how bad things have gotten at the shelter. We went to drop off donations recently and saw kitten and dog kennels that were covered in feces. This was at the beginning of the day. Why were the kennels dirty? I tried to imagine being a potential adopter and coming in to see kittens lying in their litter boxes with poop on them, and I can't imagine that it would make a good impression. I want the shelter to be welcoming again, to be someplace where people want to visit. I want the shelter to be a place that people trust. My generation needs to have an animal shelter that we can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also calling Madeline Anombu and Liz Holtz.
My name is Justin Smith. I'm a system design software engineer, a concerned citizen, and a freelance cat trapper. This audit reflects poorly on the citizens of San Jose. From the report, it is apparent standards of medical care and hygiene for these animals under city care are not being met under current administration. Animals are not being adequately socially conditioned for adoption. Paperwork is insufficient or missing. This has led to increased disease and missed cleaning schedules. The shelter is at least 50% over capacity. The basic requirements of a functional animal shelter are not being met. These conditions will negatively impact public health. This is unacceptable for a world-class city like San Jose with big tech money and access to cutting-edge data analysis to represent itself with such failure. I expect a well-funded facility with reasonable access hours, a clean facility, and well-cared-for animals. Instead, this report indicates the opposite. Animals are mentally and physically ill, living in their own filth. Hours for animal intake have been cut, and the facility is understaffed for being over capacity. Animals are dying at record rates. City pay for key veterinary positions does not match the cost of living and does not attract top talent required to take care of these animals. ACS represents the city we live in. How, when you think about San Jose, do you want to think about how it cares for its most vulnerable animals? You do not want to imagine sad dogs, sick cats, and lonely bunnies and overwhelmed staff. Mismanagement costs the city money. It costs 4 times as much to clean up these problems as it does to properly fund and manage ACS. The suffering animals will end up as a burden on the public anyway, and will be dumped on the streets.
Thank you. That's your time. Next speaker.
Hello, my name's Judy Spiro. I'm from District 6. I just wanted to say a few things about the presentation by Matt. I know that it indicated 7 members, but they didn't indicate who those members were. Are they just internal? Are they a combination of internal, external? We need some objectivity, and I would recommend either a rescue, combination of city, rescue, and community be participating in that. Some other things I'd like to consider is, as a professional operations person, I've created a template, a prioritization list template that has milestones, dates, start date, end date, completed, not completed. I'd be happy to share that template to create their roadmap and work plan, but I also think this needs to be public on the website so that rescues in the community know what the progress is of a lot of the challenges. I would also recommend quarterly surveys with rescues so that they know where some of the work that they're doing is doing it well, what's recommended for improvements, and how do they move forward with those improvements. And then establishing a collaborative space with rescues so that they can voice their opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also come on down, Dinah Hayes, Ellen Pham, and Krishna.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Spear. I'm a resident and taxpayer of the city of San Jose, and I ask the city council to please stop throwing good money after bad at the shelter. The problem with the Animal Care Center is not a lack of funding, it is a lack of leadership. There is no one currently at the shelter who has any training, experience, or skill set to manage a public shelter management. What you do have is leadership and medical team who does not follow or enforce protocols and procedures. You do have leadership and medical team that treats staff and volunteers poorly. You do have leadership and medical team who puts animals out who are extremely sick onto the adoption floor. And you do have a social media person who deletes posts when the public makes comments that are critical of the shelter. By the way, that is censorship and a violation of the public's First Amendment rights. Madam City Manager, with great power comes great responsibility. For the past 2 years, you have been made aware of the issues that the audit has now confirmed. And you have been more than gracious by giving the shelter plenty of the leadership, enough opportunities to make changes. At this point, your lack of action makes you complicit in the poor treatment of the staff, volunteers, and the poor care of the animals. And I would like to ask the City Council, based on the track record.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Liz Holtz. I'm with the Community and Companion Animal Project. Some of our comments, we wanted to talk about the targeted dates for capacity of care, demand, and required resources. The audit recommended that ACS evaluate its current capacity under the ASV standard of care, forecast future demand for services, and identify resources needed to meet that demand while maintaining the ASV standards. ACS has proposed a date of December 2025 to provide this information. That date is unacceptable. Understanding and determining the gap between an organization's current obligations and resources, forecasting future demand, and identifying resources required to meet that demand has to be done during the budgeting process. This analysis and data is needed to develop a budget request. ACS should perform this analysis as part of the 25-26 budget cycle. Otherwise, we're going to wait another year to address existing problems that we have been bringing to the Neighborhood Committee for over 3 years. Ideally, ACS should provide its current capacity for care in its December 24 annual report. What can they do now? So, other things, determining demand.
Thank you, that's your time. Next speaker, also Rachel Ivanov, sorry. Wait, hold on. And John Lippelt, come on down. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Hi, thank you. And yes, here we are again. And I appreciate the council's support and the auditors, as well as the shelter volunteers, the rescues, and everybody else who has come out, and as well as the shelter staff. None of this is easy. This is all honestly heartbreaking. And the point is that reading through the audit, to me, it read like an organization that is struggling, and it is struggling to meet the needs of the community. And again, the needs of the community are not sufficiently identified because it's only looking at the animals that make it inside the shelter. There is a whole world of animals that do not make it into the shelter because there isn't capacity. And none of us want the shelter to take on more than they can care for, but the amount that they can care for is more, it's not enough. And we need to be able to do better for the animals that are out there, as well as the ones inside the shelter. So this is an organization that needs more. It doesn't need less. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Maddie Unabu. I'm a current volunteer at the shelter and have been there 2 years. I have been a working professional for 13 years, focused in HR and business operations. Since being at the shelter, I am qualified to walk dogs, run playgroup, and do adoptions. And overall, I'm deciding to speak today because I do not feel that the leadership of the shelter is qualified or capable of taking action. Matt showed Pumpernickel, the dog. What he didn't call out is there are 3 bulls in that kennel picture. Why? If they were taken care of at 2 o'clock, at most there should be 2, 1 for water, 1 for food. What that shows me was extra bulls were being placed in and they were not removing the dog. Furthermore, you decided to bring a dog here to show that he's well and taken care of. If that's the case, I don't know if any of you saw him shaking. That was stress. And so to bring him here for a social media exercise is irresponsible, and I would expect Kiska for you to know better. Overall, I would like for there to be clear actions of deliverable. It is unacceptable for me that we are waiting until March. It is also unacceptable that there's already a committee being listed, that volunteers who are there, who are putting in the time, are not being considered for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Christopher West and Lynn Bartz.
Just before you continue, I'd like to remind folks we need to maintain order in the chamber so we can continue. I'd also, as a standard practice, we ask people to direct comments to the council as a whole rather than calling out specific members of staff. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I sent in a lengthy email that was a little late, so I sent it out to all the council members individually. I wanted to highlight a couple points. The first being, if you are on a hike or outside in the wild and a wild animal approached you, what would your first intuition say? Would you want to go out and bear hug this animal? You wouldn't. You wouldn't do that because you would consider it ludicrous to do something like that. You wouldn't do it to a stray dog, a stray cat, or even a mouse. But in the shelter system, staff is doing that as part of their evaluation protocol, along with a battery of other tests. And field experts have noticed and observed over 20 years of following through and observing these evaluations. They are not predictive of how the animal will behave outside of the shelter system in the most ideal shelter setup. So why are we doing it in this shelter system, which is not ideal? There is no value add. And then what happens is the staff concludes that these animals deserve to be put on the euthanasia list. Case in point, fosters, adopters, volunteers, community members, and rescues all have a different viewpoint of these animals that have been placed on the euthanasia list by the shelter staff for not performing with these evaluations. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm John Leipelt from District 2. For 25 years, I've been raising and training service dogs for canine companions. I'm also a certified therapy dog handler, so I have an extensive background and knowledge with dogs and dogs' behavior. In March of 2023, I volunteered at the shelter to be a dog walker. My role was to walk the dogs for 15 minutes. If the dog was lucky enough to receive a walk, that was the only freedom that dog had for the day. The other 23 hours and 45 minutes, the dog was locked in a cage. Shortly after that, there was a parvo outbreak at the shelter, so I was forced to resign my volunteerism because I had a 12-week-old puppy at home, and I didn't want to bring parvo into the house. I was shocked at the conditions of the shelter and the overcrowding of the shelter. I emailed all of you, but I never received a response. I appreciate the audit. I support the audit. There's a lot of work to do. Please support the memo. Start taking action. These animals are crying out for help, and I hope Karma is rescued by Friday before she's euthanized. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'm also going to call my last three cards: Annie Borders, Dawn Livingston, and Sean.
Hi, my name is Lynn Bartz. I live in District 6. And I have volunteered as a kitten foster for the last 8 years for the shelter. I hadn't planned on speaking today, so I'm going off notes. And I was not interviewed for the audit. I don't know if any of the external volunteers or just on-site volunteers were interviewed. But what I've noticed in the last 8 years is I came in at a time when there was a head vet named Dr. Tiva. That was her first name, and that's what we called her. And she interfaced directly with the volunteers. She held classes and taught people how to do things like sub-Q fluids and all that kind of stuff. And she had a great program. She did a thank you dinner at the end of kitten season. And after she left, I noticed that there was a significant decline over the next several years, and in the last 2 years, particularly, there's no communication. I basically foster and avoid. I go pick up kittens, I drop off kittens, and I pick up supplies, and that's my extent of interaction with the shelter. There's just not enough communication. The fosters don't talk to each other, they don't share ideas, they don't share suggestions with each other. They don't go to classes. They don't share suggestions with the vet staff. There's no way to do that communication. Anyway, communication is the big.
Thank you. Next speaker.
What's up, everybody? I'm Chris from District 6, from Dev's district. Hey, Dev. That's an interesting view we got back there. There's a lot of people that are not in support of the way the shelter's being ran. You know, this kind of reminds me of when Home First came up here and was asking for a bunch of money, and then they had this great presentation, but the public spoke out and had a line of people for that shelter and were like, their shelter services are terrible. So like, as a member of a shelter, like I'm just of a different shelter, of a human shelter, like I see where this is going. Like, this is just like when we had our presentation. You need to listen to the people because the people are speaking about the care that goes on in the shelter services for the animals. I'm glad that they have people that speak out for them. You know, 90 seconds is a lot of time. Thank you guys for coming out today. Oh, especially for the young people, thank you for coming out and like, you know, speaking up for things that you believe in, because I think that's very important. Thank you guys thank you for your presentation. For you know, the changes that you guys see fit. Like, I was all for it, you know, and then all of a sudden the people spoke, and it just kind of brought me to pause and really listen to what they had to say, that maybe there's some things and some issues that are going on in the shelter that need to be addressed. And I have 13 seconds left, man. I wish I could do, what's that thing they do in the Senate where they yield their time to the next person so they get longer? Yeah, if I could do that, I would love to do that. Thank you for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and I received another card from Fatima Lubinsky.
As a frequent shelter critic, I think it's ironic that I follow you. And I'll speak on unhoused pets. We frequently have issues with unhoused pets. People don't want to take their pets to the shelter because they're afraid that they're going to be killed. And my guess is maybe as many as 30% of the pets that you get are coming from the camps. And it's because they're not doing enough spay or neuter programs in the camps to prevent the boom of cats and dogs. So if you would reach out more and do more spay and neuter in the camps, we would have less pets going back into the shelter later. So just something to look at, because I know my little Rumpus came from the shelter, and that's where I got him, and now I have 2 other cats that came from camps. So I think 30%, maybe a little high, but maybe 30% of the intake is coming from camps due to the lack of spay and neuter programs being done in the camps. So it's like a vicious cycle that they've set up by not doing enough spay and neuter programs. So just a thought there, and that also unhoused people don't like to take their pets there because they think they're going to get killed. when they're sick and injured. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Also, Tanya Ulu, come on down.
I'm Dawn Livingston. Most of this is actually written by another former volunteer. I personally have 2 dogs that were supposed to be euthanized there due to behavior issues. I've had them almost a year, and they've shown no aggression issues that were noted. It also took me a year to be notified after submitting a volunteer application. Okay, so for staff evaluations of animals, staff that do the evaluations of animals don't have a behavioral certification. A lot of the behavioral evaluations are done without getting the dogs out of the kennel, so fearful dogs are labeled as aggressive and untreatable. This would be valid if they actually attempted to work on behavior modification. Instead, they use these labels to justify the killing of healthy and treatable animals. The relationship of fearful dogs with volunteers compared to staff and management is significantly different. The volunteers spend more time with the animals to make their lives better. They have pretty much no say as to which animals are marked to be killed, even though they spend the most time with the animals and know what's best for them. Contrary to the former management team, these animals are the animals marked for euthanasia are not networked by the shelter on social media. The volunteers are the ones that network the animals to be rescued on social media so that they're not killed. Animals are only given a few days after being marked for euthanasia.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm actually here on behalf of one of the dogs named Oreo, written by Christina Callahan, who had to leave early today. Oreo's intake date was August 8th, 2024. He was rescued on November 11th, 2024. November 3rd. Sometime at the beginning of August, while volunteering at the San Jose Animal Care Shelter, I noticed a black small Shih Tzu mix in one of the kennels. I was interested in taking this dog on a walk, but I couldn't because he was on behavior evaluation. When I inquired about the status of this dog, I was told he was on bite quarantine, but should have been off bite quarantine because 10 days had passed. Therefore, I waited until the next time I could come into the shelter, and I had planned to check on him, which wasn't until the following week. No one had evaluated him yet, and for my second attempt to walk him, I was not allowed to. The following week, I came to check on this little guy again and was made aware that he was off bite quarantine, but continued to be on behavior evaluation. Therefore, I could not take him out. Weeks passed by until weeks turned into months. His kennel card had a handwritten note that read, aggressive. I thought to myself, how could this little one be aggressive? He seemed scared. The shelter estimated this dog's age as 3 to 5 years old. Evaluation dogs at the shelter are not taken out of their kennel at any point during the day. Unless an evaluation dog is in a half kennel, it will not get taken out of its kennel at any point of the day. Suppose they happen to be in a half kennel. In that case, they only get taken out for a few minutes while a maintenance person cleans the kennel, and another animal attendant will quickly leash the dog and take it out for these moments to get the dog out of the way for cleaning. Imagine how traumatic this could be for a dog that it never gets out. Every time I passed Oreo's kennel, I would...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Fatima Lubinsky, and I'm a foster at San Jose Shelter and fostering over 80 kittens. I'm here to express my deep concern about the shelter's failure to provide adequate care to cats and kittens. Despite our numerous emails addressing the various issues, we have not received any response or any improvement. As a foster, I will point out a few things, but I hope you hear everyone's concern today. Kittens have been euthanized for no reason. As an example, 4 6-week-old kittens were euthanized in October without any apparent medical reasons per their medical record that I requested. Kittens have been constantly underweight and neglected in the back rooms and often sitting in their own waste for weeks, causing them to die due to neglect, not for natural causes. When fosters are taking these kittens, they are on the verge of death, requiring medical intervention, which shelter can provide immediately because of the shortage of staff. The shelter PPE protocol is insufficient as the staff members lack proper training, leading to uncontrolled spread of diseases. Ultimately, these issues are a result of poor management, lack of their compassion care, and whom seem to prioritize their paycheck over animal welfare. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker. I have called all the speaker cards. Okay, back to council. I don't see anybody coming back.
Okay, thank you, Tony. I want to thank all of you who came out to this afternoon's meeting, and shared your perspective with us. It's difficult to hear, but it's important that we hear directly from you. It's part of the value of these public meetings is to hear the direct, difficult feedback and examples. And hearing those last year, as I mentioned, is what prompted this audit. And we clearly have a lot of work to do. We're going to talk about that. We're going to continue that conversation here on the dais with my colleagues. Again, I want to thank our city auditor, Joe Royce, and the team for doing a very detailed audit. I have a number of questions and comments, but I do want to, I spoke a lot on the last item. I want to turn to colleagues, and then any that don't get addressed, I'll be sure to get to. But I'll start with Councilmember Ortiz, who signed on to the group memo that we put forward, which I hope he and others will outline some of our recommendations and the rationale for them. Councilmember Ortiz, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for partnering on that memo. I just want to start out by expressing my gratitude to the City Auditor's Office and the audit staff for their diligent work on this very important report on our animal shelter. I also want to thank the many active community members, especially our youth and animal lovers who've shown up today to have your voice heard. Just know that I hear you and the council hears you, and it also hurts us to see our animals heard, especially me as a proud cat owner and cat guy. I also want to thank our staff who work at the shelter, and I think this report highlights the amount of pressure our shelter staff are under, but it also brings to light the significant challenges that they're facing. It's evident that our shelter staff are working tirelessly, often under tough and unforgiving conditions. They're doing the best to provide care and services for the animals and our community, despite constantly operating over capacity. And I want to acknowledge the immense pressure that they are, of course, under. However, as the audit points out, we have significant work ahead of us. The findings reveal that despite our team's unwavering dedication and hard work, the limitations in our shelter's resources, outdated protocols, and capacity constraints are severely hindering our ability to deliver the high standard of care and operational efficiency that both our animals and our greater community rightfully deserve. With that being said, I do have some questions, some you may be familiar with, that were asked during our NSE meeting, but I believe these answers are important to reiterate and put on the record for our entire community, especially those who weren't available to attend that meeting. On page 64 of the report, it states that the city engaged with rescue groups through a shelter working group in 2023. However, the meetings were discontinued sometime in 2024. I wanted to ask if someone could speak to why those meetings were discontinued, and how will the new Community Action Committee that will form ensure that rescue partners and all partners feel heard given the rescue survey results.
So thank you, Councilmember. Again, Matt Lesh, Director of Public Works. So the working group that was founded before had all sorts of groups and, sorry, you need me to lean the microphone. All sorts of different advocacy groups of different flavors: dogs, cats, trappers, fosters, and rescues. And they have a lot of different needs, but they are the same animals. And so that's, people think all the advocates for particular groups want particular things and particular attention. And so what we decided to do was to break them into, I use the word affinity groups for lack of a better way to describe it, so that folks could meet with staff about particular areas of their particular concern so we can make improvements to their group. And though that's not perfect, it was a way to get so that every voice was heard at different points in time. Now, the Community Action Committee is not necessarily to replace that, it's to focus on 4 specific things. And I also want to tangentially say, here's the chance to form a group of people that we can work together to achieve a certain thing. And if we can build that, so yes, to get to the particular recommendation that came out of the audit, but also to form community around that. And if we can do that about those things, what more can we do? And so it's not going to be necessarily broad-based, but it's meant to be focused on those 4 things. And then if we can be successful there, we'll do some more. And so that was to kind of have it time boxed, have it focused on particular areas so we all have areas to achieve, and that we could also build community at the same time. So perhaps if there are fractured relationships or feelings, we could resolve those through action towards a particular end.
Okay. Thank you. Now, in regards to rescue groups, on the same page, page 64, the audit states that in an auditor-conducted survey, only 40% of rescue groups rated their relationship with ACS positively. How will ACS rebuild trust with these groups and ensure they have the support and information they need to continue to assist rescuing animals?
Well, as I noted in my presentation, our rescue participation by number of participants actually increased last year over the year prior. Now, we haven't announced this yet, but we're doing our annual report next month. And so we actually increased 7% by the participation of actual rescues. We want to continue that, but we also need to go deeper so we can see what more capacity do each of those have so we can get beyond. And so we are working on specific things that we can do we're working on a draft portal so that rescues can log in and get information curated for them that they would like. And so we have it in pre-alpha version so we can test it out. And so we'd like to get that in front of them to see, does that work? Does that answer most of the questions? Like I said, if we had to get 104 different specific communication channels to be effective, that gets really challenging. Can we get to most of them? And so could this portal be a way to get the information that they need quickly at their fingertips? So those types of things, and then continued meeting with them on at least a quarterly basis broadly to get specific needs and specific action items beyond the recommendations we have here.
And so from meetings with, just follow-up question to that, from your meetings with rescue partners or staff's meetings with rescue partners, you would say this inability to access information is the main concern of distrust?
Right, and that came out of that came out of the findings of the audit, that specifically they don't believe they have, not about feeling, they don't believe they have the information to take action to rescue a particular animal, or it's a challenge to get to it, or a challenge to get to staff about it. So we need to create a communication channel and an information channel that's different than it was before, because it's not effective right now.
Okay, thank you. And this is something I heard, I've mentioned this to you in our one-on-ones. Some community members have expressed concerns that the audit findings are being used to justify a shift from prioritizing rescue partnerships to more focusing on prioritizing adoptions. Could you speak to any of that?
Yes, and hopefully I can say it well this time, because I think every time I say it, I seem to inarticulately say it carefully. Yeah. So we want all participation. We want adopters to not look elsewhere for if they want an animal in our community, to come to us to adopt their animal. We want rescues to participate with us as well and rescue animals and then adopt them out from their ends as well, whether it's rehabilitating or participating. We want it with rescues, with adoption, with foster, and I've inarticulately said it in the past, and I unequivocally want to be clear that we want to participate with all interested parties of pulling animals from our shelter.
Okay, thank you. One more question, and then I want to go into details about the memo, but the protocols for, I'm sorry if I mispronounced this, panleukopenia outbreak, yep, were published in June 2023, but according to the report, on page 24 of the audit, the quarantine of the infected cats didn't start until June of 2024. My understanding, a total year difference. And I'm also informed that 493 cats died during this time. Is there a reason why there was a gap in the protocols being sent out and then actual action being taken?
Okay, so I'm going to have Kiska talk a little bit more details because everybody notes in all their communication to me I'm just an engineer.
Okay, so it's a little hard to hear you, sorry.
As most people, I'm a little bit limited as I'm an engineer, so I'll have Kiska talk to some of the specifics about it. But in terms of the numbers of animals that have died and the times and places and slicing of calendar years and fiscal years since the beginning of the calendar year, it gets very challenging in these numbers of descriptors, whether you're talking about just cats or just dogs or all animals. And so we track and report on all of our animals, whether they live or die and how they survive and what their live outcome is. We're not hiding the numbers. As Joe noted, we were one of the most transparent shelters that they've viewed in terms of their research. We have more information and more dashboards than most places do. We have active data feeds of all of our animal intake and outcomes. And if I'm inarticulately saying it, it's not my intention. We have a lot of data out. I've asked for people, with all the people that are asking for stuff, that we can put out as much information. I'll put it out in whatever platform I can so that I can make it so they have accessibility to the information about our animals. I believe the 493, okay, when we're talking about cats that have died, let's focus there. When looking at last fiscal year in terms of animals that have died, the majority of our cats that have died have been little and come into us sick or injured. The majority of them. When I was looking at the dashboard, I was able to suss out of the 490 some, whether it's 486, that range of numbers, 13 were over 4 months old and healthy on intake. And of those that died, most of them had died while they were being neutered in surgery and they weren't able to survive their anesthesia. Now, I don't want to slice and dice data. It's hard to get, there's all these anecdotes and different information. It's the majority of those animals that have died have been the young and the sick and injured by default. And we could slice and dice whether I'm right on the percentage or off on the percentage or numbers, but that's the focus. I'd ask Kiska to talk to the panleukopenia policy, and then Joe wants to talk to you.
Actually, could I jump in because I want to clarify what we have in the report around the panleukopenia and the isolation.
Okay.
So prior to June, what we were noting was that rooms where there was a cat with panleukopenia had been quarantined, so they were quarantining the room.
Okay.
In June, the protocol changed to separate the animals, to have certain isolation rooms. So it wasn't as if the sick cats were exposed to the whole shelter. So there was a change in protocols from quarantining rooms to separate isolation rooms. I just want to clarify that it was
okay. So that wasn't the case.
So there were protocols in place, but they made stricter protocols in June of this past year. That's what we were.
Thank
That's
you.
what we
Remember,
were
the
reporting.
community wanted me to ask that, so appreciate that. Just really quickly about the recommendations that are included in the memo. They include further critical additional direction towards improving outcomes for our animals, supporting shelter staff, and fostering stronger community partners. Through expanding TNR services to 5 days a week and restoring low-cost spay and neuter services to address one of the root causes of overpopulation, with a focus on prioritizing services for lower-income zip codes, eliminates the $50 rescue partner registration fee, which underscores the importance of our effort in repairing our relationship and leveraging all available resources to ease the burden on the shelter, and emphasizing accountability, requiring updates to NSC by May 2025. These updates will ensure transparency and consistent progress on implementing audit recommendations, including creating work plans and timelines for outstanding items. I just want to thank you. I want to thank the colleagues in the memo, and I want to thank you, Matt, and everyone in the box. And please, Matt, if you have something else to add, please do. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify one thing on, this is recommendation number 6, is to remove a fee. Apparently, I got the city attorney's office clarified something for me. Apparently we have, the municipal code requires, as of right now, a fee, that a fee be charged for administrative costs for a register. Now, that fee could be $0, so my request would be, and look to the city manager for guidance on this, is that instead of remove a fee, is that maybe the fee be 0, and she could give us guidance as to the best way to deal with it.
Yeah, I think we need to set it to 0.
Okay, sounds good. And I motion our memo from the mayor, vice mayor, myself, and Councilmember Dewan.
Right, thank you, Councilmember, and thanks for that clarification on the fee. Let me turn to Councilmember Dewan.
First of all, I was going to say thank you to staff for the report, and thank you, Joe, for his audit. And thank you, all of you out there have come to this meeting and addressed a lot of these concerns. Now, I've gone out there to the animal ACS in a formal setting and gone out there just T-shirts and jean and a hat on without notifying our staff. And yes, I hear all of you that can we improve? Absolutely. We can always improve on what we're doing now. But you have to look at the realistic condition between 500 to 700 animals at continuous basis that coming in and overcrowding. And that's why this audit is extremely important, that we have 39 recommendation. And I have spoke to Joe and I have spoke to Matt, and with his thoughtful collaboration in order to address a lot of this stuff. And it'll take a little bit of time. And I think that we as a whole need to collaborate. I mean, I can go in there and point out all the bad stuff. Or I can go in there and say, okay, these are stuff that we can improve, but these are the good things that we have done. And I think that if we look at the collaboration, not only for all the nonprofit organization, all the animal rescue, including finding, funding for the TNR, I think we can come to see a clear conclusion that we can reduce the amount of animals in the shelter by creating a more robust program for adoption. And I know people don't realize how much it costs to adopt an animal, right? Not you may go on the holidays, you may get a $20 adoption fee, but then it comes with a lot of additional cost, which people don't realize. And I happen to adopt my German Shepherd. Her name is Maggie, and found her out on Capitol Expressway in McLaughlin. And I really do understand. It took me 12 weeks to address her, separation anxiety, diarrhea, and it took me about 8 weeks to address the separation anxiety, including 2 weeks that I slept in the cage with her every night in order to overcome that. I understand all the problems that we have out there, but people, please, work with our staff, work with our city. It's about us working together to make it better. And I do have a question for Matt. Obviously I work in the fire department and many other entities out in the private world as well. For example, a company called Fastener, when they have a product, it comes in, you have a barcode. You know exactly when it's coming in, when it's going out, who is it going to, does it have any problem, and when that problem being fixed or recall. And so animal comes in, we put on a collar with a barcode, couldn't we track, when the animal come in, what type of history, what kind of medication, when it was being treated, when is it moving from one area to another. So that way we can have a very clear, open communication, transparency, so all of our residents out here who care about the animal can kind of keep track, and so is our staff.
Is it possible? I could say our facility is not presently set up to accommodate that. Is it technologically possible? We can evaluate that. Not every animal is well suited to getting collars put on them easily. Sometimes they're hard to handle. So could we do everything perfectly on every single case? The answer is no. But is there ways to improve the location of an animal? We'll evaluate what type of technology is out there to see if there's something better than what we have now.
Thank you for that answer. And I think we somewhere we missed a big step. And I think that, create a program that is help our underserved community and our unsheltered residents on the spay and neuter. That's the root cause, right? Because a lot of those animals are multiplying out there, and then now it comes to the shelter, now we have to deal with it. So if we can look at the program, hopefully we can, in the mayor budget as well, to find funding to make sure the animal out there are being spayed and neutered. And I know it's extremely difficult for us to make everybody happy. but we need to come together and collaborate. We can't fix this by ourselves. We're going to collaborate with all the nonprofit and the rescue and other jurisdiction. Do we have a data to see how many animals are coming from Cupertino or Milpitas or Saratoga? If so, then we can break down the amount of cost, so maybe they could chip in even more funding, so that way we can take care of the animal within the shelters.
We
Do we
do
have that
evaluate.
data?
We do evaluate the number of animals coming from various jurisdictions that we are contracted with. The last 3 contract renewals that we just two contracts we renewed, and then Milpitas was done separately. We did evaluate where they're coming from and make sure that all of the different capital improvements or other investments that we've made in additional staffing, that they were captured in terms of percentage attributed to the animals that are coming from that jurisdiction.
Thank you. Well, I was just going to leave this last note here. Just be assured out there that every single council member, including our mayor, are committed to make sure our animal shelter continue in its progress, and the animal will be treated with, kind, caring, and compassion. Yes, there will be mistakes. Yes, there will be problems in every single household, in every part of society, and we need to be patient. And I hope that all of you out there bring that energy, come together with us, with our department, and help us find a solution and make it better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Batra next.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive report on the audit and the comments from the public. I got a couple of questions before I offer my comments about what I notice here. Have we ever drawn any expertise from outside to evaluate or restructure our animal shelter with the times as things have changed? The pandemic has created a whole set of new conditions for the animal shelter. To bring it up in line with what it needs to be, meeting the current needs?
Yes.
We have.
Yes.
And what kind of consulting or expertise we have brought in from outside?
So a couple things in terms of, just to be clear, are you referring to the shelter itself, the physical building, or are you talking about the operations overall?
Overall management, whatever the shelter process.
If I could join, so the seventh finding related to tracking recommendations from an outside organization, Maddie's Fund, who did a consult report, or did a consult back in 2022, had about 200 different recommendations across different operational aspects of for the shelter. And the recommendation we have there is to look at those remaining recommendations, prioritize those, have put somebody in charge of who's accountable of tracking and seeing the progress. Some of those recommendations may not be still relevant. They came out prior to the most recent Association of Shelter Veterinarian Guidelines. So that's one piece. Another thing that's happening right now is there's a condition assessment of the shelter itself, which will likely have some recommendations on the capital side of things. So there's a couple things that are happening that hopefully address what you're getting at.
See, your list of recommendations, 39 of them, is quite impressive. But from what I look at it that's almost like the auditors running the shelter. And it's like a micromanagement to me, okay? Those things, when you're writing in there that we should collect this kind of data, that does not sound like it should be coming from the auditor. From my perspective, I would expect that to be coming from the management of that unit. Okay, but 4 or 5 recommendations of some kind would have been okay from, having to give this level of detail. I think it's really, basically you're running the shelter. And the mayor having to write that remove this $50 fee, again, is a level of micromanagement which we as a council or you as an auditor should not be doing this. I think we need to fundamentally look at it as the shelter probably needs some major changes because the times have changed, the needs have changed, the kind of people you're getting in there or kind of animals you're getting, how many you're getting, all of those have changed. And as a result, it should be the management team over there. We need to make sure that we have the right management team who have the expertise. And they're the ones who should be making these recommendations that we need to fix these things in order to keep the shelter meeting the needs of 2025 and 2025 and beyond. It's impressive that you were able to get in and made all those recommendations. But from my perspective, that is not what an auditor should be required to do for any particular department. Okay? So I would suggest, Matt, that I think you need to look at it if you really need some consultant from outside to be able to come and evaluate and work with you for some length of time to structure your team in a way which will allow it to be done the right kind of services which will be needed. And as a result of that one, you would be probably better off. But in the meantime, if you want to go ahead and make these 39 recommendations and make some level of improvements, those are great. But I think you need to look at it as overall how you're going to make the direction to be which is going to meet the needs. And the next time when we have a audit or any of these things, we wouldn't get the kind of comments we are getting today. So that would be my suggestion to you.
If I may, council member, and I don't mean to be argumentative, our staff has spent the last 12 months working with the auditor's office. Many of their ideas for recommendations were generated from their time with staff. Not out of whole cloth out of their evaluation, but their time with them and how we could implement the ASV guidelines, how we could be reviewing what we think about different aspects of the shelter. So to say that we are doing this as a result of their review of us and that they're micromanaging us, I do take measure with that, and I just wholeheartedly disagree.
That's fine. I didn't expect that you would agree or not. The point is, I spent all my years in managing these kind of departments. If I had a 39 recommendations at that kind of level which I'm seeing, I would consider it to be micromanagement. Because, you know, you look at recommendation number, this is the kind of data we should collect and we should disaggregate at this level. Those are definitely a micro level management from my side. But it's okay, as long as you're going to be, you believe that these recommendations have arisen as a result of your staff's expertise and they're all going to be good to implement and make things better, I'm fine with that. Okay.
Yeah, my request to Joe when he was developing the recommendations is that they be digestible and achievable in a very short period of time. And he did that. I think all of his recommendations are achievable by our staff and achievable by our management team. And that's the reason why I'm grateful for the way he structured his recommendations. Partly, I mean, he didn't do it at my behest, but my request is make these things achievable quickly, because I don't think that the community would welcome a long-term thing like happens with many other audits that are very challenging. This one are digestible and easily bite-sized chews that we can achieve on it, and I apologize if I'm coming off as curt.
If I could jump in. So there were a lot of recommendations, yes, but a lot of it just reflects the scope of work that we were asked to do. And so we were asked to look at quite a bit of different elements within the shelter operations. And the one you had mentioned about kind of the detail of the what measures we should be using, I just want to quote to you from the original direction to our staff was a comparison of ACS operations against industry standards for key shelter metrics such as length of stay, live release and euthanasia rates, condition of animal intakes, and on and on and on. So our recommendations and our findings are very much driven to be responsive to the questions that came to us from council direction, as well as concerns that came to us from the community as well. So it may seem like micromanagement, but we were trying to be very responsive to the questions that we were getting from council members, from the community, from volunteers and rescue groups. And I think that's pretty much why there's so many.
As I said, as it improves the service, I'm fine with it, but this is what the appearance of this thing is, and those are the comments I made to you about that one, okay? So this level of detail you were asked to provide, you provided, but the appearance of that one to me is not very good, and I wish there was a better way to communicate that information, okay? All right?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. All right, let's go to Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. First, let me start, Joe, by thanking you and your team for such a great audit. The council asked for this and asked for you to dive into great detail, which you have done. And really, it was one of the few that couldn't stick in the binder because it was so wide. But that means there was a lot to look at, and you did a great job of digging in and giving us information that's very actionable. I want to thank my colleagues for digging into the detail and putting forward the memo. I have some comments, then I'll ask a question about that action plan at the end. Obviously, the problems at this, we've been hearing about these problems for several years. I've been on council 4 years, and this has been talked about once a year, every year, and it gets frustrating, obviously, for those of us here to be hearing some of the same concerns over and over again. Clearly, the problem and need is growing faster than we've been able to keep up. I don't think there's much, I hope there's not much debate about that. But I also want to acknowledge people are working under very difficult conditions in the animal care center and are, dedicated to their work and trying to do what's right. I will also just say I don't think it's helpful for us as a city to be defensive about it either. It's probably better for us to say, hey, look, we have a problem. We want to fix it. I think all of us would love it if next year we're not having the same conversation again, because we've been having this conversation year after year and we know there's things to address. We want this service to be functioning well. I have some questions about some of the things. I think I've asked these questions in the past of folks at the Animal Care Center, but now that the auditor's looked at it, maybe you can answer this a little bit. I've been concerned about how we offer this service to neighboring cities. And I was struck in the audit by something that said that neighboring cities often appear to be getting better service than we can provide to our own because we have contractual obligations to do so. And obviously our goal should be to make sure that our residents in our city are getting the top level service that everyone else, the other contractors with us, are expecting.
So as I understand, when the contracts were initiated with the jurisdictions, we shared with them what our level of response was. Primarily, you're talking about field response as opposed to medical response or response at the shelter. And they asked for a higher level of service than we had in terms of what San Jose was, and so we charged them commensurately. We charged them for the enhanced service. So it's not like we decreased San Jose's service. The service that we had for San Jose was what was before, and then they wanted enhanced service, so they paid for additional animal service officers, they paid for additional vehicles so that we could provide these additional services, and then their contract is higher. Their contract cost should be higher than it would be as if we did that here. If we provided the same level of service in San Jose, we would need more staff and more services to provide that. It's not to diminish San Jose, it's just that's what was asked for by the contract cities.
Okay, so Joe, the audit, at least my reading of it, seemed to imply that we weren't necessarily recovering our costs in some of these outside contracts. Is that, do we believe that we're at least recovering the costs for providing service to other cities?
That's a great question. So the answer is we don't know yet. And so looking at it through well, let's take a step back. So the contracts and the cost elements and the number of field events, what have you, were based on prior year's activity. It was just 1 year of activity, so hopefully that was representative. Our recommendations really are more forward-looking to, one, looking at to what Matt just described, should we be looking at aligning our service delivery for priority 2 and 3 calls? So these are like the animal bite reports, investigations, what have you, with neighbor jurisdictions, so we're having that level of service. And we should be tracking costs and activity moving forward on a proactive basis, so we know whether we're getting that cost recovery. The contracts just came into place. The most recent contracts just came in place in July of this year for 2 of the jurisdictions, and I think October or November of last year for Milpitas. And so we didn't have a really robust set of data to see what is happening on the ground with the current agreements. Like I said, we had like a month of data.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I always am conscious of my time, so I try to move
sorry.
it along, but it's okay. It seems to me from my reading that at least in Milpitas, we're not recovering costs, but I think we ought to be at least looking into it and come back with some more information about that as we move forward, and maybe we don't have all the answers today. My basic question has always been, is this something we should be in service of doing? We have a service that we need to provide to our residents, and we're not providing it up to par, and yet we're contracting, other cities are contracting with us to provide service to them, even though there's also county and, for example, Humane Society and Milpitas and other agencies that can provide services in other jurisdictions. So I would even ask the question that we should look at as to whether we should even be doing this. Would we be able to better manage our program in the city of San Jose if we weren't also responsible for managing it and overseeing the service we're providing to other cities? And given the problems we've been having with this service, should we consider how we can wind that down? And I guess I don't know for sure how long these contracts are in place, when they expire, but I would love to evaluate that question and not necessarily be responsible for the cities around us, be responsible for providing the service that we need for the 1 million people of the city of San Jose. I don't know if I see you're nodding your head over there, Angel.
I would say the number of animals we get from the other jurisdictions are pretty de minimis compared to what we get in San Jose, like dramatically so. And we'll have last year's numbers in our annual report next week. And so when we publish it at NSC, and I apologize for not having those in my head today.
Okay, so we can do an analysis as to whether
for
we're
sure,
covering
and
our
we certainly
costs.
have the numbers of animals that come in from those jurisdictions, and it is far less than comes in from San Jose.
Okay.
Based on an early analysis, we had about just over 5% of the overall animal intake in 23-24, which I don't know what's going to be reported at NSC because we had cutoff data.
Do we also handle licensing for Milpitas?
Yes.
Yes, and my understanding was we don't require the same vaccination levels from Milpitas. They don't require the same. They don't have the same requirements. Is that true as we do in San Jose, and we administer different requirements?
I don't believe so. I believe we administer the same requirements.
The same requirements in Milpitas. Okay.
So
Thank
Council
you.
Member, I think those are fair questions. I do think they deserve additional analysis. So I've asked staff too about our cost recovery levels, and I think as we start working on these other recommendations, which might be a little bit more urgent, given that there is not a lot of animals coming in, I think anything we can do to make sure that we're using every one of our resources as efficiently, effectively towards San Jose animals is important to look at. So I think we will definitely put that on our work plan. It may take a little bit of time as we put some of the other things more urgent ahead of it, but it's a fair question.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
And Councilmember, just on that, sorry to interject during your time, but I wonder if we might just add that as a friendly amendment to be part of the report coming back in May. That
would be great.
Be something, and would that work for staff?
What specifically are we coming back with in May? Just to make sure.
I'll let the council member articulate what he's looking for.
I think I was asking questions about the cost recovery of our neighboring cities and how that impacts, and whether or not that providing those services is impacting our ability to provide the service that we need to do for our city. So I don't know if there's a...
I believe we can come back with that information in May. I think that's probably fair. Like, what are we getting from those other jurisdictions in terms of money? And I think if, is it cost recovery for the stuff that we provide to those other jurisdictions? I think we can come up with that information. We have to do that analysis anyways for the budget timing to see how we're doing. And I think that's probably fair.
Okay.
We can do that in an oral update in May.
Yeah, I appreciate
Does that work for the maker of the motion?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and the seconder?
Great.
Okay.
Whoever seconded it. Okay, there's always 2 seconds to every motion.
2 seconders, apparently. Yeah.
So, the last question I'm going to ask is kind of to be a little provocative and push back a little bit on the timing in the actual primary memo that's being moved here. I mean, I know there's a request to come back in the budget cycle to evaluate whether we need additional service. And while rather than be defensive about, well, we can do it, the question I have is, can we be better served and helped by having some additional help to do it? So it's not even a question of, hey, not about agreeing with the recommendations or whether we think we can do the recommendations, but hey, could we have some managerial or content expertise that could come in and help improve and expedite the improvements that we're asking for or that need to be implemented from the audit. And while I understand that there's potential budgetary implications of that, it seems to me that there's also been some talk about, I mean, there's been unfilled positions and some savings in there, so there could be budget within the animal shelter right now that could be purposed for a short-term external contract to help make sure that we implement these things over the short term. And I'm curious, what the feeling is about, the need for the help. I mean, without trying to say anything about the people who are there, there's always could be benefit by having some extra hands on deck to implement what is a hefty set of recommendations.
Councilmember, let me address that. Angel Rios, Deputy City Manager. I think those are wise words. This is a lot of work, and we do need help. And so I think that's definitely an option that we will basically take back and really strongly consider. I know Matt and I have had some conversations around what that help could potentially look like, and we have some ideas that we've thrown around. So we will definitely take that into strong consideration because I do think it merits the additional
Can that
assistance.
be maybe part of the motion's first item is to consider moving forward some of that if we can do it within current budget?
I'm pretty sure we can't do anything within the current budget. I'm just going to be really direct. I mean, this is a mountain of work that needs to be achieved. I agree. And the amount of time to try to even find out and do more discovery of more things only adds to that challenge. And that's one of the reasons why when I'm talking about all these additional recommendations, we have a very low vacancy rate in our animal care and services. We have below the city's average vacancy rate, and we prioritize the recruitment of that staff above the rest of the Public Works Department, of which I'm going to talk about the volume of some of the work in the subsequent items this meeting. So it will definitively need additional resources to do just that. And if you want us to do that, that's a direction, but I'm not going to dance around it. We will need more resources.
Yeah, I agree with that because I've asked them to prioritize those fillings of vacancies, and you graciously gave us more budget in the annual report so we could advance some of the work ahead of time. So what I can commit to is that we will, this current year is already proving to be a very difficult budget year, and we'll be talking about that more on another day. But I am very concerned about our current fiscal year's budget. But I will commit to you that we will do as what Deputy City Manager Rios has indicated. We will brainstorm. I'll see if we can move any resources around, but I'm not sure it will be able to come from Public Works if it comes from someplace else. We'll see if we can do anything to advance this because, this is a very important issue. It's a very important policy issue. And we all want the shelter to be performing better, and that's why we've been investing in it, and that's why we've been filling the vacancies. So we'll see what we can do. I just can't make any guarantees right now given our current state of the budget situation, which I'm a little bit more flexible with it, but I'm very concerned right now.
I fully understand. We're all concerned, and I want to say I appreciate that last year we did add money to the budget to fill some gaps that we really felt were there, and I think we're committed to that, and I really appreciate the city manager and folks at the leadership there to identify areas that we were able to improve in our budget last year. I want to make clear to everybody we are investing in this service. In my mind, the sooner we can ramp something up and get fixed, the more cost effective we will be as a service provider, and it'll be better for everybody.
I think we share that thought process, and I appreciate the council's support of the additional investments even during our difficult budget times. And again, even off cycle, as soon as just as recent as the mid-October annual report, you approved even additional resources that will be going into our base budget. So as soon as if we see new needs, we are not going to be shy about bringing these forwards, because these are living animals that need us to speak for them, and we need to bring that forward to you. It's not, if we had to be a little bit later on mowing a grass or letting the weeds get a little higher, I'd much rather make that trade-off and give that to the animals, and that would be my recommendation. So if you give us a little bit of space, we'll take this back, and again, to look at any ways we can potentially move some budget around to accelerate the biggest bang for the buck as we move forward and work on these recommendations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I know that everybody does want, I think what everybody's hearing is we all want to figure out the best way to fix these problems. And as some people know, my daughter's training to be a veterinarian, and I've been trying to say, when you come home for the summer, you should work there. She's a trained vet tech now, and I would love to be able to recommend that this is a great place for her to be when she finishes her training. But we need to do some more before I'm able to fully recommend that. So I want to make sure that we're making this the best service possible, and that this is going to be a desirable place for people who care about animals to be and work. So thank you very much.
Well said. Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
Thank you so much for the report. I also want to thank all of the speakers who came, because I know that you really care. Our council members who joined in the memo, I'd like to thank you as well. I know that this is a huge challenge. We've been here before. And I think that we might see it as an opportunity to kind of step back a little bit and think about it in terms of not just the 39 things that are on the table that need to be done in the next time frame, but thinking about the capacity of the facility and what can and cannot be done. And I know that there are always trade-offs, and everyone wants to say yes, but sometimes you have to choose between providing the services, let's say, to other cities or whatever. And I think that capacity for me is something that we have to face, because it wasn't meant for as many animals as is there now. I also think that the cost of veterinary services in the community, as well as animal care of any sort, has skyrocketed, right? I personally don't have I don't have a dog, but I have what I call a grand dog. Both my kids have dogs. I love them. And I try to be with them as much as possible, but I also know that when something happens, it's very expensive, right? So I think that the cost is just over time has escalated so much that we need to think about this and what are the trade-offs from a budget point of view. I also think that, as my colleague, Councilmember Duan, mentioned in terms of collaboration, I think that there are a lot of people out there who want to help. And if we can address how we can manage the capacity part, that might be something to think about. So those three things are the things that sort of come to mind. And I know that you have to focus on these 39, but over the long run, I think that capacity, cost, and collaboration is something that I'm going to look at in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues for all their thoughtful questions and comments. I have a few myself. Joe, when we sat down and went through the audit together a few weeks ago, I believe you told me this audit resulted in more recommendations than you've ever produced before for an audit report. And I think it's a testament both to your team's diligence, but also emblematic of the significant work that is ahead of us here. And as has been made clear repeatedly by members of the public, this audit laid bare significant challenges our animal shelter faces, challenges we need to quickly address for the sake of the many vulnerable animals in our care. I'm especially concerned that staff yellow-lit nearly half of the recommendations in anticipation of potential budget constraints, which are a real issue, as you just heard from our city manager. Of course, if we do not identify the resources to implement those yellow-lit recommendations, we'd be probably minimum 18 months out from implementation, which is the ones that were yellow-lit, which to me is not acceptable. So if we truly need more resources to implement those recommendations. We need to know that very soon for this upcoming budget cycle, not many months from now. We need to start planning for that at this point. You know, Matt and Angel and everybody on the team here, I hope you'll also take a closer look at which of the recommendations truly need additional resources for implementation. And truthfully, I'm skeptical that much of this work can't be absorbed by the existing and recently expanded staff. Things like modernizing policies and procedures, communicating protocol changes, providing sufficient staff training, improving our record-keeping practices. These are the kinds of things I would expect the current leadership, especially given, and I was looking at the chart, if I'm not misreading it, we have now in the last 2 years increased funding pretty substantially. It looks like about a 50% increase at the center according to the chart, which is a very substantial increase. And I have to say, my working hypothesis coming in as mayor 2 years ago was that the primary issue was a resource gap, and certainly we were under-resourced. Whether we continue to be under-resourced, I think the Vice Mayor makes a good point about the physical space. That's clearly an area that we need to invest in. We simply do not have the physical space given that animals, especially given that animals are staying longer and in many cases coming in sicker. But you know, this audit does call into question for me what else we need to get right beyond just resources. I think there's more than resources here. And above all, the audit underscored for me that it is long past time we get serious about restoring TNR services. Until we do, we're just failing to get upstream of a growing problem, and it's like trying to, you know, use a cup to make a dent in a lake. It's just we're never going to catch up here. We're turning animals away at the shelter's doors and leaving community members to fend for themselves when they've found a stray cat or dog. We have to get upstream, particularly at a time when in the private marketplace veterinary care has become increasingly expensive. And so we're the center of last resort and the place that people need to be able to turn to for low-cost spay and neuter services, and we have to start reducing long-term demand through significantly expanded TNR. I want to thank Mackenzie Mossing, my chief policy officer, who spent a lot of time with many of the advocates in the room and did a lot of the legwork and the research and writing that helped go into our group memo. And again, I want to thank my colleagues for their work. Our memo seeks to hold us all accountable for the commitment we made with our current budget to restore TNR services to 5 days a week, given the additional veterinary staff council approved in June and then again, additional funding in September. So Matt and Angel, I hope you will accept that challenge that the council's laid out, and I believe, we all believed we were funding in this year's budget. Our memo, as was mentioned, provides a checkpoint on progress as recommended by NSC Committee Chair, Councilmember Dev Davis, and after consulting with staff, we've landed on May as an opportunity, a good milestone, an opportunity to check in on progress with a more substantive update. I want to hear, especially at that time, on our work toward restoring TNR services to 5 days a week, and critically important, a work plan for providing low-cost spay and neuter services for owned pets, as well as a work plan for implementing any outstanding recommendations that have not been completed at that time. At that point, I think it's important that we are all very clear about resource gaps where it's truly needed, with a reminder that we need to be able to do more of this with the capacity we have today that we have already funded with a substantially increased budget. And when I say a work plan, I think we need something akin to a Gantt chart that shows us actual implementation milestones over dates so that we know when these will be completed. Finally, given the significant decrease in animals diverted to rescue groups and the obvious need to divert more animals out of our shelter, the memo asked staff to sit down with rescue groups and ask them to commit first listen and get more of their feedback, but also ask them to commit to pulling a certain number of animals at an agreed upon cost for veterinary care as needed, and really reestablish and expand that collaborative partnership. I think the bottom line, and I do have a couple of very specific questions that I'll wrap up with, but the current performance at the shelter is obviously unacceptable. It's not where we need it to be. We have to do better. The council has responded over the last 2 years by increasing the budget at the center substantially and calling for the audit that we just received today. It is time for results, and we need to see them, and we need to know, if you're not in a position to deliver them, what else you need from the council. But we are expecting the administration to deliver on the recommendations in the audit and demonstrate improved outcomes for animals in our care. My specific questions, first for Joe, we'll be seeing this updated NSE in May, but can you remind us when you return to council with updates on outstanding audit recommendations? That's an annual report you give to the council.
It's a semi-annual report, so we'll be coming back in March and then again in September.
Okay, so everybody mark your calendar. March and September, we'll also have a check-in on any outstanding audit recommendations, including the 39 here. Matt, I noticed in the public comment record that there are some veterinarians who have offered to come on board on a contractual basis to help with high-volume spay and neuter. Are we taking those offers seriously, given our limited success hiring part-time vets, and how can we get more creative around contracting out some of these services?
That's a complicated question there, the way you worded it. So we've not been having complications finding part-time vets. We have complications finding full-time permanent vets.
Okay.
And so that's what, to nuance. And what I advise to some who have asked me, the fastest way to get them on, if they want to help our animals today, is apply to the job that's open as a part-time vet, and they can come on, we can hire them to do just that. The challenge is when it comes to both spay and neuter, if that's the specific thing that they will only do, is we then need to supply the vet techs and everything else in the space. And so it's not just a one thing of bringing on the vet. So the contract, and then there's complications in terms of insurance if we bring them on and as a contract employee. And so they need to carry all the liability insurance and everything else, and we need to put that out to an RFP, and so it be as competitive to get them. So there's a complication there to swing both of those. And so I said the fastest way to help the animals is to come on as a part-time vet. We are going to be working with purchasing financing, putting out spay-neuter services, but to contract with an RFP, and they can apply there as well as some of the other contractors that we have currently.
So if there are vets who are qualified and willing to come on board on a contractual basis to focus on that much-needed service, is that something we are looking at, trying to accommodate?
Yes, the RFP that we will be putting out in the spring will address that. If they want to come on immediately to help us, the fastest way to do that is we have an open application that we have out there for part-time and full-time vet.
Apply for part-time or full-time.
Exactly. We can get them on quickly doing that.
Okay. I'm glad to hear we're offering multiple avenues. I think that's important. On spay and neuter, as you just mentioned, we have added a number of positions for both full-time and part-time veterinarians. I guess I'd like to better understand where we are with TNR. I know in the March message that we adopted, we called for the restoration to 5 days a week. As I understand it, we're not there, and I guess I'd like to better understand both how we're going to get there, and then I have a sort of related question about where we are in expanding or providing low-cost spay-neuter services for the broader community as we used to do. So maybe it's easier to separate those out. But.
Okay, so we've been given resources, admittedly, we've got an additional veterinarian and some additional vet techs. To provide spay-neuter services, we need three things. We need the space to do it, the operating room. We need a veterinarian, and we need vet techs to support that veterinarian under the current mode. Mm-hmm. And so all of those things need to come into play. The challenge we have in terms of prioritizing everything is the volume of animals in the building that are sick and injured we need to care for medically now, that are sick and injured that we have in our possession now. I mean, as of today, we have 460 animals in the building. We have another 564 we're responsible for medically It's 1,000 animals, so 564 in foster. So that's our problems, that we have 1,000 animals in our ownership right now that we need to provide medical services for. To provide additional services outside of medical care, that's where we get that stretch. And so our plan, our approach has been, we've gotten vet techs in terms of some of the budget cycles. One of the reasons why we pulled back from some of the spay-neuter services is when one of our permanent vets went to part-time status. And that's why we've accelerated and tried to recruit for this full-time status. And that way it helps us in terms of our ability to deliver. Anything you'd like to add, Kiska, in terms of our spay-neuter services, in terms of provided for publicly owned cats or private cats?
Thank you. I do agree that we have to cut it off at the tap. We're not going to be able to adopt our way or transfer our way out of this, of the rising number of animals that we're seeing come to us. And over the last year, there's been a 30% increase in just the number of kittens that are coming to us. So spay, neuter, and particularly TNR has to be one of our laser focus areas. We have hired a full-time veterinarian that I believe or finishing up the recruitment, and we're hoping that that person can start at the beginning of the year. And while our population is down, that our kittens are not coming in the waves that they are, that we can use that time to have our team trained up and begin to service the community. But we're going to have to, again, as Matt says, with the number of animals that we have under our care, that has to be the priority. So as the numbers are coming up, I really think working with the private veterinarians, it used to be that if you acquired an animal, you would take them to your vet and they might charge you, $300-400 to spay and neuter. Now they're charging upwards of $1,000. So that has added to our limited capacity that before the veterinarians used to be able, public veterinarians, private veterinarians used to help with spay and neuter. That number has really diminished because people can't afford it. But you have my commitment that TNR is, and helping with underserved communities. If they can't get their animals spayed and neutered, then they're likely to reproduce, and then we have more mouths out there.
Thanks.
If I could correct one thing that Kiska just did, because she might not have heard the information I got from our HR team, that the veterinarian application for our permanent vet decided to go part-time. And so it was just this afternoon that I heard the information, so she might not have got it.
Okay. Thanks. And in the interest of time, I have a few more questions I want to try to get through quickly. But, Matt, you mentioned there that on TNR and spay and neuter, the limiting factors, or what the three things we need, are vets, techs, and space. It sounded to me from what you said that space was actually our biggest constraint and that we're making progress in hiring. What are you doing to solve that? Are we looking at creatively flexing existing public space? Should we have a dedicated center just to serve TNR, or just to serve spay and neuter more broadly? I mean, what are we looking at to solve that constraint?
So there's a yes and scenario on that. One of the things, as the kitten season was winding down in August, September, I asked staff to focus on moving as many animals as that we have, neutering as many animals that we have in our possession now so that they're available for adoption. Many of the animals in foster are waiting to be sterilized so that we can then turn over to adoption, and then the animal is no longer ours. And so getting through that glut of the population is one of the focuses I wanted in the wintertime so that we could also do some spay neuter come January. It's just been, we got down to 180 dogs, and then piles of puppies and dogs came in over the last month. So we got up over 200, now we're down to 188 dogs in the shelter today. And so there's this massive fluctuation. This is not a static population. Many times I get weekly updates every Thursday on the population flow. It's 200 in, 200 out, 250 in, 270 out. Massive numbers of animals go through that building every single week. And so it's not just a static population, it's just waiting to go. They're moving all the time. And I think one of the things in the recommendation that came out of the audit is to focus on how do we build that capacity. And that's where I think that Community Action Committee really can lean in. What ideas do you have? Because all of the answers cannot be at the shelter. What things can we leverage in terms of contracts? What things creatively, what can we do? Do we know of any places that we need to have? That's where I want the Community Action Committee to focus on those things. And so if we could, initially, in these first few months of that community action committee, focus on those things urgently, because if we can get those things frontlined, that's an importance to us.
Great. Given that the committee will have limited space, if somebody can't participate but wants to give input, what's the best way to do that?
For right now, until we get a unique channel, email it to me or email it to Kiska, and we'll get it moving. But all the ideas can come in. We'll get a dedicated place for people to provide additional insight.
Okay, I'm going to try to do this very quickly. Three final questions, but they're all thematically the same. These are on the yellow lit items, and clustered some of them together. It's not about all of them, but it's thematically the same point. Recommendations 8, 22, 23, 24 essentially pertain to better tracking of animals in foster care and coordination and communication with rescue groups. I'm a little concerned it's yellow lit, given that we approved an overstrength foster and rescue coordinator who I assume should be taking on that work. I guess my question is, why is that yellow lit, and isn't that something that the foster and rescue coordinator can take on?
As a person, yes. I'm trying to be mindful of your time. As a person, yes. But if there's a system you needed a tweak, I'm not talking it needs massive dollars, but if it needs an additional $10,000 or $20,000, whatever, if there's a system needed to help manifest that to be faster, we'll evaluate that quickly. And if the answer is no, and what I did is I was evaluating green or yellow, like, could this have any service of a need of a system to invest in to make it efficiently happen? The answer could be yes. If you look at some of the contact systems, we don't have great customer contact systems in the city. It's being evaluated and procured through the city manager. Maybe there's something we'll leverage there. We don't need additional resources. We just need to evaluate what's available in terms of resources writ large. If we have it, we don't need to. But part of it is there's a lot of things I need to respond to, and I need to do it quickly.
All right. Well, I would hope in a $15 million budget that a CRM for 10 grand a year isn't something that would make this yellow. But when will we know if that set of 4 recommendations are yellow or green? Because I think it matters to all of us which it is.
So through your recommendations, you're requesting us to come back with any resources that are needed for this current budget year cycle. You'll know this budget year cycle if any of these recommendations need additional resources.
Okay. Recommendations 14 through 18 pertain to updating policies, protocols, formalizing operating procedures, communicating those to staff, improved record keeping and data entry protocols, formalizing supervisors' areas of responsibility. These, again, yellow lit, but feel to me like basic responsibilities that the existing management team must be able to assume and implement. Why, again, there would those, is that your understanding, or are you thinking about that differently?
So I don't think we necessarily need more people to do it. Again, it could be a contemplation, are there tools that are needed to make things more efficient and available to make those things happen? If you look at all the nuances of the recommendation, there could be an implication where a tool would provide, especially the communication with staff and everything else. We are not doing this in a vacuum of no animals. We're doing this in a vacuum with a large number of sick and injured animals. And so it's not like we're doing this in a place of calm, we're doing this in a place of crisis with the animals. And so we're trying to get to a place, is there additional resources that would help make that happen? We need to evaluate that quickly. In terms of the time I got the audit, in terms of I could not do that evaluation by the time I needed to provide the administrative response. So I think I owe it to you to tell you that this might need it, but we should evaluate it quickly, and we'll have that by the budget cycle or an MBA to be done with it.
All right, I think it's really important that things like formalizing supervisors' areas of responsibility and being clear about protocols for record keeping, that just, it's clear who owns that, who's responsible for it, and we don't take a long time to make sure we have clarity.
Yeah, so one of the things in dealing with Joe and his audits in the past, I've had systems that I needed to implement, whether it's an electronic system or an actual system of people. He is very detail-oriented in terms of the definition of done. And I actually need to achieve and document it and have it persist beyond just a checkbox. And so there's things that need to go into that of how to make that happen. And so
I appreciate your being...
I've open audit recommendations from 4 years ago because I didn't actually have a system fully on, even though I had it fully beta tested and everything else.
Well,
it'll get done this year.
That's why he's the city auditor.
That's right.
He's a stickler for the details. It's good. That's why we hire him. Okay. Well, then, I'll just say, similarly, I'm not even going to ask the question, but recommendations 11 through 13 have to do with updating the manual to align with the ASV guidelines regarding things like disease detection, isolation, cleaning, vaccinations, et cetera.
But it's not just updating the manual, it's also completing the training and introduction of all the staff and make sure that it's all complete. It's not just creating the manual, it's that plus. And so it's not as easy as, here's the manual, we're done. we'll need to prove to the city auditor that we've completed and successfully trained the staff to those protocols and are consistently performing them. Having been through some of these before, that's not just the case of completing a manual and send it over the goal line. He's going to say yes. It will be more than that, and I believe it. And that's what producing a book doesn't help. Producing a book and training and persistently doing it is the right way to get it done.
I don't disagree. I'll look forward to hearing in the spring as we go through budget that these are greenlit to be done by the end of 2025, or if there is any barrier, blocker, cross-dependency that would prevent that. I think we need to know very clearly what will be completed by the end of 2025. Okay, we spent a lot of time on this one for good reason. Again, I want to thank all the members of the community, all the advocates, volunteers. I'm sorry, I see my colleague has his hand up. Let me go to Councilmember Ortiz, hopefully to bring us home here, and then we'll take a vote on the motion.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your input. I just want to reiterate on my motion the reduction of the fee to $0, from $50 to $0. I wanted to ask if I could get a second. I didn't explicitly say that, so I just want to make sure I explicitly say that.
Is that okay with the seconder?
Okay.
I don't know who
Thank
the
you.
seconder is. I'll leave that to Tony. Yeah. Dual seconders agree. Okay. All right. Thanks, Councilmember. All right, Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So let me check in with colleagues here. It is about 5:30. We have a number of items left. Should we just keep going? Okay, I'm hearing keep going. At some point, if folks are, there's food in the back if people want to step back there. All right, sounds good. Let's keep plowing ahead then. I have now misplaced our next item. I believe we're on to item 3.4, which is we're on to item 3.4, Citywide Capital Improvement Program Annual Report.
Good evening. I'm Matt Lesh. I'm your Director of Public Works. And at present, I'm still your Department of Public Works Director. We have before you our citywide CIP annual report, which covers last fiscal year progress towards our capital construction for your capital investments. With me is Catherine Brown, the Assistant Public Works Director, and we'll be talking through the information about how we performed along our capital improvement program. So we'll quickly go over the CIP overview. We'll talk about some numbers. We'll talk about how our procurement performance has been, and then we'll talk about some project highlights. So just covering what is actually in the CIP program. And when I say the we is not just Public Works, though this is one of our main remits in Public Works, where we have hundreds of employees working on this. The we is our partners in DOT, our partners in ESD, our partners that support us that we partner on projects with in airport, in parks, in library, and everywhere else that has programs of ownership of different services. And so you can look through the list of things that these projects of major improvements or expansions of city facilities across all those different spectrums, whether it's a trail or a sewer or a homeless housing, public art and sewers and so forth. The outcomes that we are endeavoring to do is we're endeavoring to improve the built environment, the improved places to learn and play, our safe modes of transport, clean water to drink and into the bay, attractive and safe civic buildings, and places to care for our unhoused, the capacity for our housing and industry development, compliance with regulations, and the resilience of these improved facilities for our public safety members. Let's talk about some of the numbers. In this last fiscal year, we were working on 336 active projects. That's projects from feasibility and inception stage to land acquisition to design to construction to project closeout and all the different accounting practices. 336 valued at $1.7 billion. There's two levels of projects. There's minor projects and major projects. Major projects are capital construction projects over $750,000. Minor projects are below $750,000. And of those projects, 88 were complete. You can see by the different CSA, the city service areas, where those investments were programmed in different areas, whether it's in the community economic development or environmental services, environmental utility services and so forth. Again, those 336 projects valued at $1.7 billion. This is the rough track of where those projects that were completed. As you can see, many of them were in the transportation and aviation services group. Those are largely your pavement projects and those annual pavement projects that DOT leads. Though some of these projects are done with others in terms of others leading and or supporting, all of the capital procurement program is housed within Public Works. We procure all the contractors to perform the work. That's essential for uniform practices and attention to detail and consistency and fairness and legality. One of the things we look at in terms of how we achieve success there is we're monitoring our performance on all those bids. So we put 92 contracts out to bid. So if you divide by 50, it's at least 2 a week. If you take some holiday weeks, we have 3 or 4 projects that are coming to me every week for signature, for authorization to advertise. And so of those 92 projects, we look at how many bidders come in, how many bidders are on those projects. That's an attention of the contracting environment to see whose attention is paying attention to our contracts. And we look to see, generally over the long time, we've been hitting about 4. About 4 contractors have been bidding on our projects. Some are more, some are less, and they've been tracking over time. And these have not deviated from last year to the prior years, and we've consistently around 4. And about 61 have been major, and 31 have been minor. Again, the number of 4, and then the number of bidders that have participated in that over the 92 has been 368 different bidders have bid on our 92 projects that were put out. Again, the value that was awarded last year to those 92 contracts was about $378 million. Some awarded by you, some awarded under the Director of Public Works Authority, which are contracts under $1.2 million. In terms of our performance with our contractors and some of them that are with and in our community, we look at both on the left side, you look at the major projects, the local contractors, those are the LBE, and the small contractors, those are the small. So to be local, you have to have an office or an address within Santa Clara County. In order to be small, you need to have been both local in order to get small. And the definition of small is under 35 employees. It is not unusual for our large contracts to not get a lot of local and especially not a lot of small, because some of our major contracts that we put out attract national firms, especially unique services that you would see at the regional wastewater facility or unique things that we have even to develop. Some of our fire stations are pretty high tech, and so but you've seen the blue line is the increasing number of projects that we've been awarding and working on each year. But actually the positive thing is we're seeing an increasing number of major local contractors being with us as well. So it's not surprising that we would see too many small on our majors. On the other side, on our minor contracts, those are projects under $750,000, we see those numbers bump around all over the year after year in terms of number of actual minor projects. And so the blue line bops around quite a bit. It's gone back historically as well. It's bopped around, but it's averaged right around 30. What we've been pushing with our advocacy and with our participation with our small contractors and our locals is we'd love to see that's the place for our small contractors to get their feet wet and understand how to deliver public projects. There's lots of regulations, there's lots of paperwork that's involved, and so getting your feet wet on something small is a great way to be introduced to us and to them. And so as you can see, we've had an increasing percentage of the contractors that are minor go to our locals, and an even increasing participation of our smalls. So that last year, 2/3 of our awarded minor contracts were to local and small contractors. DOT's done a great job in trying to having very nuanced projects that people can achieve, whether it's wheelchair ramps or otherwise, of things that are good contractors. But then we also want those small contractors to get involved in relationships with the large contractors and become subcontractors to see how the big contracts happen. And so we have events like Meet the Primes, where we have the larger contractors there to network and create relationships with the smaller contractors so that they can develop. Catherine's going to talk about some of our projects in terms of things we want to highlight by each CSA.
Thank you, Matt. So the first CSA that we're going to talk about is the Community and Economic Development. And in this, we didn't have any projects that were completed during this fiscal year. We do have 4 active projects with a total 5-year CIP of $22 million. This picture that we're highlighting is actually the Rule 20B undergrounding at Delmas, and that one is actually currently in construction and tentatively scheduled to be completed in early 2025. Our next CSA is the Neighborhood Services, and this had a total of 69 active projects and 20 completed in the last fiscal year, and the 5-year CIP value of $441 million. The picture on here, this is the all-inclusive Emma Prush Park project, our giant chicken that we are very proud of. And this one is an award-winning project, I'm happy to announce. It won the Catalyzing Placemaker Award from Catalyze SV, which recognizes the vibrant projects that are changing the face of our community. The next CSA is our Environmental and Utility Services. This had an active number of projects, had 110 active projects and 19 completed. The 5-year CIP dollar value is $1.2 billion. This project that's highlighted is one of our many sanitary sewer repair projects. This one actually rehabilitated 36 sanitary sewer segments, which is over 11,000 linear feet of sanitary sewer pipe of varying diameter. Our next CSA is the Transportation and Aviation Services. This had a total active project number of 116 and completed 42 projects. The 5-year CIP dollar value is $1.5 billion. Excuse me. The project that's highlighted here is the new Taxiway Victor Phase 1A project, and it included approximately 1,100 linear feet of new Taxiway Victor pavement, a connector stub that was approximately 450 linear feet long, grading improvements, and installation of new airfield lighting and signage. Next, we have the Public Safety CSA. This had 11 active projects and 2 completed during the fiscal year with a total value, 5-year CIP value of $193 million. The project highlighted here is our Fire Station 37, which serves the Willow Glen community and the Cambrian community in District 6 and 9. This project, I wanted to highlight the artist that did the artwork on this project, Sam, I lost Sam's name, Tubiolo. The artwork on the front of the building and that wraps around on the side as well. And then last but not least is the Strategic Support CSA. This had an active number of projects. We had 26 projects, completed 5, and a 5-year CIP value of $108 million. The project that is highlighted here is the council chambers AV system upgrades that each of you are benefiting from.
Our partners outside in the audience are also available for your questions, should you want them, and then are not particular public works. We have partners in the audience to help answer questions for you.
Great. Thanks, Matt, Catherine. Appreciate the annual report. Tony, do we have any public comment?
I have no cards.
Okay, great. Well, I'll just say, let me see if I have colleagues with hands up. Really appreciate the work our public works department's doing. I was just recently out, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago now, at the airport for the opening of the new maintenance facility there, and just another example of a really well-managed project. A lot of collaboration, done on time, done on budget. I think it might have even been early, but just excellent execution, and I think we've come to expect that from Public Works. But I want to certainly give credit where credit is due in terms of that consistent execution. The execution of the Measure T projects, I think, has really built a lot of public trust and with voters and residents. So grateful to the team for all the good work you're doing, and I'm certainly seeing the impact of it out there in the community. So thank you. We turn to colleagues. Councilor Condellis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express my thanks to Matt and your team, Catherine. The briefing we had last week highlighted a lot of the things that I had questions about. So thank you for the availability for that. And I mean, more broadly, it's also important to highlight the work and the progress that you guys are working towards. For me specifically in my district, I know the Lake Cunningham bathrooms are something that you guys are tackling, and every time we chat, you all know that that's a capital project that's important to me in my district. But more broadly speaking, the work that our Public Works team undertakes to make sure that our city is the sewers are flowing, the water is being delivered, and that our community is able to enjoy the parks, whether you're at Emma Prush or whether you're at Lake Cunningham or whether you're at Fowler Park, is important. And so I appreciate that. And I did want to quickly ask about the work with our small and local businesses to see beyond the Meet the Prime events, how are we tapping in with whether you're a small business in landscaping or whether you're a small business that provides actual parts or metal for the different like gutter systems, et cetera, et cetera. How do we contract, or how do we find them within the definition of our local sphere?
So all of our bids are put on Bidingo, similar to the way the projects are bid out through finance purchasing, but we have a separate portal for capital construction projects, and we blast that out to hundreds of contractors on every award, and we also target some towards ones that we know or have contracted with us in the past. And so we target them, but then we also blast. And what everyone else can see, they can see who the dock takers are. And so what we always encourage is these local vendors who want to either provide material or provide sub-services is to see who's taking docks and then put in your estimate into them and contact those who are, because all of their names are on the public page as long as you're part of that portal, and it's a free login, so they get all that information at the ready in terms of who's pulling the project. So, and then there's also aggregating sites who aggregate all of these job boards. It's like a job board.
Gotcha. And then, so I know there was a couple projects that were taken off the list because of lack of bidders. Yeah. And do we know why, or what are we doing proactively to try to minimize those occurrences from happening? Granted, I mean, we have 100+.
Yeah, so Catherine's going to correct me, but I think there's fun things we have, like we have to get nets for like a Jaguar exhibit, and so that's pretty unique. Yeah. When we need to help out Happy Hollow, and so sometimes we had to close down a project and rethink it. Okay. And so there's things like that tend to happen. I'm not saying that happened in that particular place. So we have some really unique projects that perhaps it didn't get a lot of attention, or there's just not a local supplier or to construct a particular thing. So we get those are the usual scenarios, or if the budget just completely does not contemplate how expensive it is to do that project to replace whatever that we're trying to replace, or build what we're trying to build. And so we might surpass whatever budget resource they might have. So those are the usual scenarios that happen.
Got it. Okay, and then the last question has to do with the number of projects that were subject to our PLA provision. Roughly how many, and then I want to hear your experience on what that was and that experience for us as a city to have these PLAs in place with regards to the availability of bidders and the competitiveness of those bidders.
So our project labor agreement was reinstated, like I can't remember the fancy lawyer words, that's Nora's here to help me remember, but reinstated and committed to in terms of another 5-year plan for, and so what that threshold, any construction project that's over the Public Works Director's threshold to award of $1.2 million has a PLA on it. And so all the minor projects would not have a PLA on it, only projects that have not even all majors. Majors above $1.2 million, and that continues to grow. So I think the number is, Catherine's pointing to me, 36 projects in the report. I have a lot of things I have to remember today. So 36, and it's several $100 million. And my experience that we were discussing it is, we've not found that we've had less bidders on projects overall. We've not found that we've had more expensive projects overall. As a matter of fact, the Building Trades Council has been helpful in helping with contracts and construction issues with contractors that are having a little bit of trouble, and trying to help us sort through problems when, let's say, unions are at a disagreement about a particular thing. They've been very helpful and help us sort through those things. We've not found those overall be more expensive and have less bidders.
Wonderful, and that's great, that conflict resolution and the dispute resolution mechanisms within PLAs is all, you know, part of the reason why we're so supportive. And I appreciate the work that you do. Keep up the good work. And this, in addition to all the great work you're gonna be doing on the animal care services stuff, you know, I'm optimistic for the next year. So thank you, man.
Way to fold that one back in. All right, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to extend my thank yous. You know, there's a lot of work, other work that is done sort of behind the scenes, and I just want to thank your team members. I mean, they really get it done, and I just appreciate it so much. Whenever I hear, oh, Public Works is doing this or this or this or this or this, and the list keeps going longer and longer. So looking at the number of projects, I just want to say thank you, and please extend that to your team members.
And our partners, who also construct as well. And they also have lots of staff members as well.
Absolutely.
DOT has inspectors, DOT has and so forth and so on. So, and same with Muni Water and everybody else. So yes, we'll take it and we'll share it.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Batra.
Thank you very much for the projects which are in progress in D10. I want to highlight the 3 of them which are about to get completed, not completed yet. The all-inclusive playground at Almaden Lake Park. I think it's getting pretty close for getting a ribbon cutting on that. So thank you very much for that one. It has been a while coming in. The other one which I really appreciate, the safety aspect of the street lights at Hoffman Viamonte, which was funded through CDBG, about $1 million. Not an easy funding to find, but you help us find that one. So I really appreciate that one. I think those seniors are looking around how they're going to be able to walk at night safely over there. The third one, I think we all know about the Via del Oro. I was in the CAC meeting last night, and people are anxiously waiting for that one to get completed. And again, that's pretty close. So thank you very much for all those 3 projects for getting in there. I have a question on one of the ones, which is, there's something going on Blossom Hill for a while. I think it's a trash catcher or something. Is that part of the projects in those 336?
Yes, it's part of a large trash capture device project.
Okay.
That has come up with extremely complicated construction issues. And probably the best way for me to say it is we're discussing ways to resolve with our contractor. And we're hoping for a happy solution, but I don't know that we'll find one. It's a very complicated construction issue that I probably should leave it at that.
Okay, all right, because residents keep inquiring about when they're going to get their road back, because the road has been taken away for a while.
About a year and a half, and we're paying attention to, and it's very frustrating to us as well. We would like to have that either done or closed, yes.
Okay, whenever you have the opportunity to tell us what we can share with the people, because there is a lot of curiosity. I know you may not have the answer right now, but that's the one which
Our goal is in the next week or so to have a statement that you can provide to your residents.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you very much for all those the ones which are making a lot of progress, and appreciate getting the feedback on this one, what we can share with the people. Okay, thanks.
Great, thanks, Councilmember. Did we have a motion earlier? No, would you like to make the motion, Councilmember?
Definitely like to make a motion to accept the report, the annual report.
Great, ample seconds. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Kamei, Jimenez, and Dwan absent.
Great, I see Councilor Dwan.
Dwan, are you voting yes?
Is that a yes on item 3.4? 3.4? Yes?
Yep, okay. So I have
vote
unanimous
yes.
with Jimenez absent.
Okay. All right, thank you. We're on to item 3.5, special municipal election and interim appointment to fill the vacancy in District 3. There's a staff memo and a memo from our colleague, Councilmember Cohen.
I want to note there is an error in the resolution. It says July 24th, 2025, but it's June 24th, 2025. It's correct in the memo. It's not correct in the resolution. So I just need to verbally say that. And that's for the runoff.
Okay. So one more time, the date of the runoff will be?
June 24th, 2025.
Okay, if needed, June
If
24th,
needed.
2025,
Yes.
for the record. Okay, and that'll be cleaned up in the documents?
Yes.
Assuming this is all moved forward tonight. Okay, great. Do we have any public comment?
I have no cards.
Great, okay. Let's come back to colleagues. First hand up was Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not going to make the motion, but I just wanted to ask Tony if, did we, last time for the interim applicants, did we require Form 700 as part of their application?
I don't think we did.
Okay, is there any reason why we couldn't do that?
I don't see why we couldn't, because
Okay.
it's required of anybody who's running for office,
Uh-huh.
so we could ask for that. We do a conflict of interest check through the city attorney's office,
Mhm.
but the Form 700 would make it a little easier.
Yeah, I think, so just for the makers of the motion, I think it makes sense to include that this time, to have the Form 700 as part of the application for the interim appointments. That's all I got.
Comment, council member, that's helpful. Let me turn to Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, and I'll just be quick. I want to thank first of all, Tony, for putting together, doing the work to work with the registrar of voters and everybody to put in place our timeline and get it scheduled, and obviously for the work ahead in making the process happen both for an appointment and for an election. I submitted a memo to just clarify the process, which is basically just a copy of the process we did before. I think it's important to have in writing the steps we're going to take to make sure that it's clear and not going to be, rough as we go through the process. We don't know how many applicants we'll get. I mean, if we get only one applicant, it's different, but if we get a number of applicants, we need to have a process to make sure we can get down to one. I know that the memos themselves don't specify what we had said at our last council meeting, that we would we would not accept an applicant for the interim position who files to run for office. That is our intent, and I believe that as a council we can take care of that screening without making it officially part of the motion, because we will know at the deadline for both the close of the application process for the interim who has applied. But I want to make sure it's clear that I think what I heard, and I agree, that our intent would be that anybody who files would be, if they just also apply for the vacancy, would not be considered, or apply for the interim appointment, they would not be considered. So I think it's just important to call that out. So I'm going to make a motion to accept Tony's memo on the timeline, and along with my memo on the process for the interim appointment, making sure the date in the memo says June 24th for the runoff election, and adding one more requirement for applicants for the interim appointment to file a Form 70 as part of their interest form and questionnaire. What did I say? Oh, Form 700. Yes, okay.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. And Councilmember Cohen, I want to thank you for spelling out a process and giving us all something to react to. I think it helps accelerate our conversation here. I had just two very quick questions, and then I'll turn to Councilmember Candelas. One was on item 2, recommendation 2F from your memo. Just to clarify in a couple edge cases, just in case it comes up, and just to anticipate this, if it were to be the case that the last two were tied, it says to drop the candidate with the least number of votes. It wouldn't shock me if the last place, there are multiple. So I don't know if you want to further clarify your intention here. I'll go ahead and ask I don't want to get nitpicky, but I can anticipate us
Yeah,
running
we should
into
anticipate.
issues
And by the
later.
way, I think I've told this story many times from my first early times on the school board. I anticipated the situation where we were filling a vacancy by appointment and we would have a tie, and therefore wrote a coin flip into the process as a way to make sure we could break any tie, which I'm just saying, so it is good to anticipate things because it's bad to
Right.
come up with a plan right on the spot. I don't know that I have an answer to that question of what happens in the case of a tie and we can't.
Yeah, and I'm open
break the
to
tie, but-
I'm open to directing the clerk to come back with a recommendation. I just want to highlight two things on 2F that came to mind for me that may be on the minds of others and seem quite plausible. One would be that people get the same number of votes. It's a limited number of candidates, limited number of votes. We could have two candidates.
Or we get into a stalemate where we don't move votes and we don't ever get to 2/3 for one of them.
So that was my second point, was the 2/3 threshold is significant. We could be deadlocked and folks could just be unwilling on principle to move their vote. I would suggest that after some number of rounds, we go to simple majority or something like that.
Yeah, and even simple majority, I guess the question for the city attorney, the simple majority still has to mean 6 votes, even if we only have 10
That's a good
people,
point.
right?
Yeah.
So
It's
simple
close enough
majority
to
is
2/3.
never, right, so I mean, that's a reasonable thing. It still would be more than a majority of.
That's correct. You would need 6.
You'd still need 6, yeah.
Right.
And I love the idea of trying to get to 2/3, but frankly,
No,
that may be a high bar.
So just as we did last time, we had some last minute memos that were written to address what we came up with, what we were thinking about as we headed into the final meeting. Maybe we should do the same thing.
Great, okay. And then for the sake of our candidates, I would suggest as well, and it doesn't have to be spelled out here, but Tony, and for the maker of the motion, if you want to frame this up or not, or I'll just say it as my own opinion here, but I just think having real clarity about whether or not you're allowed to have electronic devices, what room people are in, just clarity, fairness for everybody, and particularly for the candidates who have to go through a very tough and public process, as I know some of my colleagues here remember. We should just be crystal clear about the process. It needs to be really clearly managed. So there's just no questions about the integrity of the process.
We're going to do what we did on I think it was District 10, where we impaneled them in here, and so they'll all be together in the same room.
And was
we'll
that
just
the
take
intention?
turns.
The reason I raised this is that's not how I read the memo. So what did the maker of the motion intend for the process? Are people all here together? Do people have access to a device or not? Are they coming out individually? We should just be super clear.
I mean, my intent was individual only because, but I guess we could, I'm willing to, to move on that question in terms of just making sure that not the same people aren't always answering the question first, right? In other words.
I think we could have them all out and rotate who starts as maybe a simpler way of going.
Yeah, last time I sort of. Yeah.
You remember. Yeah.
The second time I did have a list to make sure we rotated
I
who
remember
got
that.
answered first. Yeah, it was complicated, but we did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, again, I just want it to be really clear and just last time we had unnecessary bumps in the road. So maker of the motion, Councilmember Cohen, do you want to clarify further here on that?
I'm okay with amending the first item to say interview as a panel with rotating the order of answering the question.
Perfect. Okay. Great. Who was the seconder? Me. Great. Councilor Davis, you okay with that? Yes, I am. All right. Excellent. Okay. Great. I think that was all I had. Let me turn to Councilor Candelas.
No, thank you, Mayor, for your clarification. I just, as somebody who went through the process the first time, I do think it's important to have that panel round robin type of question, and then with regards to the Form 700 question, my colleague Councilmember Davis, no, we did not have to do Form 700, but as a lifelong public employee, I think it's very important to disclose any financial interests given the process that we're about to undertake. So thank you for making that suggestion, and thank you, Councilmember Cohen, for your leadership on this process as well. Much appreciated.
Great. Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen, thank you for laying out in more detail the actual process, and I am a supporter of having all of the I was going to say candidates out. They are contestants in a matter of speaking, out here at the same time so they all hear the questions, and then we rotate the order of who asks first in a random order so that it's not always candidate one that gets the question first and doesn't have time to think about the answer. But I did have one question. As I recall, when we moved a interim appointment, supported an interim appointment and a special election, is that with the interim appointment candidates, they were exempted, I know we didn't use this word, but this is a word I'm going to use, exempted from running for office as well. So I want to address that a little bit because I know we cannot preclude them, but the memo I made, or the motion I made, specifically said that we would not consider them as applicants for the appointment process. That being said, in your supplemental memo, Tony, it doesn't articulate that you're going to weed them out. And frankly, we need to. We need to not have 10 council members looking at 10 people who aren't qualified because they've already applied to run for office.
I was told I can't do that legally, but what I will do is include a table of the applicants, whether or not they submitted nomination papers, and so you'll know ahead of time, but I was told by the attorney's office that we can't legally do that.
But as Councilmember Cohen mentioned, we will all have that information
But
at the
I
time
will
of the
make sure
decision.
you know who has filed nomination papers. It's a concurrent time period.
I understand.
And they're both going to end at noon on the 10th. So you will know, but that was my advice from the attorney's
We
office.
will know who has filed as a candidate for the special
Yes.
before we have to submit our
Yes.
interest for which
Yes.
candidates
Yes,
we want
because-
to interview.
Exactly.
Okay, so I would encourage my council colleagues to pay attention to those dates and those names so that they're not spending their time interviewing candidates who are then running for the office down the line. Otherwise, I think this is a great direction. I really like the detail. Thank you, Councilmember Cohen, for your thoughtful memo, and I'm happy to support it all.
Thanks, Councilmember Foley. I had the same question and concern you did. Okay, let's go back around. Councilmember Davis.
Oh, I didn't mean to do
Okay.
that.
Councilmember Cohen, were you
I just
still?
think it's worth clarifying. If you read the memo from Tony, it does say the council will then have a selection sheet to fill out about who we're interested in interviewing. So we, at that step, we wouldn't want to bring them here. That would waste all of our time. So at that step, all of us who then fill out that sheet should make sure we do not ask to interview anybody who has a check mark that says they filed.
That's
So
why I
that's
pointed that
that's
out.
the process, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I took from Councilmember Foley's point. Okay, great. Thank you both. Okay, I don't see any other hands. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously with Kamei absent.
Okay, great, thank you. We're on to item 5.1, acceptance of the United States Department of Transportation Safe Streets and Roads for All grants.
Move approval.
Great. Do we have any public comment?
I have no cards.
Great. Coming back to the council, Councilmember Foley.
This is a Vision Zero item, so I would be remiss if I didn't comment on the importance of it. First, I want to commend DOT for their work that resulted in this grant, particularly the work of J.C. Mintz-Roth as our Vision Zero program manager. These programs are really important to us. It's both the speed safety cameras and safety improvements on key intersections. It's at these intersections, these 4 intersections, we have had tragic fatalities of community members lost. And I want to take a moment to just talk about one. You've actually met Kyle LeBlanc's mother a couple of years ago, and last year she actually serves on the Vision Zero Task Force now. He was 18 years old, just turned 18 years old, getting ready to graduate from high school, and he was tragically killed by a speeding driver on Kirtner Avenue and Canoas, not far from the VTA station, or not far from the light rail station. There was no sidewalk, no lights. So these funds will be used to dramatically improve that area and create a safe street so that pedestrians can leave the light rail, walk down the steps, and then walk along the path safely, unobstructed by having to walk out into traffic to get to where they're going. So with that, I'm very excited for this, and you've already moved it, someone already seconded, and I hope everybody will vote yes on this. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, council member. Appreciate your advocacy for traffic safety. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. We are on to item 8.1, actions related to a loan commitment for the acquisition and rehabilitation of Virginia apartments located on Virginia Avenue. We have a brief staff presentation, and I'll turn things over to Eric Sullivan, our housing director.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So brief presentation today on this land trust, which is a preservation of units working in partnership with both the South Bay Community Land Trust, SOMOS, as well as two other organizations that we pull together to help provide additional support for this initiative. So I'll talk briefly and just provide a quick overview, and I'm joined today by Banu Sun, who is our newly appointed Deputy Director over Housing Production and Preservation. So first off, this initiative aligns to our housing elements, particularly elements P18, R2, and N4, which talk about how do we find strategies to preserve units in our vastly changing neighborhoods in order to address displacement of our lower income families. It also addresses ways in which that we can provide more stability in our neighborhoods and create more public-private partnerships to expand the preservation of our affordable units, particularly units that are naturally occurring affordable units. As a quick overview, the city will be leveraging our funds with the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority. So the $5 million as approved by Mayor and Council will then be leveraged by $4.5 million from the Bay Area Housing Finance Agency, as well as another $1 million from a local foundation, and then $500,000 in commitment from Destination Home in order to ensure that during the course of a redevelopment project, which is what this is, it is 3 apartment buildings that were built in the 1960s. They need a significant amount of work, and as we identified in the capital needs assessment. And as with most redevelopment projects, once you kind of get in between the walls, you'll see there are always more challenges. So we're able to secure additional funds for this public-private partnership in order to address and be able to respond proactively and comprehensively to ensure that no families are displaced and that they can continue to be housed during this, what is going to likely be a fairly difficult construction, but we are confident in the team that has been put together who can help execute this in community.
Thank you, Eric. As Eric mentioned, I'm going to go over the funding sources and uses for this particular property. The staff reviewed a comprehensive capital needs assessment report prepared for this property to understand its immediate as well as long-term needs for the rehabilitation. This was performed out over 15 years, and gaps in sources of funding to cover this cost were identified. These gaps were then filled with funding secured from, as Eric mentioned, Destination Home as well as a local foundation. The $4.5 million funding from Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, BAFA's Regional Early Action Planning Grant will be primarily used for the acquisition of the property. The city's funding will support the rehab work, As this building is 62 years old, there's prolonged deferred maintenance and substantial rehab of the building exterior and interior, such as critical electrical, plumbing, and structural repairs. A detailed seismic analysis of the building will be required to determine strengthening requirements to meet minimum code required for life safety and possible strengthening of highly stressed areas of the exterior walls.
Thank you, Bono. And so that is kind of the summary of what this deal comprises and how it furthers our work around the preservation of units, around ensures stabilization of our families and our changing communities, and it continues to implement some of the core components of our housing element. So thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate the presentation. Tony, do we have public comment?
Yes, I have comment cards for item 8.1. I have 17 cards. I'm gonna call your name. Are we going 90 seconds?
Or 90 seconds
Okay.
through the rest of the meeting, yeah.
So when I call your name, come on down, first person to the microphone, go ahead and speak. Everybody else can sit in the reserved seats on the front row to wait your turn. I have, additionally, if you are using an interpreter, we're using the AI interpretation only tonight. Screen 2 on the council dais is to view the interpretation. It will simultaneously translate on the screen, and you can read everybody else's translations as you need them. Oscar QM, looks like Cital Martinez, Emily Ann Ramos, Josefina Aguilar. I don't see people moving, so I'm just gonna keep calling names until I see somebody come down. Greg Miller, Sandy Perry, Marco Cano, Miguel Irolito, and Liz Gonzalez. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council, I'm Emily Ann Ramos, the Preservation and Protection Associate at SB at Home. We are in support of staff's recommendation to appropriate funding to the South Bay Community Land Trust in order to help enable the acquisition and rehabilitation of the Virginian apartments. This is a very exciting and important step in the city's plan to create deed-restricted affordable housing and community-based preservation. We look forward to the city's ongoing partnership in developing and implementing groundbreaking preservation policies. It has been a long journey, and we appreciate the city's work with the South Bay Community Land Trust to seek what's needed for new or local community-based organizations to reach the point where they qualify to seek NOFA funding, like adapting underwriting guidelines. It is also important to make this part of an ongoing commitment to build capacity in this space. Thank you to the city for leading on this. There will be many cities that will look at this model as they create their own preservation policies. So let's empower our communities to tackle our regional housing crisis together. Yay!
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. It's such a pleasure to be here. I want to introduce myself. I'm Josefina Aguilar. I'm the Executive Director of the South Bay Community Land Trust, a 35-year plus experienced professional in affordable housing, and I was the former Executive Director of Trust South LA in Los Angeles. So even though our organization is fairly new, there are a lot of very committed and capable members, not only in our organization, but also in the orbit around us, our board of directors, and in the different organizations that are our allies. We are committed to making this project a success. We think we have demonstrated the successful way of leveraging other funds. So your vote of approval today to release the $5 million towards this project immediately then releases another 4.5 from BAFA, the Bay Area Housing Finance Agency, plus the $1.5 million in the philanthropic funds. So making it an $11 million project that is adequately funded for us to be successful in preserving this project and protecting the displacement or protecting the residents from displacement and also the long-term shepherding of this project, because the land trust means that we stay with it for the entire life of the project. So just want to assure you that we are aware of this commitment and we are committed to completing it so that this can be a.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Sandy Perry, Vice President of the Board of South Bay Community Land Trust. I want to thank everyone involved in this project, beginning with the residents of the apartments, of the Virginia apartments themselves, the staff of South Bay CLT, the owner, who was very patient with us, and the staff of the Housing Department, especially Director Solivan. Finally, I want to thank the Mayor and Council, especially D5 Council Member Peter Ortiz, who was supporting this project from the very beginning, and also the Vice Mayor, who's been a supporter of the Community Land Trust for several years now. So today you have an opportunity to provide some good news to tenants and residents who are in need of affordable housing after a difficult election season. I especially appreciate the Mayor and Council's support for Proposition 5 in November and the Regional Measure 4 before it was taken off the ballot. It took some political courage to support this measure when it was opposed by the real estate lobby, California Chamber of Commerce, and a couple of the largest Bay Area newspapers. Also, it took a considerable amount of the common sense that's advocated by Mayor Mahan, since we all know that our plans to address homelessness will fail unless we get the permanent housing that people need to move into. And I think I'm...
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Marco Cano. He estado trabajando
un momento. Do we have...
We don't have in person. I just switched it over.
It's on the screen?
So screen 2.
Okay, screen 2.
Restart
Thank you.
timer.
Perdón. Ok, tenemos en nuestro computador aquí. Adelante. Sí, no, gracias.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Marco Cano. He estado trabajando con el Fideicomiso de Tierras Comunitarias por 2 años y tengo 24 años viviendo en los apartamentos de Virginia, aquí en San José.
It's showing in English up here. Stop his timer.
¿Puedo seguir?
Perdón. Tenemos un programa tecnología, but if we got it now, all three? You see it across on the screen? Okay. Okay, está funciona.
It should be the white column.
Is in English. Huh. Okay. All right, everybody has all three on the screen now?
Over.
Okay.
We're going to give them the full minute and a half.
Great. All right, we're going to
¿Puedo comenzar de nuevo?
empezar otra vez. Lo siento.
No.
Okay.
Gracias. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marco Cano. He estado trabajando con el Fideicomiso de Tierras Comunitarias por 2 años y tengo 24 años de vivir en los apartamentos de Virginia, aquí en San José. Y estoy aquí para pedir su apoyo en mi nombre y de mi familia para evitar el desplazamiento y aprueben los fondos de la medida E para la compra de los apartamentos, donde 24 años hemos vivido muy felices y queremos seguir viviendo de esa manera, feliz y no ser desplazados. Gracias.
Gracias a usted.
Gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Manuel, I can't read the last name, Delma Hernandez and Maria Garcia.
My name is Greg Miller, and I live in District 5. And I want to thank the City Council for approving funds to be utilized for an affordable housing preservation project that the South Bay Community Land Trust is sponsoring, one where the rent paid by the residents of the 18 units in Virginian apartments will be permanently stabilized. This is the kind of project the city should do more to support, preserving existing affordable housing in order to allow the many San Jose residents who work low-wage jobs avoid becoming unhoused and being displaced from their community. We hope you will expand this cost-effective way of expanding our stock of permanently affordable housing as the primary approach to addressing our housing crisis and preventing homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Liz Gonzalez, proudly from East San Jose, and I'm a founding member of the South Bay Community Land Trust, and I'm speaking today to serve as memory. This has been at least 8 direct years of a journey, and honestly, what we've been walking towards for even longer than that as community organizers. The idea of community-controlled land and housing came from the community. And I'm grateful to all the people of San Jose who filled this chamber's 6 years to the date tomorrow in rejection of Google puppeteering this city and buying publicly owned city land. And people who then were excluded from this chamber, and 8 of us violently removed by police because we believed in investing in our residents. Some of y'all were here that night. We believed in investing in our most disinvested and neglected communities, and that the city has an obligation to resource efforts to keep us in place and to take our lead. Today's vote means more than you know to my East Side heart, and this is a process that I can only expect to get better and increase in dollars because we aren't going anywhere. We've already lost too many community members who are priced out, who transitioned into spirit, and my thanks to everyone who got us here. Thank you for your supportive vote tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good night, council members. My name is Miguel. I'm a resident of Virginia Avenue. I've been living here for 13 years. I'm here to support for the approval of Measure E Fund for Virginia Avenue. This is important to me because we could be potentially at risk of being displaced because of our landlord. I was wondering if, just help us out, please.
Thank you. Next speaker, I'd also like to call Genoveva Nunez, Juan Lujano, Hector Hernandez.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María García. Yo vivo en los apartamentos Virginia alrededor de 13 años y estoy activa con el fideicomiso de tierras comunitarias. Tenemos ya 3 años en la lucha para proteger la medida E y ahorita estamos aquí para pedirles que por favor apoyen el proyecto que tienen por los apartamentos que están en venta y pues de otra manera pues nosotros corremos el riesgo de buscar otros lugares que por ahora pues son todos muy caros. Perdón, solo que tengo un poco de frustración en este caso y quisiera que apoyaran para la medida E con los fideicomisos. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hola, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Genoveva Núñez. He estado trabajando con el fideicomiso por más de 2 años Vivo en el este de San José, en los apartamentos de la Virginia, por más de 24 años. Con mis hijos y mis nietos que han crecido ahí. Estoy aquí para pedirles su apoyo en aprobar los fondos de la medida E para proteger nuestros apartamentos de la Virginia y prevenir desplazamientos. Una vivienda digna y estable es importante para nuestra familia, vecinos y nuestra comunidad en San José. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also like to call Laura Diaz-Tovar and, oh, this is a duplicate. So just Laura, and that's all of the speaker cards. So I've called all of the names I've received. If you did not hear your name, go ahead and come down and sit in the front row.
Good evening. My name is Delma Hernandez. I'm with the South Bay Community Land Trust and a resident of District 5, East Side San Jose. I'm here in support of approving Measure E funds for Virginia Avenue Apartments. We've submitted a letter of support signed by 60 community partners. We've also submitted a letter signed by each one of the units of the apartments at Virginia Avenue, and submitted a zine created by tenants and their kids as well, that reflects and showcases their home and what their home means to them. This project reflects the strong ties within this community. The residents of Virginia Avenue are an integral part of East San Jose. They are San Jose. We're immigrants, multi-generational, hardworking, and historically overlooked. So by approving Measure E today, we'll protect 18 families from the speculative market and ensure, and also acknowledge that East Side families deserve to have permanent stability and dignity. This vote is a clear commitment to serving affordable housing for our community. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. As you've heard from a lot of the community members, right, this has been a long-term project that we've been working on. This is a multi-generational apartment complex where you have families who've lived there upwards of 20 to 30 years. So I strongly urge you to support this project. We can't forget about the 3 Ps of housing: production, protections, and also preservation. So this really highlights everything that we're trying to achieve with the housing element, but also it protects 18 families from being displaced. So I strongly urge you to support this project and keep 18 families, living in the East Side. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and our powerful community here today. My name is Laura Diaz-Tovar, and I'm one of the co-founders of the South Bay Community Land Trust, currently operational co-director. I urge you today to release the Measure E preservation funds for the Virginian apartments in East San Jose. This is more than a decision about housing. It's an opportunity to stand on the right side of history. In a time when elections across the country have highlighted division and disappointment, San Jose can set itself apart as a city that believes in progress, equity, and the collective power of its people. Supporting this project affirms that our community values justice over displacement and people over profit. The Virginia apartments are home to some of the most beautiful families in San Jose, many of who have lived in the apartments for over 25 years. By preserving these 18 rent-controlled homes, we are not just protecting housing, we're protecting the fabric of our community. This is also a step toward honoring the land itself, removing it from the speculative market, and returning it to the stewardship of the people who live and thrive here. You have the chance tonight to make a bold statement that San Jose is a city where families are rooted, communities are empowered, and equity is at the heart of the decisions that we make. I believe in the power of us leading with vision and compassion. Please Please support the release of the Measure E funds and demonstrate San Jose is not a city of words, but a city of action, a city that fights for its residents, protects its history, and invests in a future where everyone has a place called home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, hello, hi. Oh, hello, hi. My name is Hector Hernandez. I live in District 5, San Jose, and I'm just here to support the project because community members in Virginia Avenue have worked hard for the last 2 years with the South Bay Labor Council, or the South Bay Community Land Trust. Sorry about that. To get to this point, you know, because they deserve to be awarded for their efforts and not be displaced. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody that has supported them, and thank you for them. They should be thanking themselves well for all the support and all the hard work they've done as well. Yeah, thank you much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jose Lujano. I am the treasurer of the South Bay Community Land Trust, and I am also a senior project manager for Affirmed Housing. That's my day job. And so I'm just here today to thank city staff and this council for really taking a leap of faith on honoring your word to provide preservation funding. We have a lot of goals that as an organization we share with the city of San Jose. And we know that the need for this type of solution is out there, not just in the nonprofit sector, but for families who are trying to do good by their residents, landlords that have been good landlords for many years, like the Plicca family who has been working with us for almost 3 years now. All of this is done in partnership, and so a huge thanks to our new housing director, Eric Solivan, Banu as well, for being there with us to help us figure out how we are able to meet the city's underwriting guidelines and everything, because this really is going to be the first of what we hope are many of such similar deals. We are your partner in the community to make preservation a reality, and we look forward to working with the collaborative of Somos and other community development organizations so that we increase this capacity.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay, I've called all the cards. Back to you.
Okay, well, thanks to all the community members who came out tonight and advocated and have been advocating for years for more preservation dollars. I think it's going to be a pilot, if you will, or an experiment that we're going to learn a lot from. So look forward to seeing how it goes over the coming years. Let me turn to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank our housing staff and housing director, Eric Sullivan, for their work on this very important step in our commitment to a robust housing solution. I also want to thank everyone who came out here today to make their voice heard on this loan. I especially want to thank the residents of the Virginia Avenue apartments who I've met with several times. Thank you for making this project a reality. And I know you all have been working very closely with the South Bay Community Land Trust for years to secure your future in this city and the future for your families. And they know more than anyone that this vote is long overdue. Since I've been in office, I've made it clear the necessity of pursuing a robust affordable housing preservation policy here at the city. For years, the naturally affordable housing that most of our working class residents rely on has been taken off the market at a faster rate than new affordable housing could be produced. So in other words, we are losing affordable housing stock faster than we can build it. Hence, the need for a preservation strategy to preserve it. We cannot just simply focus on production alone. We have often heard the valid frustration of the cost of affordable housing production, including on this very own dais. But what this loan makes clear is that preservation allows us to keep units permanently affordable for far less than $1 million a door. It prevents the trauma of displacement for our working class San Jose families who've come to call these apartments their home, many of who, as we've heard today, have lived there for decades. I'm also hopeful that this can be a first step towards instituting streamlined, transparent processes for rehabilitation and acquisition loans. And I hope that as a council, we can continue to have the conversations of what mechanisms we can devise to enable preservation across our great city. This has to be a first step of many in pursuing lasting security for many working class residents who live in precarity due to the continued failures of our housing market. We cannot rely on the housing market alone. And with that, I'd like to move to accept the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the staff for their work, and I'd like to thank the community for taking the time for a long time working on this and working with the staff to make this a reality. I think that preservation, just like many other housing items along the continuum, are absolutely necessary. And I think this is a good example of a proof of concept. And I think that there's a lot of learnings that could come out of there to see how else we might be able in the future to continue this. So I'm very delighted to be able to support the motion and support the project.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Let's go to Councilmember Batra.
Thank you very much for the proposal to preserve this property for the 18 families who have been calling it a home for a long time. I just want to make sure that there are enough safeguards put in place to make sure that these 18 families who are living there will continue to be able to live there after this funding mechanism moves. So I'm going to ask for some clarification on a couple of points. Is the amount of rent these people paying today, is that documented?
Yes.
Okay, and do we know when the rehabilitation has taken place, when they come back, if they move out? Will their rents be going down because of the 30%? Will they stay the same? Will they be more?
The rents will be adjusted downward more than likely based on our pro forma of the projections for the revenues for the site.
Okay, so that's good news, that the rents are going to actually go down for them, right? Okay, now are these people protected in terms of for whatever length of time God allows them to be here, to stay in that property?
Councilmember, can you clarify, what do you mean by protected? Do you mean rent stabilized? Or you're referring to other forms of protection?
How long will they be able to, guaranteed to be able to have the occupancy there?
We have built out the pro forma over a 15-year, then a 30-year look, so rents will be stabilized during that period. In terms of occupancy, the South Bay Community Land Trust will be the property manager, so that is for their determination.
So if they want to stay there, they will be able to stay there. They will not be kicked out for any reason.
I can't speak to being kicked out for any reason. I can say the South Bay Community Land Trust is just the property manager, so they'll be managing the continuing occupancy of the residents.
Okay, but their rent will not be increased beyond the 30% limit?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Now, if the rent is based on the 30% of the income and you're saying the rent is going to go down, how are they going to cover the operating cost of that period? And also hopefully pay back some amount of the loan they're taking?
Because we've structured the financing for this deal based on an assumption of a downward trajectory of the rents, while also stabilizing a rent replacement reserve to ensure that the continuity of the operations are fully funded for at least the next 15 years.
Okay, so for 15 years, the performance shows that their operating costs will be well covered by the new rent, which will be less than what the current rent is for these people.
That's correct. And we've also added an additional operating reserve to the structure of the financing for the transaction.
Okay. Question about during the rehabilitation. Are these people going to be moved and their rent will be what they're paying today, or the rent will be what they will be paying in future, or anything has been determined in that area?
The rehab anticipates that the work will be done while the residents still maintain occupancy. If there is temporary relocation, there are sufficient funds in the budget to cover that cost of that temporary relocation, which should be less than 30 days on average.
Okay, so they would not have to pay any more than what they're paying today, in case they have to move out for a while.
That is correct.
All right, okay. Thank you very much for those clarifications. I'll be able to support that effort to preserve the property. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you very much for the report. And I only got a couple questions. You're in here, it said total maintenance cost for the next 20 years is $4.2 million. I would imagine if the $5 million renovation would bring the building up to date, and the maintenance cost would be just, the average maintenance, meaning paint and maybe some other stuff on the outside, but I didn't anticipate it would be cost $4.2 million for maintenance.
So there are immediate repairs that need to be done, which are around $1 million, and they're critical. And the remaining deferred maintenance is over 15 to 20 years that need to be addressed. And so that is the total cost of the repairs that need to be done over time, as they've been deferred for 62 years.
So just to add additional note to that, the initial rehab does not take the buildings to the studs, meaning it is not a complete gut. The residents are still living there. So they're addressing the rehab needs that are immediate, as Banu had mentioned, and then we fully funded a replacement reserve into the 15-year pro forma for the site in order to address the ongoing maintenance issues as they arise. Since we're not stripping out plumbing, electrical, HVAC, we're just doing rehab, patch, and repair of a substantial nature.
I was a little bit concerned if the building is about 60 years old, right?
Correct.
And you guys not addressing the electrical?
So there'll be electrical upgrades, but not a substantial rewiring of the entire building, which is what's traditionally done in a new construction site.
And I believe this building probably fit in the soft build as well, soft
story? Yes,
yeah, soft story,
Councilmember, it does fit soft story, so there'll also be retrofits for seismic activity as well.
All right, well, thank you, and I'll be supporting this measure.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just take a moment to briefly thank everybody who came out, especially those from South Bay Community Land Trusts. Moving forward, I know this is a big step forward for our city to keep families in San Jose with the leadership of South Bay CLT, Somos Mayfair, our housing department. We're creating an opportunity for families to stay right here in their city, and given South Bay CLT's track record with the success of their most recent purchase, I think this is a great step forward for them as an organization to build upon their portfolio and mission towards preserving housing affordability and creating pathways towards ownership, and looking forward to supporting the motion on the floor. Yo sé que las acciones de hoy van a ayudar a prevenir el desplazo de nuestras familias en el este de San José, y solo quería tomar un momento para agradecer a todas las personas que vinieron y prestaron el poder a su voz, por estar aquí abogando por ustedes, y como va el dicho, sí se puede, y ojalá sí se pudo después de esta acción, pero más importante que todo, que la lucha todavía sigue. Y muchas gracias por estar aquí, y voy a apoyar la acción que tenemos enfrente de nosotros. Gracias.
Thank you, Council Member. All right. I don't see any other hands up. Tony, I think we're ready to vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Congratulations. All right. Thank you all very much. We are on to item 8.2, actions related to the emergency interim housing project at Cherry Avenue. We'll start with the staff presentation.
Good. Not that one. not that presentation. That is for 8.1. We're on 8.2, please. Are we? It's okay. We'll get there. It's been a little bit today. Good evening. I'm Matt
long
Lesh.
day.
I'm Director of Public Works. With me today is Catherine Brown, Assistant Director of Public Works, and also Eric Sullivan, Housing Director. We are here to talk to you about the Emergency Interim Housing Project at Cherry Avenue. And there was much rejoicing. I will talk to you briefly about the project site there we go. Right. It is in Council District 9, as some of us are very much aware. It is owned by Valley Water. In agreement with us, we will build a emergency interim housing site. It is at the east side of Cherry Avenue, across from twice, apparently, from 5190 Cherry Avenue. It is a development area of about 2 acres. Let's talk a little bit about the project design. Now, for those of us who are sometimes North Arrow challenged, the North Arrow is on the bottom page, it's posted to the left, so Cherry Avenue is on the bottom right side of the site. Let's talk about some of the details of what's going to go on in this design. It's 128 single and couple units, providing up to 136 beds. Perimeter fencing with secure entry and exit onto Cherry with a security kiosk. 52 parking spaces for staff and participants. It will have a central laundry, individual private bathroom showers facilities, office spaces for administrative service, support services, case management, and security. There will be a kitchen and pantry storage and meal preparation building. There'll be outdoor picnic and shade area seating in the area of dog run and smoking areas to provide for our pets and for our needs. Catherine's going to talk a little bit about our project and our partners.
All right. As Matt mentioned, the site is owned by Valley Water, and we entered into a lease agreement with them that was executed on September 19th of this year for the city to use the site through December 31st of 2035 with a 5-year option to extend. Our project partner and organizer is Dignity Moves, and they've partnered again with Gensler Architects and Swinnerton Construction to do the design and construction. This is the same team that is developing and delivering our Via del Oro project in District 10. And we also, after today, hopefully getting approved, will be able to execute a state grant agreement for roughly $9 million from the Governor's Small Home Initiative grant funding. And just quickly on the cost benefit update, this is a competitive cost per bed as we compare for other past projects, and it's in line with other current projects that are in design with $135,000 per bed. And through Dignity Moves work and hard work, they've been able to approach $2.4 million in philanthropic donations. Quickly walking through the prelim cost estimate, this is outlined in the memo as well. The total estimated hard cost is approximately $13.5 million, with a total of $15 million, which includes the Dignity's fee, the design and project management fees from Dignity Move's side, and then including city staff project delivery cost and contingency. The rough estimate right now is $18.35 million. And this does not take into consideration the $9 million we are getting from the state, so the cost to the city would be $9.35 million. I want to quickly highlight the donors. This is a great slide, and have a big thank you to Elizabeth Funk and Joanne Price of Dignity Moves and all of the hard work that they have done to raise funds to help support the development of this project. So Dignity Moves and some of their partners are putting in roughly over $300,000. Gensler and some of the sub-consultants are putting in $238,000, and that is including some of the other design elements like geotechnical, structural, civil. And then Swinnerton also is donating $140,000 of pre-development work. And then some of the cash donations that Dignity has received thus far, they are still fundraising. They are never going to stop, I believe. But so far, John Acebrado has contributed $1 million. Connie and Bob Lurie have contributed $500,000. The Legacy Partners, Preston Butcher, $100,000. Joe Stockwell, $50,000, an anonymous donor of $20,000, and I did receive a text from Joanne that they got another $10,000 from Melody and Walter Bumgartner from the Silicon Valley Community Foundation today.
So what you're going to see next up is the design will be completed lickety-split so we can get into construction. So that's a technical term in terms of velocity of work. This is very much a hustle project. So the design will get finalized in the next month or so. It says winter, so that's now. And then we'll be commencing construction in January timeframe, also in winter. And we will be complete in the fall of 2025 with an estimated target completion date of the end of September as the goal of the project. Now, this project is not done by just Public Works. This is done by a lot of participants. The only way this gets accomplished in the time and place, in addition to all of the donor slides and all the stuff with Dignity Moves and everyone else, there are so many staff members and so many departments lifting wood to get this thing over the goal line on time, doing everything they can to be innovative and quick and to the point. So many people from CMO to CAO to fire, PBC, everybody's leaning in on this to make sure that this thing gets done in time to support so we can hand it over to housing so they can operate it efficiently and safely and dignified. We'd also like to support, not on the slide, is not because these are all city staff, but the Erickson Neighborhood Association really leaned in and helped us kind of work through this problem set as we build it out. So many partners to do this, and so and then we're all here to answer your questions. That's why it's not just us that's building it, it's many other people. Happy to answer your questions.
Great, thank you. It's exciting. Tony, do we have any public comment?
We have no cards.
Doesn't look like it. Okay, great. Well, I know Councilor Foley is extremely excited, as am I, and I think our entire council. Just as I make my way over to her and hand it off to the council member, I just want to echo the thanks. You already outlined folks. I know Councilor Foley will want to as well, but just having had personal conversations with the following folks, I am deeply grateful to John and Sue Sobrato, Preston and Carolyn Butcher, Joe and Ann Stockwell, Connie and Bob Lurie, for personally writing very significant checks to help make this project possible. And I understand there are others who have contributed, and many other thank yous to go around, but I don't want to steal Councilor Foley's thunder, but just to those private philanthropists who out of their own pocket wrote very, very generous checks to help make this possible. I just want to express my gratitude for them stepping up to help us solve what was probably our biggest challenge as a city, our homelessness crisis. So may have more to say, but I'm going to turn to Councilmember Foley first.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yay, it's finally here. I can't believe it. It was about 2 years ago this month that I sat down with the Neighborhood Association of Erickson Neighborhood, which is right across the creek from this, and also Thousand Oaks, which borders on it, to talk about what this project would be, Valley Water's involvement, the Water Resources Protection Zone. And I have to say that a lot of our neighbors have pushed back on these EIHs, but we have never had pushback from Erickson from day one, or from Thousand Oaks from day one. From day one, they have been very supportive. Now, as time gone on, and we didn't see an agreement with Valley Water, and it was 1.5 years, they were starting to get a little frustrated. But here we are, we have the agreement, the Valley Water Agreement has been signed, the Water Resources Protection Zone is part of that, which will free up the whole waterway, and we'll be able to create pathways and protect that area and return it to the beauty that it once was, and why people purchased homes or live in homes right along the creek. It's really beautiful that we're finally here, and we're creating interim housing in District 9, which I have been pushing for from the very beginning, and it's finally here. I want to recognize all the staff and all the departments that are involved in this, and I know Public Works, there's a housing, there's a lot of heavy lifting in this, because it's not just a flat piece of property with no easements. There's a lot going on this particular property, and there's a lot of work that they have to navigate through. So I'm very grateful and appreciative to all the staff involvement. I do want to acknowledge the private donors who've contributed as well. John Sobrato, the Lurries, the Mayor, you've listed that name, and thank you so much for reaching out to all those people. I want to add to that the HCA contribution of $1 million that they committed to a couple of weeks ago. That too will go to the Cherry Avenue project and help us meet costs. I want to thank Dignity Moves. Dignity Moves has been very gracious in all the meetings with us, with the neighborhood association, with the business neighbors as well. Everybody in that area is excited, and I'm excited to finally reach this point where we're going to have a groundbreaking in January. Are we having the groundbreaking in January?
As long as it's not too damp, yes.
Okay. Hey, I'll be out there with an umbrella if it's raining. I don't care. January. And I know we're scheduled to have it completed and occupied by the end of September. We're still on, I know there's...
So we describe it as, this part is the technical term, beneficial use, in which we'll hand it over to operations. And so it will be in beneficial use by the end of September. The operator will determine at pace and place of people being in places.
Yes.
Okay, great. And I know, so Dignity Moves is handling the project management, the construction phase, but they're not handling the on-site project once it's occupied?
We have not determined that yet, so the process will start off in January as we're place setting the existing operators for the current sites now and go through those negotiations.
Okay, great, thank you. I do want to thank the Erickson neighborhood for their involvement. They're not here. They probably don't know that this is on the agenda today, but they have been so supportive, and I'm so grateful for them hanging in there and trusting that we would get to this point and that we're going to accomplish this for them. And we're improving the area, not for the housed residents, but for the unhoused residents as well. That's the purpose of this. And I'm just so pleased that we're going to be able to move the unhoused out off of the creek and into these units. And I can't wait for that to occur. So I suppose I have a few questions about the process going forward once you have a management team in place, who that's going to be in the transition. But I do have a question about the current encampments and how the current encampments, the residents there, will be notified, and when will they be relocated?
120 days out from the completion date, we will begin the engagement process with all the residents in that area to talk about the placement and upcoming local preference. And then at 90 days, there's an official count. At 60 days, there's a follow-up count and notice of the upcoming abatement. Then at 30 days, we'll begin the move-in process as the abatement then goes and clears, and we move individuals into the site and then preserve that clearing moving forward. So this is a process that we have worked out across the departments.
Okay, great. But initially on the site, there are there's a huge encampment there right now. So when will they be notified that they need to be that they are going to be required to be moved?
So I'll speak for the construction laydown and working with PNRS and Olympia's team, they're going to be sort of moved downward stream effectively before, because we want to make sure we're able to get the count, which is ongoing now in the water streams, to ensure that the number is right for the overall waterways count. So they'll just be sort of temporarily relocated effectively in order to allow sufficient land to lay down construction materials. And then as we get closer to construction completion and we trigger the 120-day mark, that's when we'll start the process
of counting.
You do
the rest of it.
Exactly.
Okay,
yes.
Great. I'm just so excited to see this come to this point. It's been a long haul, and I know we've been sometimes a little pushy trying to get some information, but thank you so much for being transparent in the difficulties. And Matt, I know you're hedging on the construction phase, because construction always takes longer than you plan, or than we plan as having any little bit of work done. It always takes longer. I'm hoping that everything goes as planned, and that everybody can move in at the end of September, and it's turned over then. So
We're doing everything possible so that the project completion would be a success.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. With that, I move acceptance of the resolution.
Second.
Great. Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Jimenez?
Yeah, I'll just start by saying, Matt, I think we're getting our money's worth from you today. You feel like you've been in that box the whole night, so I very much appreciate it. Hopefully you grab some pizza. Thank you so much for all the work. I really do. Excited about this, and I would also say that oftentimes, and I'm sure this happens in many districts, we often get, at least I do, in District 2, South San Jose, saying, what are other districts doing about this? And so I often point to Councilmember Foley and the efforts she's made, and obviously Councilmember Cohen and a host of other folks that are doing their part to really move this issue forward, so that way it isn't all just one part of the city, although this is sort of in South San Jose as well. But it's just another part of South San Jose. And so I just wanted to express that, so I'm very happy about this. The question I have is, I know obviously with the Brianna Monterey Road site, that's hopefully opening up sometime soon, crossing my fingers, looking out for the reports in the Mercury News and other places to tell me when it's happening. I'm kidding. But obviously there's been a host of issues related to that, delays of this and that, even some wage stuff, all these different things that have happened. And so what I'm curious about is, how are we making certain that as we go through this, we're avoiding those same mistakes to the extent they're in our sort of capacity to control?
So construction-wise, because there's two different things, so we do labor compliance on all of our construction projects, not just housing projects, not just our capital projects, so on all of our projects. And should any of our contractors run afoul of the way they're supposed to compensate or treat their workers, we act accordingly. So it's not like this is one thing different than the other. When you get sometimes modular manufacturers that have to come and apply any labor on site, sometimes that's a tricky thing for them to translate, and we do everything possible with, so Dignity Moves is a great partner, Swinnerton is a great partner, these teams are good teams, and I'm not trying to dissuade you or favor any of them, but so we lean into with them at the beginning of the project to make sure that pay attention to your labor compliance documents, your payroll documents, to the way you're paying your workers, at which rate, at what time, and what job they're doing, so we make sure that they're in compliance, so that we do as much as we can up front to communicate of what our expectations are. And then during construction, when it comes to construction issues, whether there were things at Brown and Monterey or any of our other sites, we lean into to try to resolve and solve them as quickly as we can with design teams, with contractors, with manufacturers, because the goal isn't to argue about a project site. The goal is to get places available for unhoused people to have a safe place to live.
Correct. Okay. All right. Well, I look forward not reading about this project in the paper.
Me too. Except that it's open and everything's great.
Correct. Just at the ribbon cutting. But thank you so much for all the work. Appreciate it. This is really important.
Thanks, Councilor Jimenez. And I think it's fitting that you just commented, because I was reflecting that we have come a long way. I recall from a community meeting some 4 to 5 years ago where Councilor Jimenez stood in front of a group of about 500 residents with pitchforks to Councilor Foley was recounting the community meeting where was more like 100 people who were actually supportive of the project. And that was a fun meeting. That was actually one of the more enjoyable community meetings I've been to in a while. And I think one of the lessons here is that water resource protection zone is a very concrete benefit for the neighbors. And being able to say to a neighborhood, if you take on part of the solution to homelessness, we're going to guarantee that your neighborhood is made better, not worse off. I think that is like a key component of our strategy that has evolved over time, but made it really easy, I think, in addition to all the great work Councilor Foley and her team has done to do that community engagement, made it easy for neighbors to say, I see the win-win here. We're helping people and our quality of life is going to improve. And there's a nexus here in my own community, in my daily life. And so I know we've moved toward that now as a council with our most recent budget message, now with no encampment zones around interim housing sites. But I just wanted to highlight that. I think it's really important. You know, another thing I think is worth highlighting on this project is $10 million of this is coming from the state, which we were able to secure. And I want to thank Governor Newsom, James Hacker and his office and his whole team. We received that $10 million specifically because we were moving faster That $10 million was actually initially earmarked for a different jurisdiction. I will not name names here, but because we were moving faster, we were executing, we were demonstrating delivery of interim units, and that we were moving people off the streets faster, the state governor's office agreed to redirect $10 million to our project. Also want to highlight the role of Dignity Moves, and especially thank Elizabeth Funk and Joe Price, who are approaching this differently than others. They have been incredibly focused on efficiency, on cost control, but still providing quality, and they have made a very compelling pitch to the private sector, to philanthropists, that they need to have skin in the game if we're going to actually end this crisis in our valley, one of the wealthiest places on earth. And they've gone out and explicitly said to people, city's doing its part, state's chipping in. In fact, county has been very collaborative. Valley Water has contributed to this project. And now they've gone out and said, we expect 20, 30% of these projects to come from philanthropists as well. And they've been making good on that by raising millions of dollars. And I've been happy to help them with that, but they've done a lot of the heavy lifting there from private philanthropists. So it's going to take all of us working together, but this project to me is a real model, and I think it's exciting, and it shows how far we've come over the last 4 or 5 years of experimenting with this interim housing, quick build approach that we're taking. So congrats, Councilmember Foley and District 9 residents. Let's go build this thing and get another 100, how many units? 150? 136.
136 beds, up to 136 beds. And I'd be remiss, the amount of work that both Catherine and Cupid Alexander have done on this project to push this along in partnership with Dignity Moves, those two alone, this project would not have happened. So just the endless gratitude to both Catherine and Cupid to pull this off. So that's why we're here.
Thank you, Catherine, and thanks to Cupid. Awesome. All right, good work, team. We have the motion. Everybody's clear? No more hands? Let's vote. Wonderful. Congrats, everybody.
Motion
Thank you.
approves.
We're on to open
Unanimously.
forum. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you all.